The headlights behind me flickered, disappearing for a moment as my car crested another rolling hill. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. 2:37 a.m. The endless stretch of highway before me seemed to merge with the inky blackness of the night. I was alone out here, or so I thought. I'd been driving for hours, making my way cross-country to start a new job in a new city. The excitement of the fresh start had worn off somewhere around mile marker 237, replaced by a bone-deep weariness that even gas station coffee couldn't shake. Now, all I wanted was to find a motel and crash for the night. The first inkling that something was off came when I noticed the same pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it. After all, there weren't many roads out here in the middle of nowhere. It made sense that someone else might be traveling the same route. But as the minutes ticked by, a nagging feeling began to grow in the pit of my stomach. The car behind me maintained a consistent distance, never quite catching up, but never falling behind either. Every time I changed lanes, it followed suit. When I sped up, so did the mysterious vehicle. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were just as tired as I was, using my taillights as a guide through the darkness. Maybe it was a long-haul trucker on autopilot, barely aware of their surroundings. But no matter how I tried to explain it away, that uneasy feeling continued to grow. An hour passed, then two. The car remained, a constant presence in my rearview mirror. My palms began to sweat, my grip on the steering wheel tightening until my knuckles turned white. I found myself checking the mirror more and more frequently, my heart rate quickening each time I confirmed that yes, they were still there. I considered pulling over, but the thought of stopping on this deserted stretch of road with my mysterious shadow lurking behind me sent a chill down my spine. Instead, I pressed down harder on the accelerator, watching as the speedometer crept up. 70 more, 75, 80. The landscape blurred past my windows, but still, those headlights remained. Just when I thought I couldn't take the tension anymore, I saw a sign for an upcoming rest stop. It was a risk, but I needed to do something to break this stalemate. Maybe if I pulled in, they'd pass by and continue on their way. And if they didn't, well, at least there might be other people around, witnesses if things went south. I flicked on my turn signal and began to decelerate. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched the rearview mirror, waiting to see what my pursuer would do. To my dismay, their blinker came on too. They were following me off the highway. The rest stop was dimly lit, a small oasis of fluorescent light in the vast darkness. As I pulled into a parking spot, I saw only two other vehicles, a semi-truck with its engine idling and an old RV that looked like it had seen better days. Not exactly the crowd I was hoping for. I killed the engine but left the keys in the ignition, ready for a quick getaway if needed. The car that had been following me pulled into the spot 2 spaces down, close enough to be threatening, but not right next to me. I watched in my side mirror as the driver's door opened. A tall figure emerged, their features obscured by the shadows. It was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman, young or old. All I could make out was a dark silhouette slowly making its way towards my car. My breath caught in my throat. Should I start the engine and peel out of here? Should I honk the horn? Try to attract attention? As I sat there, paralyzed with indecision, a tap on my window made me jump. I turned to see a face peering in at me. It was a man, probably in his late 40s, with a scruffy beard and tired eyes. He gestured for me to roll down the window. Against my better judgment, I cracked it open an inch. "You okay, miss?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. "I noticed you've been driving erratically for the past few hours. Wanted to make sure you weren't falling asleep at the wheel or anything." Relief washed over me, followed quickly by embarrassment. All this time I'd been conjuring up worst-case scenarios, and it turned out to be nothing more than a concerned fellow traveler. "I'm fine," I managed to say, my voice shaky. "Just a little tired. I thought you might be following me." The man's eyes widened, and then he let out a chuckle. "Following you? No. I'm a long-haul trucker. Been on the road for 14 hours now. When I saw your car weaving a bit back there, I figured I'd better keep an eye on you. Make sure you didn't end up in a ditch somewhere. I felt my face flush with embarrassment. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. Thank you for your concern. He waved off my apology. No need to be sorry. It's dark. You're alone, I get it. Can't be too careful these days. Listen, why don't you get some rest here? There's vending machines over by the bathrooms if you need a snack or something to drink. I'll be parked here for my mandatory break if you need anything. I nodded, grateful for his kindness. Thank you. I think I will rest for a bit. As he walked back to his truck, I let out a long breath, feeling the tension of the past few hours drain away. I reclined my seat slightly and closed my eyes, realizing just how exhausted I truly was. When I woke up, sunlight was just beginning to peek over the horizon. The rest stop was busier now, with cars and trucks coming and going. I stretched, working out the kinks from sleeping in an awkward position, and noticed a piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. Curious, I got out to retrieve it. It was a note, written in a messy scrawl. Hope you got some rest. Drive safe out there. Dave the trucker. I smiled, touched by the simple act of kindness from a stranger. As I pulled out of the rest stop and back onto the highway, I felt refreshed and ready to face the day. The incident from the night before now seemed almost comical in the light of day, but as I continued my journey, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly fear had taken hold of me. How easy it had been to assume the worst in a situation that turned out to be completely innocent. It was a stark reminder of how our minds can play tricks on us, especially when we're alone and vulnerable. The open road stretched out before me, no longer ominous but full of possibility. I turned on the radio, letting the upbeat music fill the car. The memory of last night's imagined terror began to fade, replaced by anticipation for the new chapter of my life that lay ahead. Yet, a small part of me remained vigilant, because even though this time it had been a false alarm, I knew that the next time might be different, and out here on the lonely highway, it paid to stay alert. As the miles rolled by, I made a mental note to thank the next trucker I saw. They were the unsung guardians of the road, keeping an eye out for fellow travelers. Dave's simple act of concern had not only ensured my safety, but had also restored my faith in the kindness of strangers. The sun climbed higher in the sky, burning away the last wisps of night. The highway was busier now, filled with morning commuters and vacationers. I merged seamlessly into the flow of traffic, just another traveler with a story to tell. And what a story it was. A tale of night terrors turned to daylight redemption, of imagined threats and real kindness. As I drove on, I couldn't help but smile. In the end, the real horror hadn't been the mysterious car behind me, but the fear I had created in my own mind. It was a lesson I wouldn't soon forget. The open road could be a dangerous place, but it could also be a place of unexpected connections and shared humanity. And sometimes, the things that go bump in the night turn out to be nothing more than a fellow traveler, looking out for one of their own. The snap of a twig under my boot echoed through the silent forest, making me freeze in my tracks. I held my breath, listening intently for any sign that I wasn't alone. The dense canopy above filtered the afternoon sunlight, casting dappled shadows that seemed to shift and move with a life of their own. I was miles from civilization, and the eerie stillness of the woods was beginning to play tricks on my mind. I'd set out on this hike early in the morning, eager to explore a new trail I discovered on an obscure hiking forum. The poster had raved about the untouched beauty of the area, claiming it was a hidden gem that few had ventured to explore. Now, as I pushed deeper into the wilderness, I understood why. The trail, if you could call it that, was barely visible. I'd been following faint markers tied to trees, but they were becoming increasingly sparse. I checked my GPS watch, frowning at the no signal message that blinked back at me. I should have known better than to rely on technology out here. Just as I was considering turning back, I caught a glimpse of something through the trees. A clearing, maybe? Curiosity got the better of me and I pushed forward, shoving aside low-hanging branches and scrambling over fallen logs. As I broke through the tree line, I found myself in a small meadow, and there, nestled against the far side, was a campsite. My heart leaped with excitement. Maybe I could rest here for a bit, maybe even find someone who knew the area better than I did. But as I approached, a sense of unease began to creep over me. The campsite looked wrong somehow. A tent was set up, its door flapping slightly in the breeze. A small fire pit had been dug, the ashes still warm to the touch. Supplies were scattered around, a high-end camping stove, water bottles, packets of dehydrated food, everything you'd need for an extended stay in the wilderness. But there was no sign of people. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" My voice sounded small and feeble in the vast quietness of the forest. No response came. I circled the campsite, taking in every detail. It looked like whoever had been here had left in a hurry. A half-eaten protein bar lay on a log, ants already swarming over it. A book was splayed open on the ground, its pages ruffling in the light breeze. As I bent to pick up the book, something caught my eye. Just beyond the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by ferns, was a backpack. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got closer, I saw that it wasn't just abandoned, it was torn. Long, jagged rips ran down its side, the contents spilling out onto the forest floor. My mouth went dry. What could have done this? A bear, maybe? But if it was a bear attack, where was the blood? Where were the signs of a struggle? The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, the shadows in the forest growing longer and darker. I knew I should leave, find my way back to the trail and get out of here. But something kept me rooted to the spot. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something, some crucial piece of the puzzle. I decided to stay the night. It was a risky decision, but the thought of trying to navigate the unmarked trail in the dark was even less appealing. Besides, whoever had set up this campsite clearly knew what they were doing. They had good gear, and it seemed a shame to let it go to waste. As I set about making the camp more secure, tying down the loose tent flap and gathering more firewood, I tried to come up with rational explanations for what I was seeing. Maybe the campers had been evacuated due to a forest fire warning. Maybe they were scientists or researchers who had been called away suddenly. Maybe. The sound of a branch snapping in the woods made me whirl around, my heart leaping into my throat. The forest had gone eerily quiet, the usual evening chorus of birds and insects conspicuously absent. I strained my eyes, peering into the gathering gloom, but saw nothing. As night fell, I retreated to the tent, zipping myself inside with shaking hands. I left the campfire burning, hoping it would deter any curious wildlife. Sleep eluded me, every rustle and creak from the forest outside sending a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake, disoriented and unsure of what had woken me. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint, flickering glow across the clearing. And in that dim light, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. A set of footprints that hadn't been there when I'd gone to sleep, forming a circle around the tent. I held my breath, listening intently. The forest was alive with sounds now. The rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, whispered voices just on the edge of hearing. They seemed to be coming from all around me, closing in. With trembling hands, I reached for my flashlight. Should I make a run for it? Try to find my way back in the dark? Or stay put and hope that whatever was out there would lose interest and move on? Before I could decide, a shadow fell across the tent. A figure, silhouetted against the dying firelight. I bit back a scream, my whole body rigid with fear. "Hey!" A voice called out, making me jump. "Is someone in there?" It was a human voice. Male, youngish. I should have felt relieved, but the hairs on the back of my neck were still standing up. Yes," I managed to croak out. "Who are you?" "Park ranger," the voice replied. "We've been searching for this campsite for days. Are you alone in there?" Slowly, I unzipped the tent and poked my head out. The man standing there was indeed dressed in a ranger's uniform, but something about his appearance seemed off. His clothes were dirty and torn, his face gaunt and unshaven. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. "Whose camp is this? Where is everyone?" The ranger's face twisted into an odd smile. "It's complicated," he said. "Why don't you come out here and I'll explain everything?" I hesitated. Every instinct I had was screaming at me that something was very, very wrong. "I think I'll stay here, thanks," I said. "Maybe you could call for backup. Get some more people out here." The ranger's smile faltered, just for a second. "No need for that," he said, his voice taking on a harder edge. "Come on out now. Don't make this difficult." And that's when I saw them. More figures, emerging from the trees. 5, 6, maybe more. They moved with an unnatural stillness, their eyes reflecting the firelight like animals. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that these were not park rangers. These were the people who had been staying at this campsite, and whatever had happened to them out here in the wilderness, it had changed them into something else. I didn't think. I just reacted. I dove back into the tent, scrambling for my backpack. Behind me, I could hear shouts, the sound of running feet. I burst out the other side of the tent, slashing through the fabric with my camping knife. And then I was running, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. I could hear them behind me, their shouts turning into something feral, inhuman. I ran like I'd never run before, my lungs burning, my legs pumping automatically. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. Eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the normal nighttime sounds of the forest. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I finally broke out of the forest. A road stretched out before me, blessedly normal and civilized. I flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a madwoman with my torn clothes and wild eyes. The elderly couple in the car were alarmed but kind. They drove me to the nearest town, where I went straight to the police station. I told them everything, expecting to be dismissed as crazy or hysterical. But they listened. And then they showed me something that made my blood run cold. Missing person reports. Dozens of them. All hikers and campers who had vanished in those woods over the past year. As I sat there in the police station, wrapped in a shock blanket and sipping bad coffee, I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes in the darkness. Whatever was out there in those woods, it wasn't natural. And it was still out there, waiting for the next unsuspecting hiker to stumble upon that campsite. I knew one thing for certain. I would never go hiking alone again. Some parts of the wilderness, I realized, are better left unexplored. Because sometimes, when you venture into the unknown ventures back. The neon sign flickered, casting an eerie red glow across the empty parking lot. Rusty's Diner, open 24/7, it proclaimed to a world that seemed to have forgotten this little pit stop existed. I sighed, wiping down the counter for what felt like the 1,000th time that night. The clock on the wall ticked away relentlessly, reminding me that I still had 4 hours left on my shift. Working the graveyard shift at a remote diner wasn't exactly my dream job, but it paid the bills. Most nights were uneventful, the occasional trucker stopping for coffee, maybe a lost tourist looking for directions. But tonight felt different. There was a heaviness in the air, a tension that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I was just about to start another pot of coffee when I heard the rumble of engines outside. Headlights swept across the windows as several vehicles pulled into the parking lot. My heart rate picked up a bit. We rarely got groups this late at night. The bell above the door jingled as 5 men walked in. They were a rough-looking bunch, all leather jackets and unkempt beards. They took seats at the counter, spreading out so that they occupied every other stool. I plastered on my best customer service smile and approached them. "Welcome to Rusty's. What can I get for you, gentlemen?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The man in the middle, clearly the leader, fixed me with a cold stare. "Coffee? Black. Keep it coming." The others nodded in agreement. I turned to grab the coffee pot, feeling their eyes on me as I moved. When I returned to pour their drinks, I noticed they were all wearing the same patch on their jackets, a snarling wolf's head. My unease grew. As I filled their cups, they started talking among themselves in low voices. I couldn't make out much, but the words I caught, "shipment, tonight, no witnesses," sent a chill down my spine. I tried to busy myself with mundane tasks, wiping down tables and restocking napkin dispensers, all while keeping an ear on their conversation. The men seemed to grow more agitated as time passed, frequently checking their phones and glancing out the window. About an hour into their stay, the bell jingled again. A couple walked in, looking tired but happy. Probably on a road trip, I thought. They took a booth in the corner, and I went to take their order, grateful for the distraction. As I was heading back to the kitchen with their order, I overheard one of the men at the counter. "Complications. We might need to take care of them." My blood ran cold. Were they talking about the couple? I ducked into the kitchen, my mind racing. What should I do? Call the police. But what if I was overreacting? What if they were just some guys on a motorcycle trip, and I was letting my imagination run wild? When I emerged from the kitchen, I noticed one of the men had moved to sit in a booth near the door. Another was standing by the jukebox, idly flipping through songs but never actually playing one. They were positioning themselves strategically, I realized with growing horror. I brought the couple their food, trying to catch their eye, to somehow warn them without words. But they were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the tension in the air. As the night wore on, the atmosphere in the diner became increasingly charged. The men at the counter grew more restless, their voices rising occasionally before they caught themselves and lowered them again. I found myself inventing tasks that kept me close to the phone behind the counter, though I knew in my gut that if I tried to call for help, I might not live to finish dialing. It was nearing 3 a.m. when things came to a head. A large truck pulled into the parking lot, its headlights illuminating the diner. The leader of the group stood up abruptly. "It's time," he said to his companions. Then he turned to me. "Nobody leaves. Nobody calls out. You understand?" I nodded mutely, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. The leader and 2 others left the diner, while the remaining 2 stayed behind, one by the door and one by the counter. Through the windows, I could see them talking to the truck driver. There was an exchange, money for a large duffel bag. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. Inside the diner, the couple in the booth had finally sensed that something was wrong. They were speaking in hushed tones, casting nervous glances at the men. I caught the woman's eye and gave a slight shake of my head, silently urging them not to do anything rash. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, raised voices, then the sound of a scuffle. A gunshot rang out, shattering the night's silence. The couple in the booth gasped, and the woman let out a small scream. The man by the door whirled around. "Shut up!" he snarled at them. "Don't make a sound, or you're next." My hands were shaking so badly I had to grip the edge of the counter to steady them. This was really happening. This wasn't just my imagination running wild. There was a real crime happening right outside my diner, and we were all caught in the middle of it. The leader and his companions re-entered the diner, dragging the truck driver with them. He was bleeding from a gash on his forehead, his eyes wide with fear. "Change of plans," the leader announced. We're staying here until our ride comes. Anyone tries anything, they end up like our friend here." He shoved the truck driver into a booth. I stood frozen behind the counter, my mind frantically trying to come up with a plan. The phone was right there, but there was no way I could reach it without being seen. My eyes darted around the diner, looking for anything that could be used as a weapon, a distraction, anything. That's when I noticed it. The small red light blinking steadily on the security camera in the corner. In all the commotion, I had forgotten about it. The camera that fed directly to the owner's home computer, where it was monitored 24/7. A glimmer of hope sparked within me. If the owner was watching, if he had seen what was happening, help might already be on the way. But I couldn't count on that. I needed to buy time. "More coffee?" I asked, my voice surprisingly steady. The leader looked at me suspiciously but nodded. As I moved around the diner, refilling cups with shaking hands, I tried to position myself in clear view of the camera as much as possible. I exaggerated my movements, hoping the owner would notice something was off. Minutes ticked by like hours. The tension in the diner was palpable. The couple huddled together in their booth, the woman silently crying. The truck driver sat slumped in his seat, occasionally wiping blood from his face with a napkin. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I heard it, the faint sound of sirens in the distance. The men heard it too. They jumped to their feet, looking around wildly. "Who called them?" the leader roared, advancing on me. "Was it you?" I backed away, holding up my hands. "I swear, I didn't call anyone. I've been here the whole time. You've seen me." The sirens were getting louder. The men started to panic, grabbing their duffel bag and heading for the door. But it was too late. Police cars screeched into the parking lot, lights flashing. What happened next was a blur. Officers stormed the diner, guns drawn. There was shouting, the sound of breaking glass. I dove behind the counter, covering my head. When it was over, when the last of the men had been handcuffed and led away, I finally let myself break down. I sat on the floor behind the counter, sobbing with relief. A kind-faced officer helped me to my feet. "You're safe now," he assured me. The owner called us, said his night waitress was acting strange, and there were some suspicious-looking characters in the diner. "You did good, keeping your cool like that." I nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. As I was led outside to give my statement, I looked back at the diner. The neon sign was still flickering, oblivious to the drama that had unfolded beneath it. In the days that followed, as I gave statements to the police and tried to process what had happened, one thought kept running through my mind. I would never look at a quiet night shift the same way again. Because now I knew that even in the most mundane places, danger could be lurking just around the corner. The diner reopened a week later. I thought about quitting, about finding a nice, safe day job. But in the end, I went back. Because sometimes, being brave means showing up, even when you're scared. And who knows? Maybe the next time someone needs help in the middle of the night, I'll be there, ready to make a difference. The acrid smell of burning rubber filled my nostrils as I stood on the side of the desolate country road, staring helplessly at the smoke billowing from under the hood of my car. I kicked the tire in frustration, wincing as pain shot through my foot. Of all the places to break down, it had to be here, miles from anywhere. With no cell service and the sun rapidly sinking towards the horizon, I'd been on my way to my sister's wedding, taking the scenic route through rural Pennsylvania. It was supposed to be a peaceful drive, a chance to clear my head before the family chaos that awaited me. Now, as I looked up and down the empty road stretching endlessly in both directions, I felt anything but peaceful. Just as I was contemplating the long walk ahead of me, I saw a glint of metal in the distance. A car was approaching. Relief washed over me as I waved my arms, flagging it down. The vehicle, an old pickup truck that had seen better days, slowed to a stop beside me. A couple peered out from the cab, a man and woman, probably in their early 50s. They both had the weathered look of people who spent a lot of time outdoors. "Car trouble?" the man asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. I nodded, explaining my situation. The woman's face softened with sympathy. "Well, we can't just leave you out here," she said. "Why don't you hop in? We can take you to the nearest town. It's not far." I hesitated for a moment. Every warning I'd ever heard about not getting into cars with strangers flashed through my mind. But as I looked at their kindly faces and thought about the long, dark walk ahead of me, I pushed my doubts aside. "That would be great, thank you," I said, grabbing my bag from the back seat of my car. I climbed into the truck, squeezing in next to the woman. As we pulled away, I watched my car disappear in the side mirror, feeling a twinge of unease at leaving it behind. "I'm Martha," the woman said, "and this is my husband, Frank." "Nice to meet you," I replied. "I'm Sarah. Thanks again for stopping." Frank grunted in response, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Martha filled the silence with chatter, asking about where I was headed and sympathizing with my predicament. I found myself relaxing as we drove, grateful for their kindness. But as the minutes ticked by, I began to notice things that made me uncomfortable. Frank kept glancing at me in the rearview mirror, his expression unreadable. Martha's friendly chatter had an edge to it, her questions becoming more probing, more personal. I tried to shake off my growing unease. They were just being friendly, I told myself. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. We had passed a sign for the town they had mentioned, but Frank hadn't slowed down. In fact, he seemed to be driving faster. I think we just passed the turn for the town," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. Martha's smile didn't waver. "Oh, don't worry about that, dear. We know a better place." A chill ran down my spine. I looked out the window, realizing with growing horror that the landscape had changed. We were no longer on the main road, but on a narrow, unpaved track that wound its way deeper into the woods. "Actually, if you could just let me out here, that would be great," I said, unable to keep the tremor out of my voice. "I can walk back to the main road." Frank's grip tightened on the steering wheel. Now, he said, his voice low and menacing. "We can't do that. We've got plans for you." Panic surged through me. I reached for the door handle, but Martha grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong for her size. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," she hissed. "We're going awful fast. You might hurt yourself." My mind raced, trying to figure a way out of this nightmare. I thought about my phone, useless without service, the pepper spray in my bag, out of reach in the truck bed, the self-defense classes I'd taken but never thought I'd need to use. As we drove deeper into the woods, the trees pressing in on either side of the narrow road, I knew I had to act. Waiting would only make things worse. Taking a deep breath, I suddenly threw my elbow into Martha's face. She cried out in pain and surprise, her grip on my arm loosening. In the same motion, I lunged across her, grabbing the steering wheel and jerking it hard to the right. The truck swerved violently. Frank cursed, trying to regain control. Martha was screaming. We were spinning, trees whipping past the windows in a dizzying blur. Then, impact. The world turned upside down as the truck rolled. Glass shattered, metal crunched. And then, silence. I came to hanging upside down, held in place by my seatbelt. My head throbbed, and I could taste blood in my mouth. Beside me, Martha was unconscious, a gash on her forehead bleeding freely. Frank was nowhere to be seen. He must have been thrown from the vehicle. With shaking hands, I unclicked my seatbelt, falling awkwardly onto the roof of the overturned truck. Every movement sent waves of pain through my body, but I forced myself to keep moving. I had to get out of here. I crawled through the shattered windshield, glass cutting into my palms and knees. The cool night air hit me as I emerged, and I gulped it down gratefully. In the distance, I could hear Frank groaning. Ignoring the pain, I staggered to my feet and started running. I had no idea where I was or where I was going, but I knew I had to put as much distance between myself and that truck as possible. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. The forest was dark and oppressive around me, every shadow seeming to hide a threat. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Finally, when I felt like I couldn't take another step, I saw lights through the trees, a house. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I burst out of the tree line into a well-lit yard. An older man was on the porch, rising from his chair with a look of alarm as I approached. "Please," I gasped, collapsing at the foot of his stairs. "Please help me. They're after me." The man didn't hesitate. He helped me inside, locking the door behind us. His wife appeared, concern etched on her face. "Call the police," the man told her as he sat me down on their couch. As I sat there, shaking and trying to catch my breath, I heard the woman talking urgently on the phone. The man brought me a glass of water and a blanket, his kindness a stark contrast to the cruelty I'd just escaped. The next few hours passed in a blur. The police arrived, taking my statement and sending out search parties for Frank and Martha. An ambulance came to check me over, treating my cuts and bruises. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the unfamiliar landscape, a police officer approached me. "We found them," he said. "They're in custody. Turns out they're wanted in 3 states for similar incidents. You're not the first person they've tried to abduct, but thanks to you, you might be the last." Relief washed over me, so intense it made me dizzy. It was over. I was safe. In the days that followed, as I gave more detailed statements and began the process of dealing with the trauma of what had happened, I couldn't stop thinking about how close I'd come to becoming another statistic, how a simple act of kindness, or what I thought was kindness, had nearly cost me everything. But I also thought about the real kindness I'd encountered, the couple who took me in without question, who believed me and helped me when I was at my most vulnerable. They reminded me that there is still good in the world, even in the darkest of times. I missed my sister's wedding, but as I sat in the hospital, surrounded by my worried family, I knew that I had received a gift far more valuable than any wedding ceremony. I had been given a second chance at life, and I was determined not to waste it. From that day on, I approached the world differently. I was more cautious, yes, but also more appreciative of the genuine kindness I encountered. And I made a vow to myself, to be one of the good ones, to offer help to those in need, but to do it in a way that made them feel safe and respected. Because in a world where danger can lurk behind a friendly smile, true kindness, the kind that expects nothing in return, is more important than ever. The old brass key felt heavy in my hand as I stood before the imposing wooden doors of the Whispering Pines Lodge. A chill wind whipped through the surrounding forest, rustling the leaves and carrying with it the promise of an early winter. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. This was supposed to be a relaxing getaway, a chance to clear my head and finish my novel. But as I pushed open the creaking door and stepped into the cavernous lobby, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into something far more ominous than a simple writing retreat. The lodge's caretaker, a wizened old man named Harold, had warned me when I made the reservation. "Not many folks come up here in the off-season," he'd said, his voice crackling over the phone. "It can get mighty lonely." At the time, I'd thought it sounded perfect. Now, standing in the silent, dust-mote-filled air of the empty lodge, I wasn't so sure. I made my way to the front desk, my footsteps echoing off the high wooden beams. A single lamp cast a weak, yellowish light over the reception area. Next to it sat an ancient ledger, open to a blank page. I scrawled my name, Alex Winters, and the date, noting with a slight shiver that mine was the only entry for the past month. Key in hand, I trudged up the grand staircase to the second floor. The plush carpet muffled my steps, and I found myself walking more quietly, as if afraid to disturb the lodge's slumber. My room was at the end of a long hallway, the last in a row of identical doors. Inside, the room was spacious but dated. Heavy curtains framed a large window that looked out over the densely wooded mountainside. I set my bag down and collapsed onto the bed, exhausted from the long drive. As I lay there, staring at the patterns in the wooden ceiling, I became aware of just how quiet it was. No traffic noise, no humming of electronics, not even the sound of other guests moving about. Just the occasional creak of the old building settling and the whisper of wind through the pines outside. I must have dozed off because when I opened my eyes again, the room was dark. Disoriented, I fumbled for my phone to check the time, 2:17 a.m. I was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I heard it. A soft thud, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my room. My heart rate quickened. Hadn't Harold said I was the only guest? I sat up, straining my ears. The footsteps paused outside my door, and for a moment, I could have sworn I heard breathing. Then they moved on, fading away down the hall. Sleep eluded me after that. I tossed and turned, my mind conjuring up increasingly bizarre explanations for what I'd heard. By the time dawn broke, painting the room in pale gray light, I had convinced myself it was just the old building playing tricks on me. I spent the morning exploring the lodge, my footsteps echoing through empty corridors and cavernous common rooms. The place was a maze of winding hallways and hidden alcoves, each room more lavishly decorated than the last. But despite its grandeur, there was an air of neglect about the place. Dust covered every surface, and the rich fabrics of the curtains and upholstery were faded and moth-eaten. As I wandered, I found myself piecing together the lodge's history from the photos and newspaper clippings that adorned the walls. Whispering Pines had once been the playground of the rich and famous, a secluded mountain retreat where the elite came to escape the pressures of high society. But something had happened. The articles were vague on the details, and the lodge had fallen into decline. I was studying a particularly intriguing photo of a glamorous 1920s party when I heard it again. Footsteps, this time accompanied by the sound of a door closing. I spun around, my heart pounding, but the hallway behind me was empty. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the vast space. No answer came. I hurried back to my room, locking the door behind me. As I sat at the small writing desk, trying to focus on my novel, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak and groan of the old building set my nerves on edge. That night, I woke again to the sound of footsteps. This time, they were right outside my door. I lay frozen in bed, barely breathing, as the doorknob slowly began to turn. The lock held, and after what felt like an eternity, the presence on the other side moved away. In the morning light, I convinced myself once again that it had all been a dream, a product of an overactive writer's imagination. But as I made my way down to the lobby, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, in the open ledger on the front desk, was a new entry below mine. The handwriting was spidery and old-fashioned, and the name was one I recognized from the old photographs, Elizabeth Blackwood, a famous socialite who had frequented the lodge in its heyday. The date next to the name was today's. My hands shaking, I flipped back through the ledger. Page after page was filled with names and dates, all recent, all belonging to people long dead. I slammed the book shut and backed away, my mind reeling. I needed to get out of here. I ran back to my room, throwing my belongings haphazardly into my bag. As I was zipping it closed, there was a knock at the door. "Mr. Winters." It was Harold's voice, but there was something off about it, a hollowness that sent chills down my spine. "Is everything all right?" I didn't answer. Instead, I grabbed my bag and moved to the window. We were only on the second floor. I could make that jump. The knocking became more insistent. "Mr. Winters, please. We don't get many visitors these days. Won't you stay a while longer?" I pushed open the window, wincing at the loud creak. The knocking stopped abruptly. Now, that's not very polite. Harold's voice came again, but this time it was different, younger, smoother. Not Harold at all. We've been so looking forward to having some new company. The door burst open. I didn't look back. I launched myself out the window, hitting the ground hard and rolling. Pain shot through my ankle, but adrenaline kept me moving. I limped as fast as I could towards my car, parked in the gravel lot out front. Behind me I could hear voices, dozens of them, calling out, pleading with me to stay. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine roared to life just as the first figures appeared at the lodge's entrance. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of faces, pale, translucent faces, their eyes dark and hungry. I peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spraying behind me. As I sped down the winding mountain road, I couldn't resist one last look back. Whispering Pine stood silently against the skyline, its windows dark and empty once more. But I knew now that it was far from abandoned. It took me 3 hours to reach the nearest town, and another 2 to work up the courage to tell my story to the local sheriff. To his credit, he listened patiently, his expression neutral. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair with a heavy sigh. "You're not the first to come down from that lodge with wild stories, Mr. Winters," he said. "Truth is, Whispering Pines has been closed for years. Old Harold died back in '85. Ain't nobody been up there since." I opened my mouth to protest, to insist that what I'd experienced was real, but the words died in my throat. How could I explain something I barely understood myself? In the end, I left town without pressing the issue. But as I drove away, putting as much distance between myself and Whispering Pines as possible, I couldn't shake the memory of those pale faces in the rearview mirror, or the weight of the brass key still in my pocket, a key to a room in a lodge that officially no longer existed. I never finished my novel. Instead, I found myself writing a different story. This story, a warning perhaps, or maybe just an attempt to make sense of the inexplicable. All I know is that somewhere in the mountains, Whispering Pines Lodge still stands, waiting for its next guest. And if you ever find yourself on a lonely mountain road, passing a faded sign pointing the way to a long-forgotten resort, just keep driving. Some vacancies are better left unfilled. The first drop of rain hit the windshield like a warning shot, followed quickly by a torrent that reduced visibility to near zero. I cursed under my breath, leaning forward as if that would somehow help me see through the downpour. This storm had come out of nowhere, transforming the peaceful country road into a treacherous obstacle course. I was on my way to my best friend's wedding, taking the scenic route through rural Virginia. It was supposed to be a relaxing drive, a chance to decompress before the chaos of the weekend ahead. Now, as lightning illuminated the sky and thunder shook the car, I found myself wishing I'd stuck to the highway. The rain was coming down so hard that I almost missed the turnoff for the farmhouse. I'd arranged to stay there for the night, a quaint bed and breakfast that had looked charming in the online photos. As I carefully navigated the muddy driveway, I caught glimpses of a large, old-fashioned house looming in the darkness. By the time I pulled up to the front of the house, the storm was in full force. Wind howled around the eaves, and rain lashed against the windows. I made a mad dash from my car to the porch, my suitcase held over my head in a futile attempt to stay dry. I rang the doorbell, shivering as I waited. No answer. I rang again, longer this time. Still nothing. Frowning, I tried the door handle. To my surprise, it turned easily. "Hello?" I called out as I stepped inside, water dripping from my clothes onto the hardwood floor. "I have a reservation. Is anyone here?" The house was dark and silent. I fumbled for a light switch, blinking as warm light flooded the entryway. The interior was just as charming as the photos had promised. Antique furniture, floral wallpaper, a grand staircase leading to the upper floor. But there was no sign of the friendly older couple who owned the place. "Hello?" I tried again. my voice echoing slightly in the empty house. A crack of thunder made me jump, and suddenly the lights flickered and went out. Great. Just great. I dug my phone out of my pocket, using its flashlight to navigate. The battery was low. I'd forgotten to charge it on the drive, but it would have to do. I made my way to the kitchen, hoping to find a note or some indication of where the owners might be. The kitchen was empty, but a calendar on the wall caught my eye. Today's date was circled in red with the words, "Guests arriving," written next to it. So they were expecting me, but where were they? A gust of wind rattled the windows, and I shivered. I needed to get out of these wet clothes. Figuring the owners wouldn't mind under the circumstances, I decided to find my room and change. Upstairs, I found a row of closed doors. The first one I tried was locked, as was the second. The third door opened into a cozy bedroom that looked like it was set up for guests. Perfect. I changed quickly, hanging my wet clothes over a chair to dry. As I was unpacking, I heard a noise from downstairs. A soft thud, like a door closing. Relief washed over me. The owners must be back. "Hello?" I called out, heading for the stairs. "I'm up here. I hope you don't mind. I let myself in because of the storm." No response. I frowned, pausing at the top of the stairs. "Hello?" I tried again. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the floor below. But there was something off about the sound. It wasn't the normal rhythm of someone walking. It was more like dragging. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with my damp hair. "Is everything okay down there?" My voice sounded small and uncertain in the darkness. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then, slowly, they began again, this time heading towards the stairs. Panic surged through me. This wasn't right. Something was very, very wrong. I backed away from the staircase, my heart pounding in my chest. Should I run? Hide? Try to reason with whoever or whatever was down there? Before I could decide, my phone's flashlight flickered and died, plunging me into total darkness. I stifled a scream, fumbling with the device. Dead battery. Of course. The footsteps were on the stairs now, that same uneven, dragging gait. Closer and closer they came. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to control my ragged breathing. Maybe if I stayed very still, very quiet. A flash of lightning illuminated the hallway, and for a split second, I saw a figure at the top of the stairs. It was hunched and misshapen, more shadow than substance. But its eyes, God, its eyes were fixed right on me, glowing with an unearthly light. I ran. I didn't think, didn't plan, just turned and bolted down the hallway. Behind me, I heard a low, guttural sound, not quite human, not quite animal. The dragging footsteps quickened. I ducked into the nearest room, slamming the door behind me and fumbling for the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage it. Finally, I heard the click of the lock engaging, and I backed away from the door, trying to get my bearings in the pitch-black room. Something brushed against my back and I spun around, my hand connecting with what felt like hanging fabric. Clothes. I was in a closet. Outside, the footsteps had reached the door. They stopped, and for a moment all I could hear was my own panicked breathing and the pounding of rain on the roof. Then, slowly, the doorknob began to turn. I held my breath, praying the lock would hold. The knob rattled, then stilled, a beat of silence. Then a tremendous crash as something slammed into the door. I bit back a scream, pressing myself further into the closet. The pounding continued, the door shuddering in its frame with each impact. It wouldn't hold for long. My mind raced. I was trapped, cornered like an animal, but I refused to go down without a fight. Blindly, I felt around the closet, searching for anything I could use as a weapon. My hand closed around something long and solid. An umbrella, maybe, or a cane. The door splintered, wood cracking as whatever was out there forced its way in. I gripped my makeshift weapon tightly, bracing myself for a confrontation, but it never came. Instead, as the thing entered the room, a new sound filled the air. Sirens, growing louder by the second. Red and blue lights flashed through the window, illuminating the room in surreal bursts of color. The creature, for I was certain now that it wasn't human, let out a bone-chilling howl. I heard it move, quickly now, out of the room and down the stairs. The front door slammed, and then there was silence. I don't know how long I stood there, shaking in the closet, before I heard voices calling out. Human voices. "Police, is anyone here?" On trembling legs, I made my way downstairs. 2 officers stood in the entryway, their flashlights sweeping the room. When they saw me, their expressions shifted from alert to confused. "Ma'am, are you all right?" one of them asked. I opened my mouth to explain, but where could I even begin? How could I describe what I'd just experienced? As it turned out, I didn't have to. The officers explained that they'd received reports of suspicious activity at the house. The owners, they told me, had been found dead 2 days ago in a nearby town, apparent victims of a home invasion. The killer was still at large. A chill ran through me as I realized the implications. If the owners were dead, then who had I been communicating with when I made my reservation? Who had circled today's date on the calendar? As I sat in the back of a police car, wrapped in a shock blanket and giving my statement, I couldn't shake the memory of those glowing eyes, that inhuman howl. The officers were focused on finding a very human killer, but I knew the truth was far more terrifying. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to convince myself that it had all been a product of fear and imagination, fueled by the storm and the shock of learning about the owner's fate. But deep down, I knew what I had experienced was real. I never did make it to my friend's wedding. Instead, I spent the weekend being questioned by detectives and trying to piece together what had happened. The official report chalked it up to a close encounter with the killer, who had presumably been using the house as a hideout. But sometimes, on dark and stormy nights, I find myself thinking about that old farmhouse. I wonder if it's still standing, waiting for its next unsuspecting guest. And I wonder about the thing that chased me through those dark hallways, where it came from, what it wanted, and whether it's still out there, searching for its next victim. One thing's for certain, I'll never look at a quaint country bed and breakfast the same way again, because now I know that sometimes the most dangerous storms are the ones that rage inside, unseen and unheard, until it's too late. The crunch of leaves under my boots stopped me dead in my tracks. There, in the soft earth near our campsite, was a footprint. But it wasn't ours. It was larger, deeper, and unsettlingly fresh. A chill ran down my spine as I realized we weren't alone in these woods. "Hey guys, come look at this," I called out to my friends, trying to keep my voice steady. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. Just 4 friends, me, Mike, Sarah, and Tom, escaping the city for some fresh air and starry skies. We'd found this spot off the beaten path, far from the usual campgrounds. It was perfect, a small clearing next to a babbling creek, surrounded by towering pines that seemed to touch the sky. We'd arrived yesterday afternoon, setting up our tents and gathering wood for the fire. The evening had been filled with laughter, stories, and maybe a few too many beers. We'd crawled into our tents late, the fire reduced to glowing embers. Now, in the harsh light of morning, that carefree atmosphere had evaporated like the morning dew. Mike reached me first, his brow furrowed as he crouched down to examine the print. "That's not a bear, is it?" he asked, a tremor in his voice betraying his attempt at nonchalance. I shook my head slowly. "Bears don't wear boots, Mike." Sarah and Tom joined us, their faces growing pale as they took in the scene. It wasn't just one footprint. Now that we were looking, we could see a trail of them circling our campsite. "Maybe it's just another hiker," Sarah suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. Tom shook his head. "We're miles from any marked trail. No one else should be out here." A twig snapped in the forest behind us, making us all jump. We spun around, peering into the dense undergrowth, but saw nothing. "Okay," I said, taking a deep breath. "Let's not panic. We should pack up and head back to the car. Whatever. Whoever made these tracks, I don't think we want to stick around to meet them." The others nodded in agreement, and we quickly set about breaking down our camp. As we worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call seemed ominous now. We were almost finished when Sarah let out a gasp. "Guys," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The food, it's gone." We rushed over to where we had hung our food bags in a tree, a precaution against bears. The rope had been cut cleanly, and our supplies were nowhere to be seen. "This isn't happening," Mike muttered, running his hands through his hair. "This isn't fucking happening." I tried to stay calm, to think rationally. "Okay, new plan. We've got some energy bars and water in our day packs. We'll have to make do with those. Let's just grab our essentials and go." As we hurriedly stuffed our backpacks, the feeling of being observed intensified. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. But there was nothing, just trees and shadows. We set off down the faint trail we'd followed in, moving as quickly and quietly as we could. The forest seemed different now, less welcoming. The cheerful birdsong of yesterday had been replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by our labored breathing and the crunch of leaves under our feet. We'd been walking for about an hour when Tom suddenly stopped. "Wait," he said, his voice tight with fear. "Doesn't this look familiar?" I looked around, my heart sinking as I realized he was right. We'd passed this oddly shaped boulder before. Somehow, we'd walked in a circle. "That's impossible," Sarah said, panic edging into her voice. "We've been following the trail. We can't have gotten turned around." But we had. Somehow, we had. And as that realization sank in, so did another, more terrifying thought. What if it wasn't an accident? "We need to keep moving," I said, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "Let's try a different direction." As we set off again, the sky began to darken. At first, I thought it was just cloud cover rolling in. But as I checked my watch, I realized with a jolt that it was already late afternoon. We'd been walking for hours, much longer than it should have taken to reach the car. The first drops of rain began to fall just as dusk was settling in. Within minutes, it had turned into a downpour, soaking us to the skin and making the forest floor treacherously slippery. "We need to find shelter," Mike shouted over the sound of the rain. I nodded, scanning our surroundings. Through the gloom, I spotted a dark opening in a rocky outcropping. "There," I pointed. "Looks like a cave or something." We made our way towards it, slipping and sliding on the wet leaves. As we got closer, I could see that it was indeed a small cave, just big enough for the four of us to squeeze into. Once inside, we huddled together, shivering in our wet clothes. Tom dug out a flashlight from his pack, its beam casting long shadows on the cave walls. "What the hell is going on?" Sarah asked, her teeth chattering. "How did we get so lost?" Nobody had an answer. We sat in silence, listening to the rain pounding outside and trying not to think about what might be out there in the darkness. As the night wore on, we took turns keeping watch at the mouth of the cave. During my shift, I stared out into the rain-soaked forest, straining my eyes for any sign of movement. And that's when I saw it, a figure standing motionless among the trees, tall, unnaturally so, and thin. For a moment, I thought it might be a trick of the light, or a particularly straight tree trunk, but then it moved, taking a step towards our shelter. I scrambled back into the cave, shaking Mike awake. "There's someone out there," I whispered urgently. He was instantly alert, peering out into the darkness, but the figure was gone. "Are you sure?" he asked. "I don't see anything." I nodded vigorously. I'm sure. It was watching us. We woke Sarah and Tom, explaining in hushed voices what I'd seen. As we debated what to do, a new sound reached our ears. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching the cave. We pressed ourselves against the back wall, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps stopped just outside. A shadow fell across the entrance. For what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a hand appeared at the edge of the cave opening. A hand far too large to be human, with long, spindly fingers ending in sharp claws. Sarah whimpered, quickly muffling the sound with her hand. The creature outside went still, as if listening. In that moment, I made a decision. Grabbing a rock from the cave floor, I hurled it out into the forest, away from the entrance. It clattered among the trees, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet night. The hand withdrew. We heard those slow, heavy footsteps moving away, following the sound of the rock. "Run," I whispered. "Now." We burst out of the cave, running blindly through the forest. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us, but we didn't slow down. Behind us, I heard a terrible, inhuman howl. The creature had realized its prey had escaped. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning as we crashed through the underbrush, driven by pure terror. But suddenly, miraculously, we burst out onto a road, and there, like a beacon of hope, was Mike's car. We piled in, Mike fumbling with the keys as the sound of pursuit grew closer. The engine roared to life, and we peeled out onto the road, tires squealing. As we sped away, I looked in the rearview mirror. There, at the edge of the forest, stood a figure, impossibly tall and thin, with limbs too long to be human. It raised one of those horrifying hands, as if in farewell. We drove through the night, not stopping until we reached the safety of the city. We never spoke about what happened, at least not to anyone else. Who would believe us? But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind rustles through the trees, I find myself thinking about those woods. And I wonder about the creature that hunted us. Is it still out there, waiting for its next unsuspecting victims? And how many other things are lurking in the wild places of the world, just beyond the reach of our flashlight beams? One thing's for certain, I'll never go camping again without checking, double-checking, and triple-checking the map. Because sometimes the path you think leads home might just lead you somewhere far more terrifying. The beam of my flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows across the abandoned warehouse's graffiti-covered walls. A shiver ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from the inexplicable feeling that I wasn't alone. I'd been working as a night security guard at this derelict industrial complex for 3 weeks, and until tonight, the job had been mind-numbingly boring. But something about this shift felt different, charged with an energy that set my nerves on edge. My name's Jake, and I took this job because I needed the money, plain and simple. Fresh out of college with a useless degree in philosophy, beggars couldn't be choosers. The pay was decent, the hours suited my night owl tendencies, and most importantly, it was easy. Or so I thought. The warehouse was part of a massive complex that had once been the economic heartbeat of our small Midwestern town. But like so many others, it had fallen victim to outsourcing and changing markets. Now it stood as a hulking reminder of better days, its vast empty spaces filled with nothing but dust, debris, and the occasional adventurous raccoon. My job was simple: make hourly rounds, check for signs of break-ins or vandalism, and report anything suspicious. For the first few weeks, the hardest part had been staying awake. But tonight, sleep was the furthest thing from my mind. It started with small things. A door I could have sworn I'd closed found ajar. Footsteps echoing from empty corridors. Once, I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, only to turn and find nothing there. I tried to rationalize it. to tell myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the gloom. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. As I made my way through the cavernous main floor, my flashlight beam caught something that made me freeze. There, in the thick layer of dust coating the floor, was a fresh footprint. And it wasn't mine. My heart began to race. I swept the flashlight around, half expecting to see someone or something lurking in the shadows, but the warehouse remained stubbornly empty. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it as my voice echoed back at me, multiplied and distorted. "This is security. If anyone's here, you need to leave now." No response, just the oppressive silence of the empty building. I pulled out my radio, thumb hovering over the call button. I should report this. Get backup. But what would I say? That I was spooked by a footprint and some weird noises. I'd be the laughingstock of the security team. No. I needed more concrete evidence before I called this in. Taking a deep breath, I decided to follow the trail. The footprints led towards the back of the warehouse, to an area I hadn't explored much in my previous rounds. As I walked, I noticed other signs of recent activity, a dust-free handprint on a railing, a pile of debris that looked like it had been recently disturbed. The trail led me to a heavy metal door that I didn't remember seeing before. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness visible beyond. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, to call for help, to do anything but open that door. But curiosity, that fatal human flaw, pushed me forward. I pulled the door open, wincing at the loud creak that shattered the silence. Beyond was a staircase leading down into pitch blackness. The beam of my flashlight seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, barely illuminating the first few steps. Against my better judgment, I began to descend. The air grew colder with each step, and a musty, damp smell filled my nostrils. The stairs seemed to go on forever, spiraling down into the earth. Just when I thought they'd never end, I reached the bottom. I found myself in a long, narrow corridor. The walls were bare concrete, featureless except for a series of heavy doors spaced at regular intervals. It looked like some kind of bunker or fallout shelter, something that definitely wasn't on any of the building plans I'd seen. As I moved down the corridor, I noticed a faint light coming from under one of the doors. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached. I could hear muffled voices from the other side, too indistinct to make out words, but definitely human. I reached for the door handle, then hesitated. What if it was just some homeless people who had found a warm place to sleep? Or urban explorers looking for a thrill? But something in my gut told me it was more than that. Taking a deep breath, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The scene that greeted me was like something out of a movie. The room was filled with computer screens, each displaying lines of code or grainy security camera footage. Maps and documents covered the walls, connected by a web of red string. And in the center of it all, 3 people stared back at me with a mixture of shock and anger. "Who the hell are you?" one of them demanded, reaching for something under the desk. I raised my hands, flashlight still clutched in one. "Security," I managed to stammer out. "I'm just doing my rounds." The 3 exchanged glances. Then the one who had spoken, a wiry man with intense eyes, nodded to the others. Before I could react, they were on me. Someone wrenched the flashlight from my grip, while another pinned my arms behind my back. "What do we do with him?" a woman's voice asked. "We can't let him go," the wiry man replied. "He's seen too much." Fear coursed through me as the implications of his words sank in. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what's going on here, and I don't want to know. Just let me go, and we can pretend this never happened." The man laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "I'm afraid it's not that simple," he said. "You see, we're in the middle of something very important here. Something that could change the world, and we can't risk anyone finding out about it before we're ready." As he spoke, my eyes darted around the room, taking in details I'd missed in my initial shock. The security footage wasn't from our warehouse. It showed government buildings, military installations. The documents on the walls were covered in official-looking seals and stamps. With a sinking feeling, I realized I had stumbled into something far bigger and more dangerous than I could have imagined. "What are you going to do with me?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Don't worry," he said. "We're not monsters. We're not going to kill you. But we can't let you leave either. At least not until our work here is done." He nodded to his companions. "Take him to the holding room. Make sure he's comfortable. He might be with us for a while." As they dragged me from the room, my mind raced. How long would they keep me here? Would anyone notice I was missing? And most importantly, what the hell had I gotten myself into? The holding room turned out to be a small, windowless cell with a cot, a toilet, and nothing else. They took my radio, my phone, everything except the clothes on my back. The heavy door clanged shut behind me, the sound of the lock engaging like a death knell for my freedom. I sat on the cot, head in my hands, trying to make sense of what had happened. In the space of one night, my boring security job had turned into a nightmare of conspiracy and captivity. I thought about my family, my friends. Would they wonder where I'd gone? Or would these people be clever enough to cover my disappearance? As the hours ticked by, marked only by the occasional delivery of food through a slot in the door, I had plenty of time to reflect on the choices that had led me here. If only I'd ignored that footprint. If only I'd called for backup. If only. But regret wouldn't change my situation. I needed to find a way out, to alert someone to what was happening beneath this abandoned warehouse. Whatever these people were planning, it couldn't be good. I began to study my cell, looking for any weakness, any possibility of escape. I knew it was a long shot, but it was all I had. As I ran my hands along the walls, I made a silent vow. If I got out of here, I'd never complain about a boring job again. Sometimes excitement is vastly overrated. In the darkness of my cell, with nothing but time and my own thoughts for company, I realized a fundamental truth. The most terrifying monsters aren't the ones that lurk in the shadows. They're the ones that hide in plain sight, wearing human faces and pursuing goals that they believe justify any means. And as I settled in for what promised to be a long and uncertain captivity, I couldn't help but wonder how many other secrets were hiding in the forgotten corners of the world, just waiting for some unsuspecting soul to stumble upon them. The first sign that our idyllic family vacation had taken a sinister turn was the dead fish. Hundreds of them, their silvery bodies lining the shore of the serene lake we had chosen for our getaway. The stench was overwhelming, a nauseating mix of decay and stagnant water that seemed to cling to everything. But it wasn't just the smell that unsettled me. It was the way the locals looked at us when we mentioned it, a mixture of fear and something else, something that looked unsettlingly like pity. We had arrived at Lake Whisper 3 days ago, my wife Sarah, our 2 kids, Emma and Jack, and me. The little cabin we'd rented looked perfect online. Rustic charm nestled in the heart of untouched wilderness, a chance to escape the chaos of city life and reconnect as a family. How quickly that dream had unraveled. The problem started almost immediately. On our first night, we were awakened by a cacophony of howls that seemed to come from just beyond our cabin. When I mentioned it to the owner the next morning, he brushed it off. "Probably just coyotes," he said, not meeting my eyes. Nothing to worry about. But it wasn't just the howls. There were the stares from the locals whenever we ventured into town for supplies, the hushed conversations that stopped abruptly when we approached, the way people seemed to go out of their way to avoid us. And now the dead fish. The dead fish. "Dad, what's going on?" Emma asked, her voice small and frightened as we stood on the shore surveying the grim scene before us. "Why are there so many dead fish?" I wished I had an answer for her. "I'm not sure, honey," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. But don't worry. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. Sarah shot me a look that said she didn't believe that any more than I did. Maybe we should think about cutting our trip short, she suggested quietly. Part of me wanted to agree with her, to pack up our things and leave this eerie place behind. But another part, the part that had been looking forward to this vacation for months, was reluctant to give up so easily. Let's give it one more day, I said. If things don't improve, we'll leave first thing in the morning. Sarah nodded, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. We spent the rest of the day trying to salvage our vacation. We went for a hike in the nearby woods, had a picnic by the lake, far from the dead fish, even managed to get in some fishing, though none of us were particularly eager to eat our catch. As night fell, an uneasy quiet settled over the cabin. The usual chorus of crickets and frogs was noticeably absent. Even the wind seemed to have died down, leaving an unnatural stillness in its wake. We were halfway through a tense game of Monopoly when we heard it, a sharp, insistent knock at the door. We all froze, looking at each other in alarm. Who could be visiting us this late, this far out in the woods? I'll get it, I said, standing up slowly. Sarah grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear. Be careful, she whispered. I nodded, then made my way to the door. Taking a deep breath, I opened it. Standing on our porch was an old man I recognized from town. His weathered face was etched with worry, his eyes darting nervously from side to side. You folks need to leave, he said without preamble. Now, tonight, it ain't safe here. What are you talking about? I asked, confusion and alarm warring within me. What's not safe? The old man shook his head. No time to explain. Just pack up your things and go. And whatever you do, don't stop driving until you're well clear of the county line. Before I could ask any more questions, he turned and hurried off into the darkness. I closed the door, my mind reeling. When I turned back to my family, I saw my own fear reflected in their faces. What did he say? Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I relayed the old man's warning, watching as the color drained from Sarah's face. We need to go, she said, already moving to gather our things. Now, I wanted to argue, to say we were being irrational, letting ourselves be spooked by some superstitious old man. But the words died in my throat, because deep down, I knew she was right. Something was very wrong here. We packed in a frenzy, throwing clothes and supplies haphazardly into our suitcases. The kids, sensing our urgency, didn't complain or ask questions. In less than 30 minutes, we were loaded up and ready to go. As I turned the key in the ignition, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. Figures, moving at the edge of the woods, too tall and thin to be human, their movements jerky and unnatural. Go, 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 Sarah yelled, having seen them too. I floored it, gravel spraying as we peeled out of the driveway. In the rearview mirror, I saw more figures emerging from the trees, converging on our cabin. We sped down the dark, winding road, our headlights cutting through the oppressive blackness. The kids huddled together in the back seat, wide-eyed and silent. We had been driving for about 10 minutes when we saw the roadblock ahead. A group of locals stood in the road, their trucks parked to form a barrier. They were armed. Oh God, Sarah breathed. What do we do? I slowed down, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Were these people here to help us, or to stop us? As we approached, one of the men stepped forward, raising his hand for us to stop. I reluctantly brought the car to a halt, my foot hovering over the accelerator in case we needed to make a quick getaway. The man walked up to my window. I rolled it down a crack, every muscle in my body tense. You the family from the Jenkins place? He asked. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He looked relieved. Thank God. We were afraid we might be too late. Too late for what? I managed to ask. What the hell is going on here? The man glanced nervously over his shoulder before answering. There's no time to explain everything. Just know that you're in danger. We're here to help you get out." He motioned to the others, who began to move their trucks. "Follow the lead vehicle. It'll take you to the highway. Don't stop for anything. You hear me? No matter what you see or hear." I nodded, too shocked to do anything else. As soon as the path was clear, we were moving again, following a battered pickup truck down unfamiliar back roads. We drove for what felt like hours, the forest pressing in on all sides. Strange noises echoed through the trees, howls and screams that sounded almost, but not quite, human. More than once, I caught glimpses of those tall, thin figures moving through the woods parallel to the road. Finally, mercifully, we reached the highway. The pickup truck that had been leading us flashed its lights twice, then turned around, heading back the way we had come. We didn't stop driving until the sun was peeking over the horizon, and we were 3 states away. We pulled into a nondescript motel, exhausted and shaken. As we sat in the motel room, trying to process what had happened, my phone buzzed. It was a news alert. My blood ran cold as I read the headline: "Mysterious fire destroys lakeside community, dozens missing." The article went on to describe how the entire town near Lake Whisper had burned to the ground overnight. There were no reported survivors. I looked at my family, at the fear and confusion in their eyes, and I knew that we had narrowly escaped something terrible, something that defied explanation. We never spoke about that vacation to anyone else. Who would believe us? But sometimes, on quiet nights, I find myself thinking about Lake Whisper, about the dead fish, the howls in the night, those inhuman figures in the woods. And I wonder about the town that no longer exists, and the secrets it took to its fiery grave. One thing's for certain: our family vacations are strictly beach resorts from now on, because sometimes the call of the wild is better left unanswered. The groan of rusted metal echoed through the cavernous space as I pushed open the heavy door of the abandoned hospital. The smell hit me immediately, a nauseating mix of mold, decay, and something else I couldn't quite place. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to turn back. This was it, the holy grail of urban exploration, St. Mary's Psychiatric Center, closed for decades and rumored to be one of the most haunted places in the state. I'd been planning this solo expedition for months, and I wasn't about to let a little fear or common sense stop me now. My name's Alex, and urban exploration has been my passion for years. There's something intoxicating about uncovering the secrets of forgotten places, about walking through history that most people never get to see. But as I stood in the decaying lobby of St. Mary's, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, I couldn't shake the feeling that I might be in over my head this time. The hospital had a dark history. Opened in the 1920s, it had been a place of controversial treatments and questionable ethics, lobotomies, electroshock therapy, experimental drugs. St. Mary's had seen it all. It was shut down in the 1980s after a series of patient deaths and allegations of abuse. But the stories didn't end there. Locals swore the place was haunted, telling tales of screams in the night and shadowy figures in the windows. I'd brushed off these stories as superstition, the kind of urban legends that always spring up around abandoned buildings. But now, standing in the oppressive silence of the hospital, those tales didn't seem quite so far-fetched. I shook off the feeling and started my exploration. The lobby was a mess of overturned furniture and shattered glass, years of neglect evident in every corner. I carefully picked my way through the debris, my camera at the ready to capture anything interesting. As I moved deeper into the hospital, the atmosphere grew more oppressive. The air felt thick, almost difficult to breathe. My flashlight beam seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, barely illuminating a few feet in front of me. I found myself moving more cautiously, every creak of the floorboards under my feet sending a jolt of adrenaline through my system. I came across an old nurse's station, its curved desk covered in a thick layer of dust. Yellowed papers were scattered across the surface, and an ancient computer monitor sat like a fossil from another era. As I leaned in to examine the papers, a gust of wind rushed through the corridor behind me, sending them fluttering to the floor. I spun around, heart pounding, but the hallway was empty. "Get a grip, Alex," I muttered to myself. "It's just the wind." But a nagging voice in the back of my mind reminded me that there shouldn't be any wind in here. All the windows I'd seen so far had been boarded up tight. I pressed on, making my way up to the second floor. This was where the patient rooms had been, and I was eager to see what remnants of the hospital's former life remained. The stairwell was dark and claustrophobic, the walls covered in peeling paint and graffiti. As I reached the second floor landing, I heard something that made me freeze in my tracks. A voice, faint but distinct, coming from somewhere down the hallway. It sounded like singing, a soft, melancholy tune that seemed to float on the stagnant air. I stood there for a moment, torn between curiosity and fear. This was impossible. I was alone in this building. I'd made sure of that before entering, but there was no mistaking what I'd heard. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. I crept down the hallway, the singing growing louder as I approached. It was coming from behind a closed door at the end of the corridor. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. The door creaked open, revealing a small, bare room. The singing stopped abruptly. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw a figure huddled in the corner. My heart leapt into my throat. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "I'm not here to cause any trouble. Are you okay?" The figure slowly stood up, and I realized it was a woman. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned nurse's uniform, complete with a starched white cap. But something was off about her appearance. Her edges seemed blurry, almost translucent. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the empty room. "It's not safe." I blinked hard, convinced I must be hallucinating. This couldn't be real. "Who are you?" I managed to ask. She took a step towards me, and I instinctively backed away. "I'm Nurse Sarah," she said. "I've been here a very long time. But you need to leave. They don't like visitors." "They?" I repeated, a chill running down my spine. "Who are they?" But before she could answer, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the building. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, filled with pain and rage. The nurse's eyes widened in fear. "Run," she whispered. "Run now." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and bolted down the hallway, my heart pounding in my ears. Behind me, I could hear something, heavy footsteps, getting closer, and voices, so many voices, whispering, screaming, begging. I flew down the stairs, taking them two at a time. I could see the exit, just a few yards away. But as I reached for the door, an invisible force slammed into me, sending me sprawling across the floor. Dazed, I looked up to see dark shapes gathering around me. They were vaguely human in form, but twisted and wrong somehow. Their eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, filled with malice. "Fresh meat," one of them hissed, its voice like nails on a chalkboard. I scrambled backward, desperate to get away. My hand closed around something solid, a piece of broken pipe. Without thinking, I swung it at the nearest shape. To my surprise, it connected, the entity dissipating like smoke. Taking advantage of their momentary confusion, I staggered to my feet and made a run for the door. I could feel cold hands grasping at me, trying to hold me back, but I pushed through. I burst out of the hospital, gasping for air. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys with shaking hands. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The hospital loomed behind me, and for a moment, I thought I saw faces pressed against the windows, watching me go. I drove for hours, putting as much distance between myself and St. Mary's as I could. It wasn't until the sun started to rise that I finally pulled over, my mind reeling from what I'd experienced. In the light of day, it all seemed impossible. Ghosts weren't real. I must have breathed in some toxic mold, or maybe I'd hit my head without realizing it. There had to be a logical explanation. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. The terror I'd felt was too visceral, too immediate to be a hallucination. I never went back to St. Mary's. In fact, I gave up urban exploration altogether after that night. Some doors, once opened, can't be easily closed, and some places are better left forgotten, their secrets buried in the dust of time. But sometimes, in the dark of night, I still hear that soft, melancholy singing. And I wonder about Nurse Sarah, still wandering the halls of that decaying hospital. I wonder about the entities that attacked me, about what they really were and what they wanted. Most of all, I wonder how many other forgotten places are out there, hiding secrets far darker and more terrifying than we could ever imagine. Because now I know the truth. Sometimes, the monsters in our stories are real, and sometimes, they're just waiting for someone curious enough, or foolish enough, to stumble upon them. The moment our eyes met across the crowded hostel common room, I felt a spark of connection. His easy smile and the way he effortlessly charmed everyone around him drew me in like a moth to a flame. Little did I know that this chance encounter would be the beginning of a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. I'm Lily, and I was 3 months into my post-college backpacking trip through Europe when I met him. After years of playing it safe, I decided to step out of my comfort zone and see the world. It had been an exhilarating adventure so far, full of new experiences and interesting people. But none of them had captured my attention quite like he did. His name was James, and he was everything I thought I wanted in a travel companion. Charming, adventurous, and with a wicked sense of humor that had me in stitches within minutes of our first conversation. We bonded over our shared love of off-the-beaten-path travel and our disdain for tourist traps. As the night wore on and the common room emptied out, we found ourselves deep in conversation, sharing stories of our travels and our lives back home. There was an intensity to the way he listened, like he was committing every word to memory. It was flattering, intoxicating even. "You know," he said, leaning in close, "I'm heading to Croatia tomorrow. Why don't you come with me? I know some amazing spots that aren't in any guidebook." The responsible part of my brain screamed that this was a bad idea. I barely knew this man, but the part of me that had come to Europe seeking adventure, seeking to break free from my cautious nature, that part was already saying yes. The next morning, we were on a bus heading towards the Croatian coast. James regaled me with stories of hidden beaches and secret caves, painting a picture of a paradise just waiting to be discovered. I was enthralled, both by the promise of adventure and by James himself. Our first few days in Croatia were like a dream. James seemed to know every hidden gem, every local secret. We explored abandoned villages, swam in crystal-clear coves that seemed untouched by time, and dined in tiny restaurants where the owners treated us like long-lost family. But as the days passed, I began to notice things that made me uneasy. The way James' mood would shift suddenly, a dark cloud passing over his sunny demeanor, the intensity with which he'd watch me when he thought I wasn't looking, the way he'd deflect or change the subject whenever I asked about his past or his plans for the future. It came to a head one night in a small coastal town. We were having dinner at a quaint little restaurant, the kind of place that felt more like someone's living room than a business. The wine was flowing, and James was in rare form, charming not just me but everyone around us. As we walked back to our guest house, pleasantly buzzed and laughing at some joke he'd made, a local man approached us. He was older, weathered by the sun and sea, and he spoke to James in rapid-fire Croatian. I didn't understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable, angry, accusatory. James' reaction was immediate and violent. He shoved the man hard, spitting out what I assumed were curses in Croatian. The man stumbled back, shock and fear replacing the anger on his face. Before I could process what was happening, James had grabbed my arm and was pulling me away, moving quickly through the narrow streets. "James, what the hell was that?" I demanded, trying to pull my arm free. His grip was like iron. "Nothing," he snapped. "Just some drunk looking for trouble. Forget about it." But I couldn't forget about it. The incident played on repeat in my mind, along with all the other little moments that had made me uncomfortable. For the first time, I felt truly afraid of James. That night, as he slept, I quietly packed my bag. I needed to get away, to clear my head and figure out what to do next. I left a note saying I needed some time alone, and that I'd be in touch. It felt cowardly, but the thought of confronting James filled me with dread. I took the first bus out of town, heading to the nearest city with an international airport. As the miles passed and the adrenaline faded, doubt began to creep in. Was I overreacting? Maybe there was a perfectly innocent explanation for everything. My doubts evaporated when I turned on my phone at the airport and found dozens of missed calls and messages from James. They started off concerned, then angry, then threatening. The last one made my blood run cold. "You can't hide from me, Lily. I'll find you." With shaking hands, I booked the first flight out of Croatia. As I waited to board, jumping at every sound and scanning the faces around me for any sign of James, I realized how naive I'd been. I'd given this man so much information about myself, my full name, where I lived back home, my social media accounts. In my eagerness to connect, I'd left myself completely vulnerable. The flight home was a blur of anxiety and regret. I kept replaying every moment with James in my mind, trying to pinpoint when things had gone wrong, when the charming traveler had revealed himself as something much more sinister. Back home, I tried to put the experience behind me. I told my friends and family a sanitized version of events, too ashamed to admit how foolish I'd been. I changed my phone number, made all my social media accounts private, and tried to convince myself that it was over. But James wasn't done with me. Weeks after I'd returned home, I received a friend request on Facebook from someone I didn't know. The profile picture made my heart stop. It was a photo of me, taken in Croatia when I wasn't looking. The message that followed was simple. "Found you." I went to the police, but there wasn't much they could do. James hadn't explicitly threatened me, and he wasn't in the country. They took a report and advised me to block him and document any further contact. But James was relentless. He seemed to always be one step ahead of me. New social media accounts would pop up faster than I could block them. Emails would come from addresses I didn't recognize. Once, I even received a letter at my parents' house, an address I know I'd never given him. The constant fear and stress began to take its toll. I became paranoid, jumping at shadows and seeing James' face in every crowd. I couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate at work. My relationships suffered as I pushed people away, too afraid to let anyone get close. It was 6 months after Croatia when things finally came to a head. I was walking home from work late one night when I saw him. James was leaning against a lamppost across the street, that same charming smile on his face. My blood turned to ice. "Hello, Lily," he called out, as casually as if we were old friends meeting for coffee. "Did you miss me?" I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, fumbling for my phone to call 911. I could hear his footsteps behind me, getting closer. Just as I thought he was about to catch me, a police car turned the corner, its lights flashing. James disappeared into the night, but the damage was done. He had found me, had come all this way. The police took my statement, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Without proof, it was just my word against the empty street where James had been standing. In the days that followed, I made some hard decisions. I quit my job, sold most of my possessions, and moved across the country. I changed my name, dyed my hair, did everything I could to become someone else, someone James couldn't find. It's been 2 years since that night, and I haven't seen or heard from James since. But the fear never really goes away. Every time my phone rings with an unknown number, every time I see a man who looks a little too much like him, my heart races and my palms sweat. I often think back to that night in the hostel, to the spark I felt when our eyes met. How could I have known then that I was looking into the eyes of someone who would turn my life upside down? How could I have mistaken obsession for connection? My experience changed me in ways I'm still coming to terms with. I'm more cautious now, more guarded, but I refuse to let fear rule my life. I'm slowly learning to trust again, to open myself up to new experiences and new people. But I'll never forget the lesson I learned the hard way. Sometimes, the most dangerous monsters are the ones that charm us with a smile. The old mining town lay silent under the scorching Nevada sun, its abandoned buildings casting long shadows across the dusty streets. I wiped the sweat from my brow, squinting against the glare as I surveyed the ghost town before me. This was it, the holy grail of urban exploration. Whispers End, a place so remote and so steeped in dark history that most explorers only dreamed of finding it. And here I was, standing at its entrance, my heart pounding with a mix of excitement and apprehension. My name's Charlie, and I've been an urban explorer for the better part of a decade. I've crawled through abandoned factories, crept through derelict hospitals, and climbed decaying skyscrapers. But Whispers End, this was different. This was legendary. The town had been abandoned abruptly in the 1950s, its entire population seemingly vanishing overnight. Rumors swirled about government cover-ups, mass hysteria, even alien abductions, but no one knew for sure what had happened. The town had been sealed off, forgotten by all but the most dedicated urban explorers and conspiracy theorists. It had taken months of research, bribes, and more than a few white lies to get the coordinates. And now, after a grueling drive through the desert and a 2-hour hike, I was finally here. I adjusted my backpack, double-checking my supplies, water, protein bars, first aid kit, flashlight, camera, everything I'd need for a day of exploration. I took a deep breath and stepped into the town proper. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crunch of gravel under my boots and the occasional creak of wood as the buildings shifted in the heat. Everything was coated in a thick layer of dust, untouched for decades. It was like stepping back in time. I started with the main street, methodically documenting each building. The general store, its shelves still stocked with rusted cans and moldy boxes. The schoolhouse, desks arranged in neat rows as if waiting for students who would never return. The sheriff's office, complete with a holding cell that still held the skeletal remains of its last prisoner. As fascinating as these discoveries were, they didn't give me any clues about what had happened here. There were no signs of panic or hasty departures. It was as if the entire town had simply decided to leave all at once, taking nothing with them. It was late afternoon when I reached the mine at the edge of town. This, I knew, was where I might find some answers. The mine had been the town's lifeblood, and according to the rumors, it was also the source of its doom. The entrance to the mine was partially collapsed, but there was enough space for me to squeeze through. I hesitated at the threshold, my flashlight beam swallowed by the darkness beyond. Every instinct told me to turn back, to be content with the photos I'd already taken. But my curiosity won out. I had to know. The air inside the mine was cool and damp, a stark contrast to the desert heat outside. My flashlight illuminated rough-hewn walls and support beams that groaned ominously under the weight of the mountain above. I moved carefully, testing each step before putting my full weight down. As I ventured deeper, I began to notice strange markings on the walls. At first, I thought they were just natural formations in the rock, but as I looked closer, I realized they were deliberate. Symbols carved into the stone, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. They seemed to pulse with an inner light, but when I blinked, the effect was gone. The tunnel began to slope downward, taking me deeper into the earth. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe. I should have turned back then, but something compelled me forward. It was as if the mine itself was drawing me in, pulling me towards some hidden secret. I'm not sure how long I walked or how deep I went. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the darkness, but eventually, the tunnel opened up into a vast cavern. My flashlight barely penetrated the gloom, but what I could see took my breath away. The cavern was filled with crystals, massive formations that jutted from the floor and ceiling. But these weren't like any crystals I'd ever seen. They were black as night, seeming to absorb the light rather than reflect it. And they hummed. A low, almost subsonic vibration that I could feel in my bones. In the center of the cavern stood a structure that defied explanation. It looked like a doorway, but it wasn't made of any material I recognized. It shimmered and shifted, as if it wasn't fully there. And beyond it, I couldn't be sure, but I thought I saw movement, shapes that hurt my eyes to look at directly. I raised my camera with shaking hands, desperate to document what I was seeing. But as soon as I pressed the shutter button, everything changed. The hum from the crystals intensified, becoming a piercing whine that drove me to my knees. The doorway flared with an otherworldly light, and through it poured things. Creatures that my mind couldn't comprehend, all writhing tentacles and too many eyes. Terror gripped me, paralyzing me as the creatures advanced. This was it, I thought. This was what had happened to the town. They had discovered something they shouldn't have, opened a door that should have remained closed. Just as the first of the creatures reached out for me, a hand grabbed my shoulder, yanking me backward. I spun around to see an old man, his face weathered and his eyes wild with fear. "Run, you fool!" he shouted, pushing me towards the tunnel. I didn't need to be told twice. We ran, the old man and I, our footsteps echoing off the walls as we fled back the way I had come. Behind us, I could hear the scrabbling of the creatures, their unearthly shrieks driving us on. We burst out of the mine into the fading daylight, gasping for air. The old man slammed the mine entrance shut with surprising strength, wedging a piece of wood against it. Who are you?" I managed to ask between gulps of air. "Name's Frank," he said, his eyes never leaving the mine entrance. "I'm all that's left of Whisper's End." Over the next hour, as we put as much distance between us and the mine as possible, Frank told me the true story of what had happened to the town, how they had discovered the doorway, how the creatures had come through and taken almost everyone, how a handful of survivors had managed to seal the mine, trapping the horrors inside. "I've been guarding this place ever since," Frank said, his voice heavy with the weight of decades of solitude, making sure no one else makes the same mistake we did. As night fell and we made camp on a ridge overlooking the town, I tried to process everything I had seen and heard. My camera was fried, all my photos gone. I had no proof of what I'd encountered in the mine, but the terror I'd felt, that was real. Frank and I talked long into the night. He made me swear not to reveal the location of Whisper's End, to let it fade into legend, and I agreed. Some secrets, I realized, were better left buried. As I drifted off to sleep, I could still hear the faint hum of the crystals, feel the otherworldly pull of that shimmering doorway, and I knew that while I had escaped with my life, a part of me would forever remain in that dark cavern, forever changed by what I had seen. In the years since, I've given up urban exploration. The thrill of discovering abandoned places pales in comparison to the horrors I encountered in Whisper's End. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself wondering about Frank. Is he still there, standing guard over a town that no longer exists? And what about the creatures beyond the doorway? Are they still waiting, watching, ready to pour through if given the chance? I don't have answers to these questions, and part of me hopes I never will. But one thing's for certain. There are some places in this world that should remain lost, some doors that should stay forever closed. And Whisper's End, that's one secret I'll take to my grave. The sharp clang of metal against metal jolted me awake. My eyes flew open, but the darkness was so complete I couldn't tell if they were open or closed. For a moment, I was utterly disoriented. Where was I? The last thing I remembered was driving down a lonely stretch of highway, the radio crackling with static as I searched for a station. Now I was here, wherever here was. I tried to move, but my arms wouldn't cooperate. That's when the panic set in. I was restrained, lying on something cold and hard. My heart began to race, pounding so loudly in my ears I almost missed the sound of footsteps approaching. A door opened, flooding the room with harsh fluorescent light that made me squint. A figure stood in the doorway, backlit so I couldn't make out their features. "Ah, you're awake," a voice said, unnervingly calm and clinical. "Good. We can begin. My name is Sarah, and this is how my nightmare began." It had started as a simple road trip. I was driving cross-country to start a new job, taking the scenic route to see some of America's forgotten places. I'd always been fascinated by small towns, the kind you'd miss if you blinked while passing through. So when I saw a sign for Millbrook, next exit, I decided to take a detour. Millbrook turned out to be barely more than a speck on the map. A handful of buildings clustered around a main street that had seen better days. But there was something charming about it, a sense of stepping back in time. I pulled into the only diner in town, figuring I'd grab a quick bite before hitting the road again. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, and every head in the place turned to look at me. The conversation, which had been a low murmur, died instantly. I felt like I'd walked onto a movie set where everyone knew their part except me. Hi," I said, trying to break the tension. "Just passing through. Thought I'd grab some lunch." An older woman behind the counter, her hair a vibrant shade of red that had to come from a bottle, was the first to react. "Well, honey, you've come to the right place. Have a seat wherever you like." I slid into a booth, acutely aware of the eyes still watching me. The woman, her name tag read Doris, brought me a menu and a glass of water. "Where you headed, sweetie?" she asked, her pen poised over her order pad. "California," I replied. "Starting a new job out there." Doris clucked her tongue. "That's an awful long way to go all by yourself. Ain't you got anyone to travel with you?" I shook my head. "Just me. I like the solitude." Something flashed in Doris's eyes. Was it concern? Pity? But it was gone so quickly I thought I might have imagined it. "Well, you be careful out there. Lots of strange folks on the road these days." I ordered a burger and fries, more out of a desire to be polite than actual hunger. As I waited for my food, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this town. The other patrons in the diner had resumed their conversations, but their voices were hushed, and I caught more than a few of them stealing glances at me. My food arrived, and I ate quickly, eager to get back on the road. As I was paying my bill, a man at the counter struck up a conversation with me. "Heading west, huh?" he said, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. "You might want to consider staying the night here. There's a big storm coming in, gonna make driving pretty treacherous." I glanced out the window. The sky did look darker than it had when I'd arrived. "Thanks for the tip, but I really need to make some more miles today." The man shrugged. "Suit yourself. Just be careful on Route 27. That road can be tricky even in good weather." I thanked him for the advice and headed out. As I got into my car, I saw Doris watching me from the diner window, a strange expression on her face. I waved, but she didn't wave back. The storm hit about an hour after I left Millbrook. It came on suddenly, the sky turning an ominous greenish black before unleashing a torrent of rain. I could barely see the road in front of me, relying more on the reflective markers on the pavement than anything else. I was considering turning back when my headlights illuminated a figure on the side of the road, a person, thumb out, trying to hitch a ride. In any other circumstance, I would have driven right by. Picking up hitchhikers was dangerous. Everyone knew that. but something made me stop. It was a young woman, probably around my age. She was soaked to the bone, her dark hair plastered to her face. I rolled down the passenger window a crack. "Are you okay?" I called out over the sound of the rain. "My car broke down a few miles back," she said, her teeth chattering. "I've been trying to get a ride to the next town." Against my better judgment, I unlocked the door. "Get in. You'll catch your death out there." She slid into the passenger seat, water dripping everywhere. "Thank you so much," she said. "I'm Emily." "Sarah," I replied. "Where are you headed?" "Just to the next town. There's a mechanic there who can tow my car." We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the pounding of the rain on the roof and the swish of the wipers. I was starting to relax, thinking maybe I'd been paranoid earlier, when Emily spoke. "You know, Sarah, you really shouldn't pick up strangers." There was something in her voice that made my blood run cold. I turned to look at her, and in that moment, several things happened at once. Emily's face changed. It was subtle, but in the flashes of lightning, I could see her features shift, becoming sharper, more angular. Her eyes, which I could have sworn were brown before, now gleamed an unnatural green. At the same time, I felt a sharp pain in my thigh. I looked down to see a syringe sticking out of my leg, Emily's hand still on the plunger. What did you do?" I slurred, my vision already starting to blur. The last thing I heard before losing consciousness was Emily's voice. No longer friendly, but cold and clinical. "Don't worry, Sarah. You're going to help us with something very important." When I woke up, I was here, strapped to this table, in this dark room. And now, as the figure approaches, I realize with dawning horror that this is only the beginning. Who are you?" I managed to croak out, my throat dry and scratchy. "What do you want with me?" The figure steps closer, and I can finally make out their features. It's not Emily, but an older man with steel gray hair and eyes that seem to glow in the dim light. "Who we are isn't important," he says, his voice eerily calm. "As for what we want, well, let's just say you're going to be part of something much bigger than yourself." He turns to a tray beside the table, picking up a syringe filled with an iridescent liquid. "This might pinch a bit," he says, almost apologetically. As the needle pierces my skin, I try to scream, but no sound comes out. The liquid burns as it enters my veins, and I can feel it spreading through my body like fire. The last coherent thought I have before the pain overwhelms me is a desperate wish that I'd listened to the warnings, that I'd stayed in Millbrook or driven past Emily on the road. But it's too late now. Whatever is happening to me, whatever these people want from me, I'm powerless to stop it. And as the darkness closes in again, I wonder if I'll ever see the light of day as myself again. The roar of the engine drowned out my screams as I floored the accelerator, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The headlights of the truck behind me filled my rearview mirror, growing larger by the second. This wasn't road rage. This was something far more sinister. And I knew with terrifying certainty that if they caught me, I wouldn't live to see another sunrise. It had all started just a few hours ago. I'm Jack, a freelance photographer on assignment to capture the beauty of America's backroads. I'd been driving for days, meandering through small towns and scenic landscapes, my camera always at the ready. The loneliness of the open road had become my companion, and I reveled in the freedom it offered. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in vibrant oranges and pinks, I spotted a sign that piqued my interest. Scenic Overlook, 2 miles. Perfect, I thought. One last shot before finding a motel for the night. The turnoff was easy to miss, a narrow gravel road that wound its way up a steep hillside. My old sedan groaned in protest as I navigated the sharp turns. but the view that greeted me at the top was worth it. The valley stretched out below, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. I grabbed my camera and got to work, losing myself in the familiar routine of framing shots and adjusting settings. I was so engrossed in my photography that I didn't notice the truck pull up behind me until I heard the crunch of gravel under boots. I turned, expecting to see another tourist or maybe a park ranger. Instead, I found myself face to face with three men who looked like they'd stepped straight out of a nightmare. They were dirty and unkempt, with wild eyes that seemed to glow in the fading light. The largest of the three, a mountain of a man with a scraggly beard, grinned at me, revealing a mouthful of rotting teeth. Well, he drawled, his voice like gravel. Looks like we got ourselves a city boy. I took an involuntary step back, my heart beginning to race. Just taking some photos, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'll be on my way now. The man's grin widened. Oh, I don't think so. See, we don't get many visitors up here, and when we do... He exchanged a look with his companions that sent a chill down my spine. Well, let's just say we like to show them some real country hospitality. I knew I was in trouble. These weren't just some unfriendly locals. The look in their eyes spoke of something far more dangerous and something primal and cruel. I needed to get out of there, fast. Look, I don't want any trouble, I said, slowly edging towards my car. Why don't I just leave Oman and we can forget this ever happened? The big man's grin disappeared, replaced by a look of cold fury. You ain't going nowhere, boy. He lunged at me with surprising speed for a man his size. I managed to dodge, his meaty fist grazing my shoulder. Adrenaline surged through me, and I ran for my car, fumbling with the keys. I could hear them behind me, their heavy footsteps and angry shouts spurring me on. I practically dove into the driver's seat, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered to life just as one of the men reached the car, his fist slamming against the window. I threw the car into reverse, tires spinning on the gravel. The man was forced to jump back as I careened past him, narrowly avoiding a collision. I spun the wheel, pointing the car down the winding road, and floored it. In my rearview mirror, I saw the men scrambling into their truck. The chase was on. The narrow, twisting road was treacherous enough in broad daylight. In the rapidly fading light, with a truck full of murderous hillbillies on my tail, it was a death trap. I took the turns as fast as I dared, the tires of my old sedan squealing in protest. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, the truck seemed to be getting closer. As I fishtailed around a particularly sharp bend, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if they knew these roads better than I did? What if they were herding me, driving me toward some predetermined spot where they could corner me? The thought had barely formed when I saw it, a fallen tree blocking the road ahead. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding sideways. For a moment, I thought I was going to flip, but somehow the tires found purchase, and I came to a stop mere inches from the massive trunk. The truck was closing in fast. I had seconds to make a decision. Going around the tree was impossible. The road was too narrow, with a sheer drop on one side and a rocky hillside on the other. Going back meant certain death at the hands of my pursuers. In that moment of panic, I made a choice that would haunt me for years to come. I left the car running and plunged into the dense undergrowth beside the road. The forest was dark and disorienting. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, roots seeming to reach up to trip me. Behind me, I could hear the truck screech to a halt, followed by shouts and the slamming of doors. "He's in the woods! Spread out!" I ran harder, my lungs burning, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. I had no idea where I was going. No plan beyond putting as much distance between myself and those men as possible. Time lost all meaning as I stumbled through the darkness. Minutes or hours could have passed. I couldn't tell. My world had narrowed to the sound of my ragged breathing, the crunch of leaves under my feet, and the constant, paralyzing fear of being caught. Eventually, I couldn't run anymore. I collapsed against a tree, gulping in air, straining my ears for any sign of pursuit. The forest was quiet, but it was a tense silence, as if the whole world was holding its breath. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized I was on the edge of a clearing. And there, in the center, barely visible in the moonlight, was a structure. A cabin, old and decrepit, but still standing. I approached cautiously, weighing my options. The cabin could be a trap, a place where those men took their victims, but it could also be shelter, a place to hide and catch my breath. In the end, the promise of safety, however illusory, won out over caution. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet night. The interior was dark and musty, filled with shadows that seemed to move in the corners of my vision. I fumbled for my phone, using its dim light to survey my surroundings. The cabin was a single room, sparsely furnished with a rickety table, a couple of chairs, and an old iron stove. Dust covered everything, and cobwebs hung from the rafters. But it was what I saw on the walls that made my blood run cold. Photos, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, covering every available surface. In the weak light of my phone, I could make out faces, men, women, even children. All looked terrified, their eyes wide with fear. And with a jolt of horror, I realized I recognized some of them. Missing persons I'd seen on the news or on billboards during my travels. This wasn't just some rural crime spree. This was something far more horrific. A decades-long reign of terror that had gone unnoticed by the outside world. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, my heart in my throat, to find myself face to face with an old woman. She was ancient, her face a mass of wrinkles, her eyes milky with cataracts. But there was a sharpness to her gaze, an alertness that belied her frail appearance. "You shouldn't be here, boy," she said, her voice surprisingly strong. "They'll be coming for you soon." "Who are you?" I managed to ask. "What is this place?" she cackled, a sound devoid of any humor. This is where it all began, where the hunger started. She gestured at the photos, all these poor souls, drawn here like moths to a flame, and now you're one of them. Before I could respond, a sound outside made us both freeze. Voices getting closer, flashlight beams swept across the windows. The old woman's eyes widened. "Run, boy, run now, or you'll end up like the rest of them." I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted for the back door, bursting out into the night just as the front door crashed open. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes, roots threatening to trip me at every step. Behind me, I could hear shouts of anger, then a sound that chilled me to my core, the baying of dogs. They were hunting me like an animal. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a heap, gasping for air. As I lay there, waiting for the end, a distant sound caught my attention. Water, a river. With the last of my strength, I dragged myself towards the sound. If I could reach the water, maybe I could throw off the dogs, maybe I could escape. The river appeared suddenly, a dark ribbon cutting through the forest. Without hesitation, I plunged in, the cold shock of the water stealing my breath. The current was strong, pulling me along. I didn't fight it, letting it carry me away from the nightmare behind me. I don't know how long I was in the water. Hours, maybe. When I finally dragged myself onto the shore, I was miles downstream, battered and exhausted but alive. I made my way to the nearest town, where I told my story to disbelieving police officers. They found my car, still sitting by that fallen tree, but of the men who chased me or the cabin in the woods, they found no trace. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself looking at the photos I took that evening, of that beautiful sunset over the valley, and I wonder about the other photos, the ones in that cabin. How many other travelers have disappeared on those back roads, lured in by the promise of a perfect shot never to be seen again? I don't take photos anymore. I don't travel the back roads. Some beauties, I've learned, are best left uncaptured, and some stories are best left untold. The first arrow whistled past my ear, missing me by inches and burying itself in the tree trunk behind me. Time seemed to slow as I watched the second arrow arc through the air, its fletching spinning lazily before it thudded into the ground at my feet. The message was clear. The next one wouldn't miss. I stood frozen, my hands raised in surrender, as the group of camouflaged hunters emerged from the tree line, their compound bows trained on my wife and me. This was supposed to be our honeymoon, a romantic camping trip in the pristine wilderness of northern Montana. Now, as I locked eyes with the lead hunter, his face twisted in a sneer of contempt, I realized we had stumbled into something far more dangerous than bears or mountain lions. My name is Alex, and just 24 hours ago, I was the happiest man alive. Sarah and I had tied the knot in a small ceremony surrounded by our closest friends and family. Instead of a traditional honeymoon on some tropical beach, we'd decided to embrace our shared love of the outdoors. We'd packed our gear, loaded up our trusty Subaru, and set off for a week of hiking and camping in the remote backcountry. The first day had been perfect. We'd found a beautiful spot to set up camp, nestled in a small clearing near a crystal-clear stream. As the sun set, we sat by our campfire, talking and laughing, drunk on love and the beauty of our surroundings. That night, as we lay in our tent listening to the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant howl of a wolf, I remember thinking that life couldn't get any better than this. How quickly things can change. We woke early the next morning, eager to explore. After a quick breakfast, we set off on what we thought would be a day hike. The trail was barely visible, more of a game path than anything maintained by park rangers. But that was part of the appeal. We wanted to get off the beaten path, to experience true wilderness. As we hiked deeper into the forest, the trees grew denser, the underbrush thicker. The cheerful birdsong that had accompanied our morning faded away, replaced by an eerie silence. I remember feeling a growing sense of unease, though I couldn't put my finger on why. It was Sarah who spotted it first, a flash of orange through the trees. "Look," she said, pointing. "I think there are other campers nearby." But as we drew closer, it became clear that this was no ordinary campsite. The tents were military style, arranged in a precise formation. Camouflage netting was strung between the trees, partially obscuring what looked like weapon racks and communication equipment. "Alex," Sarah whispered, her voice tight with fear. "I don't think we're supposed to be here." I nodded, already backing away. "Let's go, quietly." We had only taken a few steps when we heard it, the unmistakable sound of a bough being drawn taut. Then came the voice, rough and commanding. "Don't move." And that's how we found ourselves here, hands raised, surrounded by a group of men who looked more like a paramilitary unit than hunters. There were 5 of them, all dressed in woodland camouflage, their faces streaked with paint. Each carried a high-tech compound bow, arrows nocked and ready to fire. The leader, a tall man with a jagged scar running down his left cheek, stepped forward. "You're trespassing," he growled. "This is private property." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're sorry. We didn't know. We're just on our honeymoon, camping. If you'll let us go, we'll leave right away and never come back." The man's eyes narrowed. "Honeymoon, huh? That's a nice story. But we don't get many honeymooners out here." He turned to one of his companions. "Check their gear." 2 of the men roughly grabbed our backpacks, dumping the contents onto the forest floor. They rifled through our belongings, tossing aside clothes and camping equipment. "Nothing," one of them reported. "Just regular camping stuff." The leader frowned, clearly unsatisfied. Could be a cover. They might have stashed the real equipment somewhere else. "Look," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "I don't know who you think we are or what you think we're doing here, but I swear we're just lost. Please, just let us go. We won't tell anyone about this place." The man stared at me for a long moment, his eyes cold and calculating. Then, to my horror, he smiled. It was a cruel expression, devoid of any warmth or mercy. "Oh, I believe you," he said. I believe you're just a couple of stupid city folk who wandered where they shouldn't, but that doesn't change the fact that you've seen things you weren't supposed to see." He gestured to his men. "Tie them up. We'll let the boss decide what to do with them." Rough hands grabbed us, forcing our arms behind our backs. I struggled, earning myself a painful jab in the ribs. "Don't," Sarah pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "Alex, please, don't fight them." As they bound our wrists with zip ties, my mind raced. Who were these people? What was this place? Some kind of militia compound? A drug operation? Whatever it was, I knew we were in serious trouble. They marched us through the forest, deeper into their camp. Other men emerged from tents, watching us with a mixture of curiosity and hostility. I tried to memorize the layout, to look for any possible escape routes, but it was hopeless. Even if we managed to get free, we were hopelessly lost in this vast wilderness. They brought us to a large tent in the center of the camp. Inside, seated behind a folding table covered in maps and documents, was a man who could only be their leader. He was older than the others, his hair gray at the temples, but there was a hardness to him that made the others seem almost friendly in comparison. "Sir," the scarred man said, "we found these two snooping around the perimeter." The leader looked us over, his gaze analytical and cold. "Names," he barked. "I'm Alex," I said. "This is my wife, Sarah. Please, we didn't mean to." He cut me off with a sharp gesture. "I don't care what you meant to do. You're here now, and that's a problem." He turned to the scarred man. "Any signs they were followed? Any equipment?" "No, sir. Seems they're telling the truth about being lost campers." The leader nodded slowly. "Perhaps, but we can't take that risk. Not with what we have planned." My blood ran cold at his words. Whatever these men were up to, it was clear they considered us a threat to their operation. And people who were threats, I realized with growing horror, had a way of disappearing in places like this. "Please," Sarah spoke up, her voice shaking. "We won't say anything. Just let us go. We have family waiting for us, people who will look for us if we don't come back." For a moment, I saw a flicker of something. Doubt. Sympathy in the leader's eyes, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. "Take them to the holding area," he ordered. "We'll decide what to do with them after the operation is complete." As they led us away, I caught snippets of conversation from inside the tent. Words like target and casualties that chilled me to the bone. Whatever these men were planning, it was big and it was violent. They locked us in a small, windowless shed on the edge of the camp. As the door slammed shut, plunging us into darkness, I felt Sarah collapse against me, sobbing quietly. "Shh," I whispered, wishing I could hold her. "It's going to be okay. We're going to get out of this." But as the hours ticked by, that promise began to feel more and more hollow. I worked at the zip ties, binding my wrists until my skin was raw and bleeding, but they wouldn't budge. Every sound from outside, voices, vehicles moving, the occasional burst of radio chatter, sent a fresh wave of fear through me. Night fell, and still, we waited. The air in the shed grew stuffy and oppressive, my legs cramped from sitting on the hard floor. But worse than the physical discomfort was the mental torture of not knowing what was going to happen to us. It was sometime in the early hours of the morning when we heard it, the unmistakable sound of helicopter rotors. At first distant, then growing louder, shouts of alarm rang out across the camp. "Open fire!" someone yelled, followed by the staccato burst of automatic weapons. The next few minutes were chaos. Gunfire, explosions, the thud of boots on the ground, and then, suddenly, silence. The door to our shed was wrenched open, flooding the space with light. I blinked, momentarily blinded, afraid of what I might see. "FBI! Don't move!" Relief washed over me as I realized we were being rescued. As the agents cut our bonds and helped us to our feet, I learned the truth. The men who had captured us were part of a domestic terrorist cell, planning an attack on a nearby city. The FBI had been tracking them for months and had finally moved in. In the days that followed, as we gave statements and tried to process what had happened, Sarah and I clung to each other. Our ordeal had shown us the darkest side of humanity, but it had also shown us the strength of our love. We never did finish our honeymoon camping trip. These days, our outdoor adventures are limited to well-populated state parks and campgrounds with cell phone reception. But sometimes, on quiet nights, I find myself looking up at the stars and remembering that beautiful, terrible wilderness. And I hold Sarah a little tighter, grateful for the life we almost lost, and the future we still have together. The sound of shattering glass jolted me awake, my heart leaping into my throat. For a moment, I lay paralyzed in the darkness, straining my ears. There it was again, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps on broken glass, coming from downstairs. Someone was in my house. I'm Emily, a 28-year-old graphic designer living alone in a modest 2-story home on the outskirts of town. I'd always prided myself on my independence, on not needing anyone else to feel safe and secure. But in that moment, as I realized an intruder had broken in, I'd never felt more alone or vulnerable. The power had gone out earlier that evening, a casualty of the violent thunderstorm raging outside. I'd thought nothing of it at the time, lighting some candles and settling in with a book, enjoying the cozy atmosphere. Now, the darkness that had seemed so comforting just hours ago felt oppressive and threatening. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers fumbling in the dark. My heart sank as I remembered. The battery had died, and I hadn't bothered to charge it. Stupid. So stupid. I was cut off, trapped in my own home with no way to call for help. The footsteps were moving now, slow and deliberate. Whoever was down there wasn't in a hurry. They were taking their time, probably searching for valuables. I tried to calm my racing thoughts. Maybe if I stayed quiet, they'd take what they wanted and leave. Maybe they didn't even know I was home. A floorboard creaked just outside my bedroom door, and that faint hope evaporated. They were coming upstairs. They knew I was here. I slid out of bed, my bare feet silent on the carpeted floor. My mind raced, trying to remember everything I'd ever read or heard about home invasions. Stay calm, find a weapon, have an escape route. I grabbed the heavy lamp from my bedside table, unplugging it as quietly as I could. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Now for an escape route. The window? No, I was on the second floor. The fall would likely injure me, leaving me even more vulnerable. The footsteps were in the hallway now, pausing at each door, checking the rooms methodically, getting closer. I pressed myself against the wall next to my bedroom door, the lamp raised and ready. My hands were shaking so badly I was afraid I might drop it. I could hear my own breathing, too loud in the silence, and I forced myself to take slower, quieter breaths. The doorknob turned slowly, the hinges creaking as the door swung open. A beam of light swept across the room, a flashlight. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense, ready to spring. The intruder stepped into the room, and I caught a glimpse of a tall, broad-shouldered silhouette. Without thinking, I swung the lamp with all my might. There was a satisfying thud as it connected, followed by a grunt of pain and surprise. The flashlight clattered to the floor, its beam spinning crazily around the room. But my victory was short-lived. A hand shot out of the darkness, grabbing my wrist in an iron grip. I screamed, more out of defiance than hope of being heard, and kicked out blindly. My foot connected with something solid, and I heard a muffled curse. The grip on my wrist loosened, and I wrenched free, adrenaline surging through me. I bolted for the door. I had to get out, had to find help. But in the darkness, disoriented by fear and the erratic beam of the fallen flashlight, I misjudged the doorway. My shoulder slammed into the frame, pain shooting down my arm. I stumbled, off balance, and felt hands grabbing at me from behind. No, this couldn't be happening. I thrashed wildly, my nails raking across flesh. I heard a hiss of pain, felt the hands loosen for just a moment. It was enough. I broke free and ran, not caring about the noise I was making now. All that mattered was escape. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling in my haste. Behind me, I could hear heavy footsteps in pursuit. I reached the bottom of the stairs and headed for the front door, my salvation just feet away. But as I grabbed the doorknob, twisting frantically, I realized with dawning horror that it wouldn't budge. In my paranoia about break-ins, I always locked and deadbolted the door before going to bed. The very precaution I'd taken to keep intruders out was now keeping me trapped inside with one. I spun around, looking for another way out. The kitchen. There was a door to the backyard there. But as I turned, a figure loomed in the darkness before me. I screamed again, lashing out with my fists, connecting with solid flesh. The intruder grunted but didn't go down. Instead, strong arms wrapped around me, pinning my arms to my sides. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but it was like fighting against a stone wall. "Stop!" A deep voice growled in my ear. "I'm not going to hurt you." I froze, confusion mixing with my terror. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Why would he say that? A new sound cut through the storm outside, sirens growing louder. Relief flooded through me. Someone must have heard the commotion and called the police. The arms holding me loosened slightly. "Thank God," the voice muttered. "Maybe now you'll listen." Before I could process what was happening, the intruder reached past me and flicked a switch on the wall. Light flooded the room, momentarily blinding me. As my eyes adjusted, I found myself staring not at a masked burglar, but at a man in a police uniform. "What?" I stammered, my brain struggling to catch up with this new reality. The officer, for that's clearly what he was, looked as battered as I felt. A bruise was forming on his cheek where I'd hit him with the lamp, and there were scratch marks on his arms from our struggle. "I'm Officer Davis," he said, his voice gentler now. "There's a serial killer in the area. We've been going door to door, warning residents and checking on people living alone. When I saw your lights were out and you didn't answer the door, I got worried. I announced myself, but I guess you couldn't hear me over the storm." I sagged against the wall, the adrenaline draining out of me, leaving me shaky and weak. "Oh my God," I whispered. I thought you were..." "I know," he said, understanding in his eyes. "I'm sorry I scared you. You put up one hell of a fight, though." A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat. All this time, I'd been fighting against the very person who was trying to protect me. As the backup officers arrived and the situation was explained, I found myself sitting on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, a cup of tea growing cold in my hands. Officer Davis sat across from me, holding an ice pack to his cheek. "You should be proud of yourself," he said. "Not many people would have reacted so quickly or fought so hard. Those instincts might save your life one day." I nodded, still processing everything that had happened. "I just can't believe I mistook you for a criminal. I feel so stupid." He shook his head. "Don't. In a situation like that, it's better to assume the worst and be wrong than to assume the best and be wrong. You did everything right." As the night wore on and the officers finally left, assuring me they'd be patrolling the area closely, I found myself standing in my newly repaired doorway, watching Officer Davis walk to his car. "Thank you," I called out, "and I'm sorry about your face." He turned, a wry smile on his lips. "Don't worry about it, but maybe next time, ask who it is before you start swinging." "Yeah?" I laughed, a genuine laugh this time, feeling the last of the tension leave my body. As I closed the door and re-engaged the locks, I realized something had changed. Yes, there was a killer out there, and yes, the world could be a dangerous place. But I had faced my worst fear and come out the other side. I was stronger than I had known. I went to bed that night with a new sense of confidence. I'd always valued my independence. But now I understood that true strength comes not from isolating yourself, but from knowing when to fight and when to accept help. As I drifted off to sleep, the storm still raging outside, I felt safe in the knowledge that I could handle whatever came my way. The battered sign at the edge of the highway seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Need a ride? We're going your way. I'd been trudging along the sun-baked asphalt for hours, my thumb stuck out in vain hope, watching car after car zoom past without so much as a second glance. So when I saw that beat-up Winnebago pull over just ahead of me, I didn't think twice. I jogged towards it, my heavy backpack bouncing against my spine, grateful for any chance to get off this godforsaken stretch of road. I'm Jake, a 23-year-old recent college grad with more wanderlust than common sense. I'd set out on this cross-country adventure with grand ideas of finding myself and experiencing real America. 3 weeks in, broke and disillusioned, I was starting to think the only thing I'd found was a profound appreciation for air conditioning and regular showers. As I approached the RV, the passenger door swung open. A woman leaned out, her face creased with smile lines, her gray hair pulled back in a messy bun. "Hop in, sweetie," she called out. "We've got plenty of room." I clambered inside, hit immediately by the blast of cool air from the dashboard vents. "Thanks so much," I said, shrugging off my backpack. "I really appreciate the ride." "Oh, it's no trouble at all," the woman said, patting my arm. "And I'm Martha, and this here's my husband, Frank." Frank, a burly man with a salt and pepper beard, nodded at me in the rearview mirror. "Where you headed, son?" "West," I said. "California, eventually, but I'm not in any real hurry." Martha clapped her hands together. "Well, isn't that perfect? We're headed to visit our daughter in San Francisco. You're welcome to ride along as far as you'd like." It seemed too good to be true. A straight shot to California, in air-conditioned comfort no less. I settled into the small booth behind the front seats, feeling like my luck had finally turned around. As we rolled down the highway, Martha kept up a steady stream of cheerful chatter. She asked about my family, my studies, my reasons for traveling. I found myself opening up, sharing stories about my overprotective parents and my dreams of becoming a writer. "Oh, a writer!" Martha exclaimed. "How exciting! You must have such an imagination. I bet you could tell us some wonderful stories." There was something in her tone, a note of eagerness that seemed oddly out of place, but I brushed it off. I was just being paranoid after too many days on the road. As the hours passed and the landscape changed from flat farmland to rolling hills, I began to relax. Martha produced sandwiches and cold sodas from a cooler, fussing over me like a mother hen. Frank remained mostly silent, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, but occasionally he'd chime in with a gruff comment or a dry joke. It wasn't until the sun began to set that I realized something was off. We should have been stopping soon. Surely Frank and Martha needed to rest, but when I mentioned it, Martha just laughed. "Oh, don't you worry about us, sweetie. Frank and I are used to driving long stretches. We'll stop when we need to." I nodded, uncomfortable, but not wanting to seem ungrateful. I tried to focus on the darkening landscape outside, but my eyelids were growing heavy. The gentle rocking of the RV and the soft drone of the engine were lulling me to sleep. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by the RV coming to a stop. I blinked, disoriented, trying to get my bearings. We were parked in what looked like an empty lot, surrounded by dense trees. There were no lights, no buildings, no sign of civilization anywhere. "Where are we?" I asked, my voice scratchy from sleep. "Just a little rest stop," Frank said, turning in his seat to face me. The friendly smile was gone from his face, replaced by something cold and calculating. "Time to stretch our legs." Alarm bells were ringing in my head now. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I reached for the door handle, but Martha was quicker. She grabbed my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong for a woman her age. Now, she said, her voice sickeningly sweet. Don't go running off. We have so much planned for you. Panic surged through me. I yanked my arm free and lunged for the door, my fingers scrabbling at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Child locks, I realized with a sinking feeling. I was trapped. Frank stood up, looming over me. "Sit down, boy," he growled. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be." I backed away, my mind racing. What did they want? Money? I hardly had any. My body went cold as darker possibilities flashed through my mind. "Please," I said, hating how my voice shook. "Whatever you want, we can figure something out. Just let me go." Martha laughed, a high, brittle sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, sweetie, we don't want anything from you. We just want you." As the meaning of her words sank in, I felt a surge of adrenaline. I had to get out of here now. I looked around wildly, searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. My backpack. It was still by the door where I'd left it. If I could just reach it. I feinted left, then dove right, my fingers closing around the strap of my bag. I swung it with all my might, catching Frank in the chest. He stumbled back, wheezing, and I used the moment of confusion to make a break for the back of the RV. There had to be another way out. A window, a hatch, something. I could hear Martha shrieking behind me, Frank's heavy footsteps giving chase. My hands flew over the walls, searching desperately for a latch, a handle, anything. There. My fingers found a small lever. I pulled it, and a panel in the roof popped open. An escape hatch. Without thinking, I jumped, grabbing the edges of the opening and pulling myself up. The night air hit me like a slap to the face as I emerged on top of the RV. I could see trees all around us, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers in the darkness. In the distance, I thought I could make out the faint glow of lights. Civilization. Safety. I didn't hesitate. I leapt from the roof of the RV, hitting the ground hard and rolling. Pain shot through my ankle, but I ignored it, scrambling to my feet and plunging into the woods. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, my lungs burning, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear shouting behind me, the beam of a flashlight cutting through the trees. They were coming after me. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, until my legs gave out and I collapsed against a tree, gasping for air. The woods were silent now, save for the pounding of my heart and my ragged breathing. Had I lost them? Or were they out there still, searching, hunting? As the adrenaline began to fade, the reality of my situation set in. I was alone in the middle of nowhere, in the dark, with no idea where I was or which way to go. My phone was in my backpack, which I'd left behind in the RV. I had no food, no water, no supplies of any kind, but I was alive. I had escaped, and as terrifying as my current situation was, it was better than whatever Frank and Martha had planned for me. I allowed myself a moment to catch my breath, then pushed myself to my feet. My ankle protested, but it held my weight. I had to keep moving. Those lights I'd seen, they had to lead somewhere. To a road, a town, someplace where I could get help. As I limped through the dark woods, my mind raced with questions. How many others had Frank and Martha picked up? What had happened to them? And how had this seemingly sweet couple turned out to be such monsters? It was nearly dawn by the time I stumbled out of the woods and onto a 2-lane highway. My clothes were torn, my face scratched, and I was pretty sure I looked like something out of a horror movie. But when I saw the headlights of an approaching car, I nearly wept with relief. The car, an old pickup truck driven by a kind-faced farmer, now slowed to a stop. The man took one look at me and immediately offered me a ride to the nearest town. As we drove, I poured out my story, half expecting him to think I was crazy. But he listened gravely, his knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. "You're not the first, son," he said when I'd finished. "There's been stories round these parts for years, folks gone missing on this stretch of highway, but no one ever had proof, till now." He took me straight to the police station, where I spent hours recounting my story, describing Frank and Martha and their RV in as much detail as I could remember. The officers were grim-faced as they took my statement, exchanging significant looks that told me this wasn't the first they'd heard of this. In the days that followed, as I waited for my parents to wire me money for a bus ticket home, I learned more. The police had found the abandoned RV, but no sign of Frank and Martha. Inside, they discovered evidence that chilled me to the bone, photos, dozens of them, of other young travelers. Some of the faces I recognized from missing person reports I'd seen on my journey. I don't hitchhike anymore. My wanderlust has been tempered by a hefty dose of caution, but I did become a writer, just like I told Martha I wanted to be. Only instead of fiction, I write true crime. I'm determined to bring light to the dark corners of the world, to tell the stories of those who can't speak for themselves. And every time I see an RV on the highway, I say a silent prayer for those who weren't as lucky as I was. For those who took a ride with the wrong people and never made it to their destination. Because out there on the open road, you never know who might be going your way. The moment I saw our tent had been ransacked, I knew we weren't alone in these woods. A chill ran down my spine as I took in the scene before me. Our sleeping bags were strewn about, food containers ripped open, and worst of all, our backpacks containing our phones and car keys were missing. This was supposed to be a peaceful weekend getaway, a chance for my girlfriend Mia and me to reconnect with nature. Now, as the setting sun cast long shadows through the trees, I realized we might be in serious danger. My name's Alex, and until about 5 minutes ago, I thought I was pretty good at this whole outdoor thing. I'd been camping since I was a kid, knew how to start a fire without matches, could identify edible plants, the works. But nothing in my Boy Scout handbook had prepared me for this. "Mia," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady, "you need to come see this." Mia emerged from the trees, her arms full of firewood. Her eyes widened as she took in the chaos of our campsite. "What happened?" she gasped, dropping the wood. I shook my head, moving closer to examine the damage. "I don't know. It looks like some animal got into our stuff, but..." I trailed off, noticing something that made my blood run cold. There, in the soft earth near our tent, was a footprint. A human footprint. "Alex." Mia's voice was barely above a whisper. "Those aren't animal tracks." I nodded grimly. "I know. And look, our backpacks are gone, with our phones and the car keys." Mia's face paled. "What do we do?" It was a good question. We were miles from the nearest road, in a part of the forest that didn't see many hikers. Our car was parked at a trailhead about 5 miles away, but without the keys, it might as well have been on the moon. "Okay," I said, trying to think logically. "First things first, we need to salvage what we can, then we'll figure out our next move." We set about gathering what remained of our supplies. Most of our food was gone or ruined, but we managed to find a few protein bars that had been overlooked. We still had our water purification tablets, which was something at least. As we worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me jump. I kept expecting to see a figure lurking at the edge of our campsite, but the forest remained stubbornly empty. Night fell quickly, the darkness seeming to press in on us from all sides. We huddled close to our small fire, jumping at every sound. "Who do you think did this?" Mia asked, her voice small in the vast silence of the forest. I shrugged, trying to appear more confident than I felt. Could be anyone. Maybe some kids playing a prank or a homeless person looking for supplies. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. This felt deliberate, calculated. Whoever had done this wasn't just looking for an easy score. They were trying to strand us out here. We didn't sleep much that night. Every sound had us on edge, imagining shadowy figures moving just beyond the firelight. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, we made a decision. We had to try to make it back to the car. We gathered what little we had left and set off down the trail. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming just yesterday, now felt oppressive and threatening. Every shadow could be hiding our mysterious intruder. We'd been walking for about an hour when Mia suddenly stopped. "Alex," she said, her voice tight with fear. "Look." I followed her gaze and felt my heart skip a beat. There, carved into the trunk of a tree, was a crude arrow pointing off the trail and deeper into the woods. Below it were the words, "Your stuff this way." "It's a trap," I said immediately. "They're trying to lure us off the trail." Mia nodded, but I could see the conflict in her eyes. But what if it's not? What if someone found our things and is trying to return them? I shook my head. It's too big a risk. We need to stick to the trail. It's our best chance of getting back safely. We pressed on, but the unease that had been simmering since we found our camp ransacked was now at a full boil. Whoever was out here with us wasn't just trying to scare us. They were playing games. As the day wore on, we found more signs, more arrows carved into trees, always pointing deeper into the woods. Scraps of our clothing hung from branches like macabre flags. At one point, we even found one of our backpacks hanging from a tree, swinging gently in the breeze. But when we opened it, it was empty. The sun was starting to set again when we heard it, a whistle, echoing through the trees. It was a cheery, casual sound, like someone out for a stroll. But in this context, it was terrifying. We froze, straining our ears. The whistle came again, closer this time, and then a voice, calling out with mock friendliness, "Yoo-hoo, campers, are you lost?" Mia grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. I put my finger to my lips, gesturing for her to be quiet. We needed to hide. As silently as we could, we moved off the trail, crouching behind a fallen log. The voice came again, even closer now. "Come on out, I've got your things. Don't you want them back?" I could feel Mia trembling beside me. I wrapped my arm around her, pulling her close. We barely dared to breathe as the footsteps drew nearer, and then he was there, a man, tall and lean, dressed in camouflage. He was carrying our other backpack, swinging it casually as he walked. From our hiding spot, I could see his face, weather-beaten and lined, with eyes that darted constantly, searching. He paused on the trail, cocking his head as if listening. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought he was looking right at us. But then he moved on, his whistle fading as he disappeared down the trail. We waited for what felt like hours before we dared to move. Night had fallen again, but there was no way we were going to risk a fire. We huddled together for warmth, too terrified to sleep. As the night wore on, we heard the whistle again, sometimes close, sometimes far away. It was like he was patrolling, making sure we knew he was still out there. When dawn broke, we were exhausted, hungry, and more scared than I'd ever been in my life. But we were also angry. This man, whoever he was toying with us, and we'd had enough. "We need to get to the car," I said, my voice hoarse from lack of sleep. "It's our only chance." Mia nodded, her jaw set with determination. "But he's between us and the trailhead. How do we get past him?" I thought for a moment, then smiled grimly. We beat him at his own game. Over the next hour, we set our plan in motion. We backtracked, leaving false trails and misleading signs. We hung scraps of clothing from trees pointing in the wrong direction, and then we waited. It didn't take long. We heard the whistle, growing closer, and then we saw him, following our false trail, a look of excited anticipation on his face. As soon as he was out of sight, we ran. We ran like we'd never run before, ignoring the burn in our lungs and the ache in our legs. We ran until we burst out of the tree line and into the parking lot where our car sat waiting. But our ordeal wasn't over. Without the keys, we were still trapped. I was about to suggest we try to break in when Mia let out a cry of triumph. There, tucked behind the license plate, was the magnetic key box I'd forgotten we'd installed. We were peeling out of the parking lot just as we heard the enraged howl from the woods. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of a figure bursting from the tree line, waving his arms frantically. We didn't stop driving until we reached the nearest police station. The officers were skeptical at first, but a search of the area turned up evidence of other campers who had gone missing over the years. They never caught the man who terrorized us. Sometimes, I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear that whistle. But Mia and I, we don't let it control our lives. We still go camping, still love the outdoors. But now, we're a lot more careful about where we pitch our tent, and we always keep our keys close. The mop hit the floor with a wet slap, echoing through the empty hallways of Oak Ridge office complex. I sighed, checking my watch for the 100th time that night. 2:37 a.m. Just a few more hours until my shift ended, and I could crawl back to my tiny apartment for some much-needed sleep. I never thought I'd end up here, working nights as a janitor in a soulless corporate building. But life has a way of throwing curveballs when you least expect them. My name's Mike, and up until 6 months ago, I was your average college student with dreams of making it big in the tech world. Then my dad got sick, the medical bills started piling up, and suddenly, my carefully planned future went up in smoke. So here I was, pushing a mop around in the dead of night, trying to scrape together enough money to keep my family afloat. I'd been working at Oak Ridge for about a month, and I'd settled into a routine. Start on the ground floor, work my way up, floor by floor. Most nights were uneventful, just me, my mop, and the occasional security guard doing their rounds. But tonight felt different. There was a tension in the air, a feeling that something wasn't quite right. I shook it off, chalking it up to too many energy drinks and not enough sleep. I'd just finished the 3rd floor and was heading to the elevator when I heard it, a soft thud, followed by what sounded like muffled voices. I froze, straining my ears. It was coming from the floor above me. My first thought was that maybe some employees were working late, but that didn't make sense. The building was supposed to be empty at this hour, and I hadn't seen any cars in the parking lot when I arrived. Curiosity got the better of me. I decided to check it out, telling myself I was just being thorough. As the elevator doors opened on the 4th floor, I stepped out cautiously, my mop clutched in my hands like a weapon. The hallway was dark, lit only by the dim glow of emergency exit signs. But there, at the far end, I could see light spilling out from under an office door. As I crept closer, the muffled voices became clearer. "Have to move fast, they're onto us." "What about the files? We can't leave any trace. Wipe everything. We'll torch the place if we have to." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. What had I stumbled into? A break-in? Corporate espionage? My mind raced with possibilities, each more outlandish than the last. I was so caught up in my thoughts that I didn't notice the loose floorboard until it creaked loudly under my foot. The voices inside the office stopped abruptly. "Did you hear that?" I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran, abandoning all pretense of stealth. Behind me, I heard the office door slam open and footsteps pounding after me. I hit the stairwell at full speed, taking the steps 2 at a time. I could hear my pursuers not far behind, their shouts echoing in the confined space. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but fear kept me going. I burst out onto the ground floor, sprinting towards the main entrance. But as I reached for the door, my heart sank. It was locked. Of course it was. I'd locked it myself when I started my shift. I spun around looking for another way out. The footsteps were getting closer. In desperation, I dove into the nearest room, a small supply closet. I closed the door as quietly as I could, holding my breath as I heard the men run past. Where'd he go? Check the exits. He couldn't have gotten far. I stayed frozen in the darkness of the closet, my mind racing. What was I going to do? I couldn't stay here forever, but the moment I stepped out, they'd find me, and something told me these weren't the kind of guys who'd just let me walk away after what I'd heard. My hand brushed against something in my pocket. My phone. Of course, I could call for help. But as I pulled it out, my heart sank. No signal. The thick walls of the building were blocking the reception. I was considering my options when I heard something that made my blood run cold. A new voice, calm and authoritative, speaking to the others. Any sign of him? No, sir. He seems to have vanished. He can't have gone far. Find him. And when you do, well, we can't afford any loose ends, can we? The implication was clear. If they found me, I was as good as dead. I don't know how long I stayed in that closet, hardly daring to breathe. Minutes stretched into hours. Occasionally, I'd hear footsteps pass by, and I'd tense up, sure that this time they'd find me. But they always moved on. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the small window high up on the closet wall, I made a decision. I couldn't stay here forever. Soon, the regular employees would start arriving, and that would be my best chance to slip out unnoticed. I cracked the door open, peering out into the hallway. It was empty. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out, trying to look as casual as possible. I'd left my mop and cleaning cart somewhere in my mad dash, but I still had my janitor's uniform. With any luck, anyone who saw me would just assume I was finishing up my shift. I made it to the lobby without incident, my heart racing as I approached the main doors. Just as I reached for the handle, a voice behind me made me freeze. "Excuse me." I turned slowly, expecting to see one of the men from last night. Instead, I found myself face to face with a young woman in a smart business suit. She was looking at me expectantly. I forgot my key card," she said, gesturing to the door. "Could you let me in?" For a moment, I just stared at her, my mind blank. Then, operating on pure instinct, I nodded and pushed the door open for her. "Thanks," she chirped, breezing past me into the building. I stood there for a second, stunned by the normality of the interaction. Then, snapping out of it, I slipped out the door before it could close. The morning air hit me like a slap to the face, cool and fresh after the stale atmosphere of the building. I walked as calmly as I could to my beat-up old car, constantly looking over my shoulder. It wasn't until I was miles away, the Oak Ridge office complex nothing but a speck in my rearview mirror, that I finally let myself breathe. I spent the next few days in a state of paranoia, jumping at every sound, sure that at any moment those men would track me down. I debated going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd overheard some vague conversation about files and being on to us. I had no proof, no names, nothing concrete. In the end, I did the only thing I could think of. I quit my job. I couldn't risk going back to that building. Couldn't face the possibility of running into those men again. It's been a month now, and nothing has happened. No mysterious men have shown up at my door. No threatening messages. Life has gone back to normal, or as normal as it can be when you're constantly looking over your shoulder. I've got a new job now, working days at a local grocery store. It doesn't pay as well as the night janitor gig, but at least I can sleep at night. Well, most nights anyway. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering about what I overheard that night. What were those men doing? What files were they so desperate to hide? And who was the calm-voiced man who was willing to kill to keep their secret? I'll probably never know the answers to these questions, and maybe that's for the best. But one thing's for certain, I'll never look at an office building the same way again. Because now I know that behind those bland facades and gleaming windows, secrets lurk. And sometimes, those secrets have teeth. So if you ever find yourself working late in an empty office and you hear something you shouldn't, my advice: run, and don't look back. Because some questions are better left unanswered, and some secrets are better left undiscovered. As for me, I'm done with night shifts. These days, I prefer to do my work in the light. The snap of a twig behind me sent my heart racing. I froze mid-step, my breath catching in my throat as I strained my ears, listening. The forest around me had gone eerily quiet, the usual chorus of birds and insects suddenly silent. I was being followed, and whatever was out there wasn't making any effort to hide its presence anymore. I'm Sarah, a 28-year-old wildlife photographer, and until this moment, I'd always felt at home in the wilderness. I'd spent countless hours trekking through forests just like this one, camera in hand, searching for the perfect shot. But now, as the late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy above, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I felt a primal fear stirring in my gut. It had started as a routine assignment, a week-long solo expedition to capture images of the elusive mountain lion rumored to inhabit this remote corner of the Cascade Mountains. I'd been thrilled at the opportunity, eager to add such a magnificent creature to my portfolio. 3 days in, I hadn't caught so much as a glimpse of my quarry, but I'd been enjoying the solitude and the raw beauty of the untamed wilderness. That morning, I'd ventured further from my base camp than usual, following what I thought might be mountain lion tracks. As the day wore on, I realized I'd gone much farther than I'd intended. I was just about to turn back when I heard it, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My first thought was excitement. Could this be the mountain lion I'd been searching for? But as I raised my camera, ready to capture the moment, something felt off. The growl didn't sound quite right for a big cat. It was deeper, more guttural, almost human. That's when I first noticed the silence. The forest, which had been alive with sound all day, had gone quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just that growl and the pounding of my own heart. I started walking back the way I'd come, trying to keep my movements slow and deliberate despite the panic rising in my chest. That's when I heard the first twig snap behind me. Now, as I stood rooted to the spot, I heard another snap, closer this time. Whatever was out there, it wasn't trying to stay hidden anymore. It wanted me to know it was there. I started walking again, faster now, no longer caring about stealth. I could hear it moving behind me, matching my pace. My hand tightened on my camera strap, my only weapon if it came down to it. As I moved, my mind raced. What could it be? A bear? But bears don't stalk like this. A mountain lion? But the growl had been all wrong. My imagination conjured images of creatures from cryptozoology books I'd read as a kid. Bigfoot, the Wendigo, things that couldn't possibly exist in the real world. I broke into a run, abandoning all pretense of calm. Behind me, I heard a crash of underbrush as my pursuer gave chase. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I had no idea if I was even going in the right direction anymore, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was getting away. I burst into a small clearing, my lungs burning, legs aching, and there, on the other side, was a cabin. For a moment, I felt a surge of hope, civilization, safety. But as I got closer, that hope turned to dread. The cabin was old, decrepit, its windows dark and empty. This was no ranger station or hunter's retreat. This place had been abandoned for years. I glanced behind me. The trees at the edge of the clearing shook, as if something large was moving through them. I had no choice. I ran for the cabin. The door creaked open at my touch, years of neglect having rotted away any lock that might have once been there. I slipped inside, pulling the door closed behind me and leaning against it, gasping for breath. The interior of the cabin was a single room, dusty and cobweb-strewn. A rusty iron stove sat in one corner, a sagging bed frame in another. But what caught my eye was the far wall. It was covered in photographs. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I moved closer, drawn by a morbid curiosity. The photos were old, yellowed with age, but I could make out the subjects clearly enough. They were all of people, hikers, campers, people who looked a lot like me. And in each photo, lurking in the background, was a dark, shadowy figure. My blood ran cold as I realized what I was looking at. This wasn't just some abandoned cabin. This was a hunter's lair, and I was the prey. A heavy thud against the door made me jump. Whatever had been chasing me had arrived. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on a rusted fire poker leaning against the stove. I grabbed it, hefting its weight in my hands. The door shuddered under another impact. Wood splintered around the frame. One more hit and it would give way. I raised the poker, my hands shaking but my grip firm. If I was going down, I was going down fighting. The door exploded inward in a shower of rotten wood, and there, framed in the doorway, was my pursuer. It was human, sort of. A man, or what had once been a man, stood before me. He was huge, easily 7 feet tall, his body a mass of corded muscle beneath a layer of matted hair. His face was a twisted caricature of humanity, with sunken eyes that gleamed with feral intelligence and a mouth full of sharp, yellowed teeth. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Me, trembling but defiant, fire poker raised. Him, a primal force of nature given form, sizing up his prey. Then he lunged. I swung the poker with all my might, feeling it connect solidly with his shoulder. He roared in pain and anger, a sound no human throat should have been able to produce. His hand lashed out, impossibly fast, knocking the poker from my grasp. I scrambled backward, putting the bed frame between us. He advanced slowly, savoring the hunt. I looked around desperately for another weapon, an escape route, anything. My gaze fell on my camera, still hanging around my neck. A crazy idea formed in my panic-addled brain. I raised the camera and fired off a shot, the flash momentarily blinding in the dim cabin. The creature recoiled, howling and clawing at its eyes. I didn't waste the opportunity. I bolted past him, out the door and back into the forest. I ran like I'd never run before, branches tearing at my clothes, roots threatening to trip me at every step. Behind me, I could hear the creature crashing through the underbrush, its roars of fury driving me on. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in the blind panic of flight. But eventually, I burst out of the tree line and onto a paved road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the gathering dusk. I waved my arms frantically, screaming for help. The car screeched to a halt, an elderly couple peering out at me in alarm. "Please," I gasped. "You have to help me. There's something chasing me." The man leaned out, looking past me into the darkening forest. "I don't see anything, miss. Are you sure you're not just spooked? These woods can play tricks on your mind." I turned to look, and sure enough, the forest was still. No sign of my pursuer. Had I imagined it all? But then I saw it, just for a moment, a pair of gleaming eyes in the shadows, watching. And I knew it wasn't over. The couple gave me a ride to the nearest town, where I told my story to skeptical police officers. They searched the area but found nothing. No cabin, no creature, nothing to corroborate my wild tale. I developed the photos from my camera, hoping for proof. But the shot I'd taken in the cabin showed nothing but an empty room. Whatever that thing was, it didn't show up on film. It's been months now, and I haven't set foot in a forest since that day. I still wake up in a cold sweat some nights, the memory of those feral eyes and yellow teeth vivid in my mind. I don't know what I encountered out there in the wilderness. Maybe it was some undiscovered species. Maybe it was something that science can't explain. Or maybe, just maybe, it was the product of a mind pushed to its limits by isolation and fear. But one thing I know for certain: the wilderness isn't as empty as we like to think. And sometimes when we venture into the wild places of the world, we become part of the food chain once again. I was lucky. I escaped. But I can't help but wonder about those other people in the photographs. How many of them weren't so fortunate? So if you're ever hiking in the remote corners of the world and you feel eyes watching you from the shadows, don't dismiss it. And if you hear a twig snap behind you in a silent forest, don't look back. Just run. Run. And don't stop until you reach civilization. Because out there in the wild, there are things that hunt us. And not all monsters are myths. The crunch of leaves under my boots was the only sound breaking the eerie silence of the forest. I had been hiking for hours, pushing deeper into the wilderness than I'd ever gone before. As the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I knew I needed to find shelter soon. That's when I saw it. A small cabin nestled among the pines, barely visible in the fading light. Little did I know, my discovery would plunge me into a night of terror I'd never forget. I approached the cabin cautiously, my backpack heavy on my shoulders after a long day of trekking. The wooden structure looked weathered but stable, its windows dark and lifeless. Perfect for a night's rest, I thought. I couldn't have been more wrong. As I got closer, I noticed there were no signs of recent habitation. No smoke from the chimney, no lights, no sounds of life. Just an overwhelming silence that seemed to press in from all sides. I climbed the creaky steps to the porch, my hand hesitating for a moment before I knocked on the door. The hollow sound echoed through the trees, startling a few birds into flight. No answer. I tried the handle, and to my surprise, it turned easily. The door swung open with a groan, revealing a musty interior. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight as I stepped inside. It was a simple one-room cabin, with a small kitchenette in one corner and a rustic bed frame against the far wall. A thick layer of dust covered everything, confirming my suspicion that no one had been here in a long time. I set my backpack down and began to settle in for the night. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and I was grateful for the shelter, despite its eerie emptiness. I gathered some wood from a pile near the fireplace, and soon had a small fire crackling, casting flickering shadows on the walls. As I sat by the fire, warming my hands and eating a protein bar from my pack, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest outside seemed too quiet, the darkness too thick. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just the unfamiliarity of the place playing tricks on my mind. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound outside. My heart raced as I sat up, straining my ears. There it was again, a twig snapping, followed by what sounded like hushed whispers. I held my breath, hoping it was just some nocturnal animals foraging. But then I saw it. A shadow passed by one of the windows, too large and deliberate to be an animal. I froze, my body rigid with fear. Another shadow followed, then another. They were moving silently, circling the cabin. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing. Who were they? What did they want? I grabbed my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness as I swept it across the windows. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of a face peering in, pale, with wild eyes that reflected the light like an animal's. I stifled a scream and stumbled backward, knocking over a chair in my panic. The whispers outside grew more urgent, and I could hear footsteps on the porch. They knew I had seen them. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on a rusted fireplace poker. I snatched it up, gripping it so tight my knuckles turned white. The door handle began to turn, slowly, deliberately. I backed into a corner, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. In the dim firelight, I could make out a man, tall and gaunt, with long, matted hair and clothes that hung in tatters from his frame. His eyes found mine, and a slow, unsettling smile spread across his face. Well, he rasped, his voice like gravel. Looks like we have a guest. More figures filed in behind him, each as wild and unkempt as the first. I counted 5 of them, all men, all with the same feral look in their eyes. They spread out, blocking any path to the door. Please, I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. I didn't mean to intrude. I'll leave right now. The first man, clearly the leader, chuckled. It was a dry, humorless sound that sent chills down my spine. Leave? Oh no, I'm afraid that's not an option. You see, you've stumbled into our home, and we don't take kindly to trespassers. I gripped the fireplace poker tighter, raising it in front of me. Stay back, I warned, trying to sound braver than I felt. I don't want any trouble. The leader's eyes narrowed, focusing on the poker in my hands. Trouble? No, we don't want any trouble either. We just want to make sure you're comfortable. After all, you'll be staying with us for quite some time. The others laughed, a chilling sound that made my blood run cold. They began to close in, their intentions clear in their hungry eyes. I knew I had to act fast or I'd never leave this cabin alive. In a desperate move, I lunged forward, swinging the poker wildly. It connected with someone's arm, eliciting a howl of pain. Taking advantage of their momentary surprise, I sprinted for the door, shoving past them with all my might. I burst out onto the porch, the cold night air hitting me like a slap to the face. Behind me, I could hear shouts of anger and the sound of pursuit. I didn't dare look back, just ran headlong into the forest, branches whipping at my face and arms. The forest was pitch black, my flashlight long forgotten in the cabin. I stumbled blindly, guided only by the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. My lungs burned, and my legs ached. But terror drove me forward. The sounds of pursuit were ever present, sometimes fading slightly, only to grow louder again. I had no idea where I was going or how far I'd run. All I knew was that I had to keep moving. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, the taste of blood filling my mouth as I bit my tongue. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain shooting through my ankle. Just then, a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me backward. I screamed, thrashing wildly, but the grip was like iron. I was spun around, coming face to face with one of my pursuers. His breath was hot on my face, reeking of decay. "Thought you could run, did you?" he snarled, his yellowed teeth bared in a grotesque grin. I didn't think, just reacted. I brought my knee up hard, connecting with his groin. He doubled over with a wheeze, his grip loosening just enough for me to break free. I took off again, my injured ankle protesting with every step. I could hear a stream nearby and made for it, hoping the water might help cover my tracks. I splashed through the icy water, the cold shocking my system, but clearing my head slightly. I followed the stream, moving as quickly and quietly as I could. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I spotted a steep embankment. With the last of my strength, I climbed up, using roots and rocks as handholds. At the top, I collapsed, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. I lay there, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit, but all I could hear was the gentle burble of the stream and my own ragged breathing. Had I lost them? I didn't dare hope. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the reality of my situation set in. I was lost in the wilderness, in the middle of the night, with no supplies and no idea which direction to go. And somewhere out there, those men were still looking for me. I had escaped the cabin, but I was far from safe. I forced myself to my feet, wincing at the pain in my ankle. I had to keep moving. I picked a direction and started walking, using the stars to try and maintain a straight course. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every sound a potential pursuer. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, I finally heard what I'd been praying for, the distant rumble of traffic, civilization, safety. I quickened my pace, hope giving me a second wind. I burst out of the tree line onto the shoulder of a highway, nearly sobbing with relief. An early morning trucker, startled by my sudden appearance, screeched to a halt. I must have been a sight, clothes torn, face scratched, covered in dirt and blood. The trucker, a kind-faced man in his 50s, didn't ask questions. He just opened the passenger door and said, "Hop in, kid. Let's get you somewhere safe." As we drove away, I watched the forest recede in the side mirror. My ordeal was over, but I knew the memory of that night would haunt me for years to come. The wilderness held beauty, yes, but it also harbored darker things. Things that reminded us that in the depths of the forest, we are not always at the top of the food chain. The golden light of dawn was just beginning to filter through the canopy when I heard it. The harsh, mechanical roar that had no place in this pristine wilderness. My finger froze on the shutter of my camera, the rare bird I'd been tracking forgotten in an instant. Something was very wrong in my forest paradise, and I was about to stumble into a nightmare I never saw coming. I've been a wildlife photographer for over a decade, spending months at a time in the most remote corners of the world. But this assignment was special, documenting the elusive wildlife of an untouched old-growth forest. For weeks, I'd been living out of my tent, rising before dawn and trekking deep into the woods, camera in hand. That morning started like any other. I'd woken in the pre-dawn darkness, made a quick breakfast over my camp stove, and set out in search of the perfect shot. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds greeting the new day, and I felt that familiar thrill of anticipation. What wonders would I capture through my lens today? But as I crested a small rise, that unnatural sound shattered the serenity. Curiosity overrode caution, and I found myself moving towards the noise, each step filled with a growing sense of dread. As I drew closer, the sound resolved itself into the unmistakable growl of chainsaws. My heart sank. This forest was supposed to be protected, untouched by human exploitation. What was going on? I crept forward, using the dense underbrush for cover. The trees began to thin, and suddenly I was on the edge of a clearing that shouldn't have existed. My eyes widened in horror at the scene before me. A group of men, maybe a dozen, were systematically felling the ancient trees. The forest giants that had stood for centuries were crashing to the ground, their fall echoing like thunder. Heavy machinery sat idle nearby, ready to haul away the precious timber. This was no sanctioned operation. There were no uniforms, no safety gear, just rough-looking men wielding chainsaws with practiced ease. I had stumbled upon an illegal logging operation, and my stomach churned at the destruction they were wreaking on this pristine ecosystem. Instinct took over, and I raised my camera. The long lens allowed me to zoom in on their faces, capturing clear images of the loggers and their equipment. Evidence, proof of their crimes against nature. I was so focused on documenting the scene that I didn't notice one of the men had stopped working. He was staring right at me, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Our gazes locked, and in that moment I knew I was in deep trouble. He shouted something to his companions, and suddenly all activity ceased. A dozen pairs of eyes turned in my direction, filled with anger and fear. I didn't wait to see what they would do next. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush with none of my usual care for stealth. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the revving of engines. They were coming after me, and they had vehicles. My only advantage was my knowledge of the forest and the fact that much of the terrain was too dense for their trucks to navigate. I ran harder than I ever had in my life, my lungs burning and branches whipping at my face. The precious camera bounced against my chest, a reminder of why I couldn't let them catch me. Those photos were evidence of their crimes, and I had a feeling these men wouldn't hesitate to do whatever it took to keep their operations secret. The sound of engines grew closer, and I veered off the game trail I'd been following, plunging into a thicket of young trees. The branches clawed at me, but I pushed through, ignoring the sting of scratches on my arms and face. I emerged on the other side, finding myself at the top of a steep ravine. The drop was daunting, but I could hear my pursuers closing in. Taking a deep breath, I began to half run, half slide down the incline, using saplings and roots to control my descent. Halfway down, my foot slipped on a patch of loose earth. I fell, tumbling head over heels, unable to stop my momentum. Pain exploded through my body as I hit rocks and branches, finally coming to a stop at the bottom of the ravine. I lay there for a moment, dazed and aching, the taste of blood in my mouth. The sound of voices from above snapped me back to reality. I couldn't afford to rest. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I forced myself to my feet. My left ankle protested, threatening to buckle rouse, but I had no choice. I had to keep moving. I limped along the bottom of the ravine, using the stream that ran through it to mask my trail. The cold water numbed my throbbing ankle, providing some small relief. But I knew I couldn't stay in the open. I needed to find a place to hide, to catch my breath and figure out my next move. A fallen tree, its massive root system creating a natural cave, caught my eye. It wasn't much, but it was the best option I had. I crawled into the space, pulling leaves and branches over the opening to conceal myself. Huddled in my makeshift hiding spot, I finally had a moment to assess my situation. My body was a map of cuts and bruises, my ankle swollen and painful. The camera, miraculously, seemed unharmed. I checked the memory card, relieved to find the incriminating photos intact. From somewhere above, I heard the rumble of engines and shouted orders. They were searching methodically, and it was only a matter of time before they made their way down to the ravine. I needed a plan. My phone, I suddenly remembered. I fished it out of my pocket, my heart sinking as I saw the cracked screen. Still, it powered on. No signal, of course. I was too deep in the wilderness. But if I could get to higher ground, maybe I could call for help. I knew these woods better than my pursuers, having spent weeks exploring every nook and cranny. There was a fire tower about 5 miles to the east, overlooking the valley. If I could reach it, I might be able to get a signal and a defensible position. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to leave my hiding spot. The voices seemed to have moved off, but I couldn't be sure. I peeked out, scanning the area for any sign of movement. Seeing nothing, I crawled out and got to my feet, wincing at the pain in my ankle. I set off, moving as quietly as I could while still maintaining a decent pace. The forest, which had been a source of wonder and beauty for weeks, now felt oppressive and threatening. Every snapping twig made me flinch, every shadow potentially concealing a pursuer. As I walked, my mind raced. Who were these men? How long had they been operating here, destroying this protected land? The rangers who patrolled the area must be either incompetent or complicit. The thought made my blood boil. This forest was supposed to be a sanctuary, and instead, it was being pillaged. Hours passed, and the sun climbed higher in the sky. The heat was stifling, and my water supply was running dangerously low. But I pushed on, driven by the need to expose what I had seen. Finally, as the afternoon wore on, I caught sight of the fire tower through the trees. It was an old structure, long abandoned by the Forest Service but still standing tall above the canopy. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I was so focused on my goal that I almost missed the sound, an engine, somewhere behind me. They had found my trail. Panic gave me speed, and I sprinted the last 100 yards to the tower, ignoring the screaming pain in my ankle. The ladder was old and rusted, but it held my weight as I scrambled up. I reached the small room at the top, slamming the trapdoor shut behind me. For the first time in hours, I felt a modicum of safety. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone. 1 bar of signal. It would have to do. I dialed 911, praying the call would go through. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's calm voice was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. My name is Alex Reeves, I said, my voice hoarse. I'm a wildlife photographer, and I've witnessed an illegal logging operation in the Cascade River State Forest. They're after me. I'm in the old fire tower off Trail 17. Please, I need help. Stay calm, Mr. Reeves. We're dispatching rangers and state police to your location now. Can you stay on the line with me? Yes, I started to say, but the word died in my throat. Through the windows of the tower, I could see a cloud of dust rising from the forest road. They had found me. They're here, I whispered into the phone. Oh God, they're here. Mr. Reeves, help is on the way. Find a safe place to hide and stay quiet. Do not engage with them. I looked around the small room frantically. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. I was trapped. The sound of doors slamming echoed up from below, followed by angry shouts. I could hear them at the base of the tower, arguing about who would come up. "Listen," I said urgently into the phone. "If anything happens to me, there's a memory card in my camera with photos of the logging operation. It's evidence. Make sure it gets to the authorities. Mr. Reeves, stay with me. Help is coming. You're going to be okay." But as I heard the creak of someone climbing the ladder, I wasn't so sure. I clutched my camera to my chest, ready to fight with everything I had to protect the truth I had uncovered. The trap door began to open, and I braced myself for whatever came next. One way or another, this was going to end here, high above the forest I had come to love. And I swore to myself that no matter what happened, I would make sure the world knew what was happening in this supposed sanctuary. The door swung open, and I found myself face to face with my pursuers. In that moment, I realized that sometimes the most dangerous predators in the forest walk on two legs. The crackling of the campfire was suddenly drowned out by the roar of engines. I exchanged a worried glance with my wife, Sarah, as our kids huddled closer. This was supposed to be our perfect family getaway, but in an instant, our peaceful night turned into a parent's worst nightmare. We had been planning this camping trip for months, with two kids constantly glued to their devices and Sarah and I buried in work. We desperately needed to reconnect as a family. The promise of fresh air, starry nights, and no Wi-Fi seemed like the perfect recipe for family bonding. Our first 2 days had been idyllic. We hiked trails, told stories around the campfire, and marveled at the beauty of nature. Our daughter, Emma, even put down her phone long enough to learn how to fish, while our son, Jake, surprised us all with his knack for identifying bird calls. For the first time in ages, we felt like a real family again. But as we sat around the fire on our third night, roasting marshmallows and planning the next day's adventure, the distant rumble of engines shattered our tranquility. At first, I tried to brush it off. "Probably just some late arrivals," I said, forcing a smile. But as the noise grew louder, the unease in my gut intensified. Suddenly, bright headlights cut through the darkness, temporarily blinding us. 3 large pickup trucks came to a screeching halt at the edge of our campsite. The engines cut off, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the slamming of car doors. "Stay close," I murmured to my family, standing up slowly. Sarah pulled the kids behind her, her eyes wide with fear. A group of men emerged from the trucks, their silhouettes backlit by the headlights. There were at least 6 of them, all burly and intimidating. The leader, a tall man with a scraggly beard, stepped forward. "Well, well," he drawled, his voice rough as gravel. "Looks like we've got ourselves some city folk enjoying our woods." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "Good evening, gentlemen. Can we help you with something?" The man chuckled, but there was no warmth in the sound. "Oh, I think you can. See? These here woods. They're ours. And we don't take kindly to outsiders camping on our land." My mind raced. We had obtained all the necessary permits, followed every rule. This was public land, wasn't it? But looking at the menacing group before us, I realized that official regulations might not mean much out here. "There must be some misunderstanding," I said, taking a step forward. "We have permits. This is a designated campground." One of the other men spat on the ground. "Permits don't mean shit out here, city boy. This is our territory." I could feel the situation spiraling out of control. Sarah's grip on my arm tightened, and I could hear Emma whimpering softly behind me. The leader's eyes narrowed. "Here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna pack up your fancy gear and get the hell out of our woods. Now." "Please," Sarah spoke up, her voice trembling. "We have children. It's the middle of the night. We can't just leave." For a moment, I saw a flicker of something, hesitation, maybe even guilt, in the leader's eyes. But it was quickly replaced by a cold determination. "Not my problem, lady. You've got 10 minutes to clear out or things are going to get real unpleasant. The threat hung in the air, heavy and palpable. I looked at my family, Sarah's pale face, Emma's tears, Jake's wide, frightened eyes, and knew I had to get them out of there. Okay, I said, holding up my hands in a placating gesture. We'll leave. Just give us a few minutes to pack up. The leader nodded curtly. 10 minutes. Not a second more. As the men retreated to their trucks, we sprang into action. We had spent 2 days meticulously setting up our campsite, but now we threw everything haphazardly into bags in the car. Tent poles clattered, sleeping bags were stuffed unceremoniously into the trunk, and half-empty coolers were tossed in the back seat. All the while, I could feel the men's eyes on us, watching our every move. The weight of their gazes made my skin crawl, and I tried to position myself between them and my family as much as possible. As Sarah ushered the kids into the car, I did a final sweep of the campsite. In our haste, we had left behind Emma's favorite stuffed animal, a worn rabbit she'd had since she was a toddler. I hesitated for a moment, torn between the need to leave and the knowledge of how devastated Emma would be to lose her cherished toy. Making a split-second decision, I darted back to grab it. As I snatched up the stuffed rabbit, I heard heavy footsteps behind me. I turned to find the leader looming over me, his face twisted in a sneer. "Time's up, city boy," he growled. I clutched the rabbit to my chest, my heart pounding. "We're leaving. Right now." But as I tried to step around him, he grabbed my arm, his grip painfully tight. "Maybe we didn't make ourselves clear earlier. We don't want your kind here. Ever." I could smell the alcohol on his breath, see the dangerous glint in his eyes. This man wasn't just trying to scare us off. He genuinely saw us as a threat to whatever twisted version of territory he believed he controlled. "We won't come back," I said, trying to keep my voice calm despite the fear coursing through me. "You have my word." He leaned in closer, his voice a menacing whisper. "Words ain't enough. Maybe we need to leave you with a reminder." I saw his fist clench, and in that moment, I truly believed he was going to hit me. But before he could, a shrill voice cut through the tension. "Daddy!" Emma had gotten out of the car and was running towards us, her face streaked with tears. The sight of his daughter seemed to snap the man out of his rage. He released my arm, taking a step back. I scooped Emma up, holding her close. "It's okay, sweetie. We're leaving now." As I carried her back to the car, I could feel the leader's eyes boring into my back. The message was clear. We had narrowly avoided something much worse. We peeled out of the campsite, gravel spraying from our tires. In the rearview mirror, I could see the men watching us go, their expressions a mix of satisfaction and lingering anger. For miles, we drove in tense silence, the only sound the quiet sobs of the kids in the back seat. Sarah's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and I kept glancing behind us, half expecting to see headlights in pursuit. It wasn't until we hit the main highway that we all seemed to collectively exhale. The immediate danger had passed, but the fear lingered. What just happened?" Jake asked, his voice small and confused. I turned in my seat to face my children, trying to find the right words to explain the ugliness we had just encountered. How do you tell your kids that sometimes people can be cruel and dangerous for no good reason? Sometimes, I began slowly, we meet people who are angry or scared, and they take it out on others. What those men did was wrong, but we're safe now. Emma clutched her recovered stuffed rabbit tightly. "Are they going to find us again?" "No, sweetheart," Sarah said firmly, meeting Emma's eyes in the rearview mirror. "We're far away from them now, and we're not going back there." As we continued to drive through the night, heading home much earlier than planned, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly our idyllic family vacation had turned into a nightmare. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming and peaceful just hours ago, now felt sinister and threatening. We drove until the sun began to peek over the horizon, finally stopping at a busy truck stop for breakfast. As we sat in a brightly lit diner, surrounded by the comforting sounds of clinking dishes and murmured conversations, the events of the night began to feel almost surreal. Over plates of pancakes and cups of steaming coffee, we talked. We talked about fear and courage, about the importance of standing up for what's right while also knowing when to walk away. We talked about how sometimes the scariest monsters aren't the ones in stories, but the ones we encounter in real life. And slowly, as the warmth of the food and the safety of daylight seeped into our bones, we began to heal. The kids' eyes lost some of their fearful glaze, and Sarah's shoulders relaxed from their tense set. As we prepared to leave the diner and complete our journey home, I looked at my family, tired, a bit shaken but resilient. We had faced a terrifying situation together and come out the other side. "Next time," Jake said as we walked to the car, "can we just go to Disneyland?" The laughter that bubbled up was cathartic. Releasing the last of the night's tension, we piled into the car, ready to head home, our camping gear a jumbled mess in the back, but our family bond stronger than ever. The open road stretched before us, leading away from the darkness of the forest and towards the comfort of home. As we drove, I made a silent promise to myself and my family. We would not let one bad experience taint our love for nature and adventure. We would be more cautious, yes, but we would not let fear win. Our perfect family getaway hadn't gone as planned, but in facing adversity together, we had found something perhaps even more valuable: a deeper appreciation for each other and the knowledge that together, we could weather any storm. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was the open zipper on my tent. I froze, my hand hovering over the flap, heart suddenly pounding in my chest. I always zipped it closed, a habit born from years of solo camping. But there it was, gaping open like a silent scream in the early morning light. I had come to these woods to escape the chaos of my life, to find some peace in the solitude of nature. 3 days of hiking, camping, and communing with the wilderness had done wonders for my stress levels, or at least, it had until this moment. Swallowing hard, I pushed the tent flap aside and peered in. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. My sleeping bag was still rumpled from where I'd crawled out of it at dawn. My backpack leaned against the far side, seemingly untouched. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I noticed small discrepancies. My clothes, which I always folded neatly, were strewn about. The zipper on my pack was partially open. A chill ran down my spine as I realized someone had been in my tent while I was out on my morning hike. I'd only been gone for an hour, maybe less. Whoever it was couldn't be far. I stepped back, scanning the campsite with new eyes. The remains of last night's fire were cold, undisturbed. My cooking gear was still hanging from a nearby tree branch, exactly where I'd left it. But then I saw it, footprints in the soft earth near my tent, too large to be my own. My mind raced. Should I pack up and leave, call for help? But I was miles from any cell service, and the nearest ranger station was a day's hike away. I was well and truly alone. As I stood there, paralyzed with indecision, a twig snapped in the woods behind me. I whirled around, my heart leaping into my throat. The dense foliage revealed nothing, but I could feel it now. Eyes watching me from the shadows. "Hello?" I called out, hating how my voice quavered. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me, heavy and oppressive. Even the birds had gone quiet, as if holding their breath along with me. I turned back to my tent, determined to grab my things and get out of there. But as I reached for my pack, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, pinned to my sleeping bag with my own hunting knife, was a note. With trembling fingers, I plucked it free. The message, scrawled in jagged handwriting, was brief but chilling. "I'm watching you." Panic surged through me. This wasn't just some random hiker who had stumbled upon my camp. This was deliberate. Someone was stalking me. I shoved the note into my pocket and grabbed my pack, not bothering to properly break down the tent. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch made me flinch. I needed to get out of there, fast. As I shouldered my pack, movement caught my eye. There, half hidden behind a tree about 50 yards away, was a figure. I caught only a glimpse, a flash of dirty clothes, a matted beard, before it melted back into the shadows. That was all I needed to see. I took off running down the trail, my heavy pack bouncing painfully against my back. I had no plan beyond putting as much distance between myself and that campsite as possible. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly, the sound of my pounding footsteps and ragged breathing drowning out everything else. When I finally slowed, gasping for air, the forest around me was unfamiliar. In my panic, I'd veered off the main trail. Leaning against a tree, I tried to calm my racing heart and think rationally. I was lost, being stalked by some unknown person, and had limited supplies. The situation was bad, but panicking wouldn't help. I needed a plan. First things first, I needed to figure out where I was. I dug my map and compass out of my pack, grateful for once that I'd opted for old-school navigation over relying on my phone's GPS. As I tried to orient myself, a rustling in the underbrush nearby made me freeze. I held my breath, eyes darting around. Was it him? Had he followed me? The rustling grew closer, and I prepared to run again. But instead of my stalker, a deer emerged from the bushes. It regarded me with large, liquid eyes for a moment before bounding away. The encounter, brief as it was, helped clear my head. I wasn't helpless. I had survival skills. I had supplies, and most importantly, I had my wits. I could figure this out. According to my map, there was a fire tower about 5 miles to the east. If I could reach it, I might be able to call for help, or at least get a better view of my surroundings. It was as good a plan as any. I set off, moving as quietly as I could while still maintaining a brisk pace. Every few minutes, I'd stop and listen, searching for any sign that I was being followed. But the forest remained quiet, indifferent to my plight. As the day wore on, the weight of my pack and the stress of constantly looking over my shoulder began to take their toll. My shoulders ached, and a headache pounded behind my eyes. But I pushed on, driven by the need to reach safety. It was late afternoon when I finally spotted the fire tower through the trees. The sight of the metal structure rising above the canopy filled me with relief so profound I could have wept. I quickened my pace, eager to reach this beacon of civilization. But as I approached the base of the tower, that relief turned to ash in my mouth. The lower portion of the ladder had been removed, leaving a good 10-foot gap between the ground and the first rung. Someone had deliberately made this tower inaccessible. I slumped to the ground, despair washing over me. My one hope of safety, of contacting the outside world, was literally out of reach. As the reality of my situation sank in, I buried my face in my hands, finally allowing myself a moment of weakness. A noise snapped me back to alertness, the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching. I scrambled to my feet, looking around wildly for the source. And there he was, emerging from the trees like some nightmarish forest spirit. He was a large man, his frame made bulky by layers of tattered clothing. A wild beard obscured most of his face, but his eyes were sharp and alert as they fixed on me. In his hand, he clutched a crude club fashioned from a tree branch. "Nowhere left to run," he said, his voice rough from disuse. I backed away, my mind racing. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I haven't done anything to you." He laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "You're trespassing. These are my woods." "This is public land," I argued, though I knew reasoning with him was probably futile. "You can't just claim it." His eyes narrowed. "I've been here for years. This is my home. And you?" He took a step closer, raising his club. "You're not welcome here." I glanced around, desperate for anything I could use to defend myself. My pack was several feet away, and I doubted I could reach it before he got to me. The fire tower loomed behind me, useless in its inaccessibility. As he advanced, I made a split-second decision. I turned and ran for the tower. I heard him shout behind me, his heavy footsteps giving chase. Reaching the base of the tower, I jumped, my fingers just barely catching the lowest rung of the ladder. For a terrifying moment, I dangled there, kicking my feet as I tried to pull myself up. I could hear him right behind me, feel the whoosh of air as he swung his club, narrowly missing my legs. With a surge of adrenaline-fueled strength, I managed to haul myself up onto the ladder. I scrambled upwards, not daring to look down. The man's enraged shouts followed me, punctuated by the clang of his club against the metal structure. I didn't stop climbing until I reached the small room at the top of the tower. I slammed the hatch shut behind me, securing it with shaking hands. Only then did I allow myself to breathe, collapsing onto the dusty floor. From below, I could hear the man's frustrated yells and the sound of him striking the tower's supports. But up here I was safe, at least for the moment. As my panic subsided, I took stock of my surroundings. The room was small and bare, with windows on all sides offering a panoramic view of the forest. In one corner stood a defunct radio system, long since abandoned. On a long shot, I tried the radio, but as expected, it was dead. Still, being up here gave me options. I could see for miles in every direction. Somewhere out there had to be help. As night fell, the man's shouts eventually quieted. But I didn't let my guard down. I knew he was still out there, waiting. I spent a sleepless night huddled in the corner of the tower room, jumping at every sound. When dawn broke, I peered out the windows, searching for any sign of my stalker. The forest below was peaceful, showing no indication of the terror I'd experienced, but I knew appearances could be deceiving. I was trapped, yes, but I was also safe for the moment. And up here, with this bird's eye view, I had a chance to plan my next move. Somehow, some way, I would find a way out of these woods and back to safety. The man below might think he had won, but I wasn't beaten yet. As I watched the sun rise over the treetops, I felt a glimmer of hope. I had survived the night, outsmarted my pursuer. Whatever came next, I would face it with the same determination that had gotten me this far. This was no longer just about escaping the forest. It was about reclaiming my right to feel safe in the wilderness I loved. The battle wasn't over, but up here, with the whole forest spread out before me, I finally felt like I had a fighting chance. The moment I saw the glint of metal through the trees, I knew I had stumbled upon something I was never meant to see. My heart leaped into my throat as I instinctively ducked behind a fallen log, the musty smell of decaying wood filling my nostrils. What I had mistaken for an old, abandoned campsite was anything but, and in that instant, my peaceful research trip turned into a fight for survival. I'm a historian, specializing in Civil War battlefields. This trip to a remote area of Virginia was supposed to be routine, a chance to document a lesser-known skirmish site before nature reclaimed it completely. I'd spent countless hours in places like this, but never had I felt the kind of primal fear that now coursed through my veins. The day had started normally enough. I'd parked my car at the end of a long, winding dirt road and hiked several miles into the dense forest. The late summer heat was oppressive, and sweat trickled down my back as I pushed through the underbrush. My backpack, loaded with camera equipment and supplies, felt heavier with each step. I'd been following an old, overgrown path that I believed led to the battle site. The forest was eerily quiet, with only the occasional bird call breaking the silence. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. And then I saw it. A clearing up ahead. Excitement bubbled up inside me as I quickened my pace. This had to be the spot. I could almost picture the soldiers who had fought and died here over 150 years ago. But as I reached the edge of the clearing, That excitement turned to confusion, and then to terror. Instead of weathered earthworks or rusted cannonballs, I saw modern camping equipment, tents, not of the Civil War era, but of high-tech fabric, were arranged in a circle. In the center was a table covered in maps and what looked like blueprints, and the guns. Oh God, the guns. They weren't historical replicas or hunting rifles. These were military-grade weapons, neatly arranged on a tarp as if ready for inspection. I froze, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. This was no historical reenactment group. This was something far more sinister. Before I could retreat, a voice shattered the silence. "Hey, who's there?" I didn't think. I just ran. Crashing through the underbrush, I could hear shouts behind me and the sound of pursuit. Branches whipped at my face as I sprinted blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to put as much distance between myself and that camp as possible. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I pushed on. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I couldn't hear anyone behind me anymore. I slowed to a stop, gasping for air. The forest around me was unfamiliar. In my panic, I'd veered far off the path I'd originally followed. As my breathing slowed, the reality of my situation began to sink in. I was lost in a vast forest, being hunted by what I could only assume was some kind of militia group. My phone had no signal, and I had no idea which direction would lead me back to my car. I needed to think, to come up with a plan. First things first, I had to find water. Dehydration would kill me faster than anything else out here. I listened carefully and thought I could hear the faint sound of running water in the distance. It was as good a direction as any. As I made my way towards the sound, my mind raced. Who were those men? What were they planning? The maps, the weapons, it all pointed to something big, something dangerous. And now I was the loose end that could unravel whatever they were plotting. The sound of water grew louder, and soon I found myself at the edge of a small stream. I knelt down, cupping the cool water in my hands and drinking gratefully. As I refilled my water bottle, I tried to orient myself. The stream had to lead somewhere, perhaps to a larger river that might have a road nearby. I decided to follow the stream downstream. It was slow going, picking my way over slippery rocks and through dense vegetation. Every snapping twig made me flinch, convinced that at any moment I would see one of those armed men emerging from the trees. As the day wore on, exhaustion began to set in. The adrenaline that had fueled my escape was long gone, replaced by a bone-deep weariness, but I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving, had to find help. Just as the light was beginning to fade, I saw something through the trees that made my heart leap, a structure of some kind. As I got closer, I realized it was an old hunter's cabin. It looked abandoned, with boarded-up windows and a sagging roof, but it was the first sign of civilization I'd seen in hours. I approached cautiously, aware that it could be a trap. But the thick layer of leaves on the porch and the rusted padlock on the door suggested it hadn't been used in years. Using a rock, I managed to break the lock and force the door open. The interior was musty and dark, but it was shelter. I closed the door behind me and sank to the floor, finally allowing myself a moment to rest. My body ached, and my clothes were torn and dirty from my mad dash through the forest. As night fell, the sounds of the forest changed. Owls hooted and small animals rustled in the underbrush. Every noise made me tense, wondering if it was the militia coming to find me. I couldn't risk a fire, so I huddled in a corner of the cabin, shivering in the cool night air. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the clearing with its weapons and mysterious maps. Dawn found me still awake, my eyes gritty with exhaustion. I knew I couldn't stay in the cabin. It was too obvious a hiding place. I had to keep moving. As I stepped outside, a sound made me freeze. Voices, distant, but getting closer. They were still looking for me. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I couldn't afford to lose my head now. I had to think, The stream. If I waded through the water, it might hide my scent and make it harder to track me. It was a desperate plan, but it was all I had. I made my way back to the stream, my movements as quiet as I could make them. The water was shockingly cold as I stepped in, but I gritted my teeth and pushed on. The current was stronger than I expected, and I had to fight to keep my footing on the slippery rocks. I don't know how long I walked in that stream. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I focused solely on putting one foot in front of the other. The voices behind me faded, then disappeared entirely. But still I pushed on, terrified that if I stopped, they would find me. It was the sound of traffic that finally broke through my exhausted haze. At first, I thought I was imagining it. But as I rounded a bend in the stream, I saw it. A bridge spanning the now much wider river. And on that bridge, cars. Relief hit me so hard I nearly collapsed. Somehow, against all odds, I had made it back to civilization. I staggered out of the stream and up the embankment to the road. A car screeched to a halt beside me, the driver's eyes wide with shock as he took in my bedraggled appearance. "Are you okay?" he asked, rolling down his window. "Do you need help?" I nodded, too exhausted to speak. He helped me into his car and drove me to the nearest police station. There, I told my story, about the camp, the weapons, the chase through the woods. The officers looked skeptical at first, but something in my eyes must have convinced them I was telling the truth. In the days that followed, as I recovered in a hospital bed, I learned that my accidental discovery had led to the arrest of a domestic terrorist group. They had been planning an attack, though the details were kept from me for security reasons. As I lay there, replaying the events in my mind, I couldn't help but marvel at the twist of fate that had led me to that clearing. What had started as a simple research trip had turned into something far more significant. I had set out to study history and instead found myself making it. The experience changed me. I still love history, still feel drawn to those old battlefields. But now I carry with me a deeper understanding of conflict and survival. Those Civil War soldiers I study fought for their lives in those forests. And in my own small way, I now know what that feels like. I know I'll return to the woods someday. The pull of history is too strong to resist, but I'll go with open eyes, aware that sometimes the most dangerous relics of the past are the ones still walking among us. The pungent scent of marijuana hit me like a wall, completely out of place in the pristine wilderness I'd been exploring for the past week. My heart rate doubled instantly as I realized I'd stumbled upon something far more dangerous than any bear or mountain lion. In that moment, I knew my peaceful botanist's expedition had just taken a potentially deadly turn. I'd been in the national park for 6 days, cataloging rare plant species for my doctoral research. It was a dream come true for a nature lover like me. Days spent hiking through lush forests, nights under a canopy of stars. I'd always felt safest in the wilderness, away from the chaos of the city. But now, as I crouched behind a fallen log, peering at the massive marijuana plantation spread out before me, I'd never felt more in danger. The clearing was huge, at least a few acres, completely hidden from aerial view by the towering trees surrounding it. Row upon row of cannabis plants stretched out, their distinctive leaves unmistakable. This was no small-time operation. This was industrial-scale drug production right in the heart of protected land. I should have turned and run right then, but curiosity, the same trait that made me a good scientist, got the better of me. I needed to document this, to gather evidence. Slowly, carefully, I pulled out my camera and started taking photos. I was so focused on capturing clear images that I almost missed the sound of voices approaching. Almost. I ducked lower behind the log, hardly daring to breathe as 2 men entered the clearing. They were talking in low voices, carrying large watering cans. Armed men, I realized with a jolt of fear, noticing the rifles slung across their backs. "I'm telling you, I heard something," one of them was saying. "Could be rangers. We need to check it out." The other man grunted in agreement. "Let's do a perimeter sweep. Boss'll have our heads if we let anyone stumble on this place." My blood ran cold. They were going to search the area. It was only a matter of time before they found me. I had to move now. As quietly as I could, I began to back away from my hiding spot. Every snapping twig sounded like a gunshot to my ears. I was about 20 feet from the clearing when disaster struck. My foot caught on a root, and I stumbled, falling backwards with a yelp I couldn't suppress. "There!" I heard one of the men shout. "Over there!" I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't bother trying to be quiet anymore. Speed was my only chance. I could hear them crashing through the underbrush behind me, gaining ground quickly. They knew these woods. I realized with growing panic, this was their territory. A gunshot rang out, the bullet splintering bark off a tree inches from my head. "Stop or the next one won't miss," a voice bellowed. But I couldn't stop. I knew if they caught me, I'd never leave these woods alive, so I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life. My lungs burned, and branches whipped at my face, but I didn't slow down. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and those armed men as possible. But as I ran, a memory surfaced. A river I'd crossed a few days ago. If I could reach it, maybe I could lose them. I changed direction, praying my memory wasn't failing me. The sounds of pursuit were growing fainter, but I didn't dare hope I'd lost them. They knew this land better than I did. They'd find my trail again soon enough. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I heard it, the rush of water. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I burst out of the tree line onto the riverbank, the water a churning mass before me. Without hesitation, I plunged in. The shock of the cold nearly took my breath away, but I forced myself to keep moving. The current was strong, tugging at me, trying to pull me under. But I was a strong swimmer, and fear lent me strength I didn't know I possessed. I let the river carry me downstream, away from danger. When I finally dragged myself out onto the opposite bank, I was shivering and exhausted, but alive. And more importantly, I couldn't hear any signs of pursuit. But I knew I couldn't rest. I was soaking wet in the middle of the wilderness, miles from any help, being hunted by armed drug growers. My situation was dire, to say the least. I took stock of what I had. My backpack was gone, lost in the river. All I had was the clothes on my back, my wallet, miraculously still in my pocket, and my camera, which I'd somehow managed to keep hold of during my frantic flight. The camera that held evidence of the marijuana plantation. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the reality of my situation sank in. I was lost, with no supplies, no map, and no way to call for help. And somewhere out there, dangerous men were looking for me. I had to find help, and fast. I picked a direction and started walking, staying close to the river. Water meant life, and it might lead me to civilization. As I walked, my mind raced. How had this happened? How had a simple research trip turned into a life or death struggle? The day wore on, and exhaustion began to set in. My wet clothes chafed, and every step was an effort. But I couldn't stop. I knew that to stop moving was to die, either from exposure or at the hands of those pursuing me. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, despair started to creep in. I'd been walking for hours with no sign of rescue. Maybe this was it. Maybe this forest would be my final resting place. But just as I was about to give up hope, I saw something that made my heart leap. A thin trail of smoke rising above the trees in the distance. Smoke meant fire, and fire meant people. It could be my pursuers, but at this point, I was willing to take that risk. I approached cautiously, every sense on high alert. As I got closer, I could make out voices, not the gruff tones of the men from the plantation, but lighter, cheerful sounds. Campers, I realized with a surge of relief. I stumbled into their campsite, probably looking like some kind of swamp creature. The family, a couple with two teenage kids, stared at me in shock. I must have been quite a sight, soaking wet, covered in scratches and bruises, wild-eyed with fear and exhaustion. "Please," I managed to croak out. "I need help." The next few hours passed in a blur. The family gave me dry clothes and food, and listened with growing alarm as I told them my story. They had a satellite phone, thank God, and called the park rangers. When the rangers arrived, I told them everything, showing them the photos on my camera as proof. They looked grim as they studied the images. "This was big," they said, "really big." They called in state police and even the DEA. As I sat wrapped in a blanket in the back of a ranger's truck, watching a flurry of law enforcement activity around me, the events of the day felt surreal. Had I really outrun armed men, swum across a raging river, and exposed a massive drug operation, all in the span of a few hours? In the days that followed, as I gave statements to various law enforcement agencies, the full scale of what I'd stumbled upon became clear. The marijuana plantation was just the tip of the iceberg. It was part of a multi-state drug trafficking operation that the authorities had been trying to crack for years. My accidental discovery had provided the break they needed. The men who had chased me were arrested in a raid a few days later. They were facing multiple felony charges. I was hailed as a hero, but I didn't feel like one. I felt lucky, grateful to be alive. As I finally returned home, I found myself changed. The forest, which had always been a place of peace and discovery for me, now held a hint of danger. I knew I'd go back eventually. My love for nature and my work were too strong to be deterred by one harrowing experience. But I'd go with open eyes, aware that even in the most beautiful places, darkness can lurk. My research trip had turned into something I never expected, a tale of survival against the odds. But it had also reminded me of the resilience of the human spirit, and the unexpected strength we can find within ourselves when pushed to the limit. As I settled back into my normal life, I carried with me a new appreciation for the preciousness of each moment and a determination to make the most of the second chance I'd been given. The first twig snap could have been a squirrel, the second maybe a deer, but the third, that was unmistakably human, and it was far too close for comfort. As I huddled behind a moss-covered boulder, my friend's excited chatter faded into the background. Something was wrong in these mountains, and I had a sickening feeling we were about to find out just how wrong. It was supposed to be the hiking trip of a lifetime. 5 friends, 10 days in the Appalachian wilderness, pushing our limits and bonding over breathtaking vistas and campfire stories. We'd been planning it for months, poring over maps and gear lists with the enthusiasm of kids planning a treasure hunt. The first 3 days had been everything we'd hoped for. The autumn air was crisp, the fall colors painting the mountainsides in brilliant reds and golds. We'd tackled challenging trails, marveled at hidden waterfalls, and spent our evenings exchanging stories and dreams under a canopy of stars. But on the 4th day, things started to feel off. It was subtle at first, a rustle in the underbrush that didn't sound quite right. The unsettling feeling of eyes on us when we stopped for breaks. We brushed it off as paranoia, the natural unease that comes from being in unfamiliar territory. Then came the footprints. We found them at our campsite on the 5th morning, large boot prints that hadn't been there the night before, circling our tents. Mike, always the skeptic, insisted it was probably just another hiker passing through. But the prints were too deliberate, too menacing in their precision. We debated turning back, cutting our trip short, but we were deep in the backcountry, at least 3 days from the nearest road. Press on or turn back, we'd still be in the wilderness for days. So we decided to continue, agreeing to stay vigilant and stick together. That night, we heard it for the first time, a long, low whistle echoing through the trees. It wasn't any bird call I recognized, and judging by the looks on my friends and faces, they didn't recognize it either. We extinguished our fire early and huddled in our tents, sleep eluding us as that whistle sounded again and again through the night. The next morning, Sarah's backpack was missing. We searched the campsite frantically, but it was nowhere to be found. With it went half our food supply and our only map. The reality of our situation began to sink in. We were being stalked, toyed with by someone who knew these mountains far better than we did. We abandoned our original route, hoping to throw off whoever was following us. But as the day wore on, the sense of being watched only intensified. Twice more we heard that chilling whistle, closer each time. It was mid-afternoon when I heard those twig snaps, so close I could almost feel the presence behind them. I signaled silently to my friends, and we ducked behind whatever cover we could find. For long, tense minutes, and we waited, hardly daring to breathe. Then we saw him. A figure moved between the trees, barely more than a shadow, but it was unmistakably human and unmistakably tracking us. He moved with an eerie grace, seeming to glide over the forest floor that had been tripping us up for days. Sarah stifled a gasp, and the figure's head snapped in our direction. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought we'd been discovered. But after a painfully long pause, he moved on, disappearing into the thick underbrush. We waited until we were sure he was gone before we spoke, and even then, it was in whispers. "We need to get out of here," Mike said, his usual bravado replaced by naked fear. Now, no one argued. We gathered our packs as quietly as we could and started moving, no longer caring about our intended route. Our only goal now was to find our way back to civilization, but the mountains seemed to have other plans. As dusk approached, a thick fog rolled in, obscuring the trail and disorienting us completely. We were lost, being hunted, and night was falling fast. "And we need to find shelter," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "We're too exposed out here." We stumbled through the deepening gloom, jumping at every shadow. The fog muffled our footsteps, but it also hid potential dangers. More than once, one of us nearly walked off the edge of a steep drop. Just as despair was starting to set in, we spotted it, a dilapidated cabin, half hidden by overgrown vegetation. It wasn't much, but it was shelter, and right now, that was all that mattered. We approached cautiously, all too aware that this could be a trap, but the cabin appeared long abandoned, its windows boarded up and its door hanging crookedly on rusted hinges. Inside, it was musty and dark, but dry. We used our flashlights sparingly, not wanting to alert our pursuer to our location. In hushed tones, we tried to come up with a plan. "We should take turns keeping watch," Sarah suggested. 2-hour shifts. We can't risk all being asleep if he finds us. We agreed, drawing straws to determine the order. I drew the first watch. As my friends settled in to try and sleep, I positioned myself by a crack in the boards covering the window. The night was oppressively dark, the fog seeming to swallow up even the meager light of the stars. For the first hour, all was quiet. Then, just as I was starting to think we might have lost our stalker, I heard it, that whistle, low and menacing, somewhere out in the darkness. It was answered by another whistle from a different direction, then another. My blood ran cold as I realized the horrifying truth. There wasn't just one person out there. There were several, and they had us surrounded. I woke the others, pressing my fingers to my lips to signal for silence. We huddled together in the center of the cabin, straining our ears. The whistles were getting closer, a nightmarish call and response that seemed to be closing in on us from all sides. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the night, the rhythmic chopping of helicopter blades. A searchlight cut through the fog, sweeping back and forth across the forest canopy. Our pursuers' whistles abruptly ceased. For a moment, all was silent, except for the approaching helicopter. Then we heard it, the sound of running feet, quickly fading into the distance. We burst out of the cabin, waving our arms frantically and shouting at the top of our lungs. The searchlight found us, pinning us in its glare. I'd never been so happy to be blinded by a light in my life. The helicopter landed in a small clearing nearby, and park rangers poured out, followed by state police. We learned later that our families had reported us missing when we failed to check in at our scheduled time. The authorities had been searching for us for 2 days. As we were flown to safety, I couldn't shake the image of that shadowy figure in the woods. Who were they? What did they want? We gave statements to the police, but they seemed skeptical of our story. They found no evidence of our mysterious stalkers, no prints, no abandoned campsites, nothing except Sarah's backpack, discovered miles from where we'd lost it, its contents untouched. In the days and weeks that followed, as we tried to readjust to normal life, we pieced together theories. Maybe it was an isolationist group living off the grid. Maybe it was some kind of twisted game, hunting humans for sport. Or maybe, as the authorities seemed to believe, it was just our imaginations running wild in the isolation of the backcountry. But I know what I saw, what I heard, and sometimes, in my dreams, I still hear that whistle, calling to me from the depths of the forest. The Appalachian Trail holds many secrets, and I can't shake the feeling that we only scratched the surface of one of its darkest mysteries. I still hike, still love the outdoors, but I never go alone anymore. And I always look over my shoulder. Because I know now that sometimes the most dangerous predators in the wilderness walk on 2 legs, and they know the forest far better than we ever will. The gentle lapping of water against my canoe had always been a soothing sound, but now it filled me with dread. Each ripple could be hiding them, the men who turned my peaceful solo trip into a nightmare. As I peered into the mist-shrouded lake, I realized that the boundary waters had become my prison, and those distant shores my only hope for escape. I'd been planning this trip for months, a week-long solo adventure in the pristine wilderness of northern Minnesota. As an avid outdoorsman and nature photographer, I craved the solitude and raw beauty of the Boundary Waters canoe area. The promise of crystal-clear lakes, towering pines, and untouched wilderness had drawn me in like a siren's call. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I paddled through a maze of interconnected lakes and streams, portaging my canoe between them when necessary. Each night, I'd set up camp on a small island or secluded shore, falling asleep to the haunting calls of loons echoing across the water. It was on the 4th day that everything changed. I was exploring a narrow channel, my camera at the ready to capture the morning mist rising off the water, when I saw it. A flicker of movement on the shore caught my eye. I raised my binoculars, expecting to see a moose or maybe a black bear. Instead, I saw men, 3 of them, dressed in camouflage, loading large duffel bags into a battered aluminum boat. Even from a distance, I could see the unmistakable shape of rifles slung across their backs. This was no ordinary camping trip. I should have paddled away immediately, should have pretended I hadn't seen a thing. But curiosity got the better of me. I drifted closer, using the morning mist as cover. As I drew near, I could hear snatches of their conversation carried across the water. "Last shipment before we shut down for the season," one man was saying. "Border Patrol's been sniffing around, we can't risk." The rest was lost as a gust of wind rippled across the lake. But I'd heard enough to know I'd stumbled upon something illegal. Smugglers, using the remote wilderness to move their goods across the Canadian border. I was so focused on the men that I didn't notice my canoe drifting into a partially submerged log. The scrape of wood on wood seemed deafening in the quiet morning air. The men's heads snapped in my direction. "Hey, you there in the canoe!" one shouted. "Come over here." My heart pounding, I did the only thing I could think of. I paddled. Hard. Behind me, I could hear the roar of an outboard motor springing to life. They were coming after me. What followed was a frantic chase through the labyrinthine waterways of the Boundary Waters. I had the advantage of a lighter craft and intimate knowledge of the area from my detailed maps, but they had a motorboat and the desperation of men with something to hide. I zigged and zagged through narrow channels, ducking under low-hanging branches and scraping through reed beds too shallow for their larger boat. But always, the roar of their motor found me again. They knew these waters too, probably better than I did. As the sun climbed higher, the mist burned away, leaving me exposed. I could hear them shouting to each other, coordinating their efforts to cut me off. I was being herded, I realized with growing dread, herded towards a dead end. Sure enough, I rounded a bend to find myself in a small, circular lake with no outlet. Sheer rock cliffs rose on three sides, offering no escape. The purr of their motor grew louder as they entered the lake behind me. With no other choice, I paddled to the shore and dragged my canoe onto a narrow strip of rocky beach. I grabbed my dry bag with my supplies and plunged into the dense underbrush, the shouts of the men ringing in my ears. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping my face and roots threatening to trip me at every step. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and those men as possible. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I couldn't run anymore. I collapsed behind a fallen tree, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. As my breathing slowed, I became aware of the oppressive silence of the forest. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals. It was as if the whole wilderness was holding its breath. Then I heard it, a twig snapping nearby. They were close. I held my breath, pressing myself into the damp earth. Footsteps crunched through the leaves, pausing occasionally as they searched the area. I could hear them muttering to each other, their voices low and angry. "He couldn't have gotten far," one said. "Find him. We can't let him tell anyone what he saw." The footsteps moved away, but I didn't dare move. I lay there for what felt like hours, every muscle tense, waiting for them to return. But the forest remained silent. As the light began to fade, I knew I couldn't stay there. I was deep in the wilderness with minimal supplies, being hunted by dangerous men. I needed to find help, and fast. I oriented myself using the setting sun and started moving, trying to stay as quiet as possible. I knew there was a ranger station somewhere to the south, but it was miles away. Could I make it there before the smugglers found me? Or before exposure and exhaustion took their toll? The night was long and terrifying. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Every sound a pursuer closing in. I stumbled through the darkness, guided only by brief glimpses of the stars through the canopy and my own desperate determination to survive. As dawn broke, I found myself on the shore of another lake. My heart sank as I realized I'd have to find a way across. Swimming was out of the question. The water was frigid, and I'd never make it to the other side. I needed a boat. That's when I saw it. A lone canoe, pulled up on a small beach about 100 yards down the shore. It was a risk. The canoe likely belonged to my pursuers, but it was my only chance. I crept along the shoreline, keeping low and using the early morning mist as cover. As I drew closer to the canoe, I scanned the area for any sign of the smugglers. The small campsite nearby seemed deserted, but I couldn't be sure they weren't lying in wait. With my heart in my throat, I sprinted the last few yards to the canoe. I shoved it into the water and jumped in, paddling furiously towards the center of the lake. I was about halfway across when I heard angry shouts from the shore behind me. I didn't look back, just kept paddling. My arms burned with the effort, but fear lent me strength. The crack of a gunshot spurred me on, the bullet sending up a spray of water uncomfortably close to my canoe. I reached the far shore as more shots rang out, the bullets whistling overhead. I beached the canoe and ran into the woods, not daring to slow down even as my lungs screamed for air. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I pushed through the wilderness, driven by pure survival instinct. It was the sound of a motor that finally broke through my panic-induced haze. Not the whine of an outboard, but the deeper rumble of a truck engine. I changed direction, moving towards the sound. It grew louder, and suddenly I burst out of the tree line onto a dirt road. An old pickup truck was idling there, a startled-looking man in a park ranger uniform staring at me in shock. "Please," I gasped, stumbling towards him. "Help me! There are men! They're after me!" The ranger helped me into his truck, his face grave as I poured out my story between gasping breaths. He radioed for backup as he drove us to the ranger station, casting worried glances at the woods around us. The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements and medical checks. The authorities took my information seriously, launching a full-scale search of the area. They found evidence of the smuggling operation, but the men themselves had vanished. As I finally left the ranger station, headed for home and safety, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd only scratched the surface of something much bigger. The Boundary Waters had always seemed like the last true wilderness, a place untouched by the darker aspects of humanity. Now I knew better. I still love the outdoors, still feel the pull of wild places, but now I go with open eyes, aware that even in the most remote corners of the world, we're never truly alone. And sometimes, the most dangerous predators are the ones that walk on two legs. The flash of my camera shattered the stillness of the Everglades, capturing more than just the rare bird I'd been tracking. In that split second, I became a witness to something I was never meant to see, and my peaceful research expedition transformed into a desperate fight for survival. I'm a wildlife photographer, specializing in endangered species. The Everglades had always been a goldmine for my work, teeming with unique creatures found nowhere else on Earth. This trip was supposed to be like any other. 2 weeks of wading through swamps, battling mosquitoes, and hopefully capturing some breathtaking shots of the elusive Florida panther. The first few days were uneventful, filled with the familiar rhythms of life in the swamp. I'd wake before dawn, eat a quick breakfast of granola bars, and set out in my small boat. Hours would pass as I navigated the maze-like waterways, camera at the ready. It was on the 5th day that everything changed. I'd ventured further into the Everglades than ever before, following rumors of panther sightings in a particularly remote area. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, I decided to make camp on a small, dry patch of land. I was setting up my tent when I heard it, the low rumble of an airboat engine, out of place in this isolated part of the swamp. Curiosity piqued. I grabbed my camera with its powerful zoom lens and made my way to the water's edge. The airboat came into view, laden with large, tarp-covered crates. 3 men were aboard, their faces obscured by the growing darkness. They beached the boat on a nearby mudflat and began unloading their cargo with practiced efficiency. I raised my camera, thinking I might be witnessing some kind of wildlife trafficking operation. But as I zoomed in, and the flash went off automatically in the low light, I realized my mistake too late. The men froze, then whirled in my direction. I ducked down, but I knew it was futile. They had seen the flash, heard the click of the shutter. They knew someone was watching. "Hey, who's there?" A gruff voice called out. "Show yourself." My heart pounding, I stayed low, hoping against hope that they might think it was just some animal. But the sound of them revving up the airboat told me they weren't taking any chances. I grabbed my emergency backpack, always packed and ready for a quick escape, and plunged into the swamp. The water was waist-deep and tepid, filled with unseen creatures that brushed against my legs as I sloshed through the muck. Behind me, I could hear the airboat getting closer. Its fan propeller roared, drowning out the normal nighttime sounds of the Everglades. I pushed harder, struggling against the water's resistance and the treacherous, unseen bottom. I reached a stand of mangroves and ducked behind their twisted roots, trying to control my ragged breathing. The airboat slowed, its occupants scanning the shoreline with powerful flashlights. "Spread out," I heard one of them say. Whoever it was couldn't have gotten far in this swamp. I knew I couldn't stay put. It was only a matter of time before they found me. But which way to go? In the darkness, with the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I had lost all sense of direction. I chose a direction at random and started moving, trying to stay as quiet as possible in the noisy swamp. Every step was a challenge. The bottom was a treacherous mix of soft mud and hidden obstacles. More than once, I nearly fell face first into the murky water. The sounds of pursuit were ever present. Sometimes they seemed to fade, only to come roaring back louder than ever. I had no idea if I was heading towards safety or deeper into danger. As the night wore on, exhaustion began to set in. My legs ached from constantly fighting against the water, and my skin burned from countless mosquito bites. But I couldn't stop. I knew that to stop was to die, either from exposure in the unforgiving swamp or at the hands of my pursuers. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw it, a faint light in the distance. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I pushed towards the light, no longer caring about the noise I was making. As I got closer, I realized it was a small cabin, perched on stilts above the water. A weather-beaten sign identified it as a ranger station. I've never been so happy to see anything in my life. I stumbled up the stairs and pounded on the door, casting fearful glances over my shoulder. "Help! Please! Is anyone there?" The door opened, revealing a startled-looking ranger. "What in the world?" he exclaimed, taking in my bedraggled appearance. I pushed past him into the cabin, slamming the door behind me. "Please," I gasped, struggling to catch my breath. "There are men after me. I saw something I shouldn't have." The ranger's expression turned serious. He locked the door and quickly closed all the shutters. "Start from the beginning," he said, grabbing his radio. "What exactly did you see?" I told him everything. The airboat, the mysterious cargo, the chase through the swamp. As I spoke, I could see his face growing grimmer. "I was afraid of this," he muttered, mostly to himself. Then, into the radio. "This is Ranger Michaels at Station 17. We've got a Code 3 situation. Possible smuggling operation in Sector 9. Requesting immediate backup." The response was immediate. "Copy that, Station 17. Backup is on the way. ETA 20 minutes. Stay put and keep the witness safe." The ranger, Michaels, turned back to me. "You're lucky you made it here," he said. "This part of the Everglades is a known route for smugglers. We've been trying to catch them in the act for months." A sudden noise outside made us both freeze. The unmistakable sound of an airboat engine, quickly growing louder. Michaels sprang into action, grabbing a shotgun from a locked cabinet. "Stay low and away from the windows," he ordered, his voice tense but controlled. I huddled in a corner as Michaels took up position near the door. The airboat's engine cut off, replaced by the sound of voices and footsteps on the wooden deck. A fist pounded on the door. "Open up! Park rangers!" Michaels didn't move. "Identify yourself," he called back. There was a pause. Then, "You know who we are, Michaels. Open the door, or we'll open it for you." My blood ran cold. They knew the ranger by name. This was worse than I thought. Michael's face was grim. "Not happening," he shouted. "Backup's on the way. Your smuggling days are over." The response was immediate and terrifying. Gunshots rang out, splintering the wooden door. Michaels ducked and returned fire, the shotgun's blast deafening in the small cabin. What followed was the longest 10 minutes of my life. A furious gun battle raged around me as I cowered on the floor, praying that help would arrive before it was too late. And then, suddenly, it was over. The sound of helicopter rotors filled the air, and I heard shouts of, "Police! Drop your weapons!" When I finally dared to look up, the cabin was a mess of broken glass and bullet holes. Michaels was slumped against the wall, clutching his bleeding arm but very much alive. Outside, I could see the smugglers being handcuffed and led away. The aftermath was a blur of police statements and medical checkups. My photos, it turned out, provided crucial evidence in breaking up a major smuggling ring that had been operating in the Everglades for years. As I finally headed home, exhausted but alive, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly my peaceful expedition had turned into a life-or-death struggle. The Everglades, which I had always seen as a sanctuary, now held a darker, more dangerous aspect in my mind. I still love wildlife photography, still feel drawn to wild places. But now I go with open eyes, aware that even in the most beautiful landscapes, Human darkness can lurk just beneath the surface. My camera captured more than rare animals on that trip. It captured a stark reminder that sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones that walk on two legs. The roar of ATV engines shattered the tranquil evening, echoing off the black hills like rolling thunder. In that moment, as 5 riders tore into my campsite, I knew my peaceful solo getaway had just taken a dangerous turn. Little did I know, this intrusion was only the beginning of a nightmarish ordeal that would push me to my limits. I'd come to the Black Hills seeking solitude and a chance to clear my head after a grueling year at work. The promise of pristine forests, rugged terrain, and star-filled nights had drawn me to this remote spot, far from the usual tourist trails. For 2 blissful days, it had been everything I'd hoped for, just me, my tent, and the wild beauty of nature. As the sun began to set on my 3rd day, I was sitting by my small campfire, lost in thought and enjoying the simple pleasure of roasting a marshmallow. The sudden intrusion of mechanical noise jerked me back to reality. Before I could even process what was happening, 5 ATVs burst into the clearing, their riders whooping and hollering like they owned the place. They circled my campsite, kicking up dirt and leaves before coming to a stop. The engines cut off, leaving a ringing silence in their wake. 5 men dismounted, all looking to be in their late 20s or early 30s. They were a rough-looking bunch, dressed in a mishmash of leather and denim, with wild hair and wilder eyes. "Well, well, what do we have here?" the largest of the group said, stepping forward. He was a bear of a man, with a thick beard and arms covered in tattoos. "Looks like we found ourselves a city boy playing explorer." I stood up slowly, trying to keep my voice calm and steady. "Evening, gentlemen. I'm just camping here for a few days. Plenty of room in these hills for all of us, right?" The man, clearly the leader, laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Oh, I don't know about that. See, these are our woods, and we don't take kindly to strangers trespassing on our turf." My heart began to race. I'd heard stories of territorial locals in remote areas, but I'd always thought they were exaggerated. Now, faced with 5 angry men and miles from any help, those stories didn't seem so far-fetched. "Look," I said, forcing a smile, "I didn't mean to trespass. If this is your spot, I'd be happy to pack up and move along." The leader exchanged glances with his friends, a silent communication passing between them. Then he turned back to me, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "Oh, you'll be moving along all right. But first, I think we're going to have some fun." What followed was a nightmare of psychological torment and destruction. They ransacked my campsite, tearing open my tent and scattering my supplies. They found my cooler and helped themselves to my beer, growing louder and more belligerent with each can they emptied. I stood by helplessly, knowing that any attempt to stop them would likely end in violence. Every time I tried to speak up or move towards my things, one of them would step in front of me, a threatening gleam in his eye. As night fell, their fun escalated. They took turns target practicing on my camping gear, using my pots and pans for skeet shooting. The sound of gunshots echoed through the hills, each blast making me flinch. "Please," I finally said, unable to stay silent any longer. "Just take what you want and go. I won't report this, I swear." The leader turned to me, his eyes glassy from alcohol but still menacing. "Report it? To who? There ain't no law out here but us." He gestured expansively, encompassing the dark forest around us. "This is our kingdom, city boy, and you're about to learn what happens to trespassers in our kingdom." Fear, cold and sharp, settled in my stomach. I realized with growing horror that they had no intention of simply robbing me and leaving. This was a game to them, and it was far from over. As if to confirm my fears, one of the men grabbed a burning log from my fire and hurled it at my tent. The nylon fabric caught immediately, flames licking up the sides with terrifying speed. No! I yelled, starting forward. But two of the men grabbed me, holding me back as I watched everything I had brought with me go up in flames. The leader stepped close, his breath hot on my face and reeking of beer. Here's what's gonna happen, city boy. We're gonna give you a 10-minute head start. Then we're coming after you. If you make it out of these hills alive, well, consider it a learning experience. If not, he shrugged, leaving the implications hanging in the air. They shoved me towards the dark line of trees, laughing as I stumbled. Better start running, one of them called. Clock's ticking. For a moment, I stood frozen, my mind struggling to process what was happening. Then survival instinct kicked in and I ran. I plunged into the forest, branches whipping my face as I crashed through the underbrush. Behind me, I could hear them counting down, their voices carrying clearly through the night air. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and those men as possible. But the forest was dark and unfamiliar, every shadow seeming to hide a potential threat. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I heard the roar of ATV engines starting up. The hunt was on. I veered off the faint trail I'd been following, opting for denser underbrush in the hope it would slow down their vehicles. The sound of the ATVs grew closer, then faded, then came back again. They were sweeping the area, methodically searching for me. Twice, I had to dive for cover as they passed nearby, their headlights cutting through the darkness. As the night wore on, exhaustion began to set in. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and countless scratches stung my face and arms. But I couldn't stop. I knew that to stop was to die, or worse. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw something that made my heart leap. Lights in the distance. Not the harsh glare of ATV headlights, but the steady glow of buildings, civilization, safety. Renewed hope gave me a second wind. I pushed towards the lights, no longer caring about the noise I was making. Behind me, I heard shouts as my pursuers realized where I was headed. I burst out of the tree line onto a paved road, the lights resolving into a small gas station. Without looking back, I sprinted towards it, my feet pounding on the asphalt. The bell jingled as I crashed through the door, startling the sleepy-looking attendant behind the counter. "Please," I gasped, struggling to catch my breath. "Call the police. There are men after me." The attendant, to his credit, didn't hesitate. He picked up the phone and dialed, his eyes wide as he took in my disheveled, terrified state. As we waited for the police to arrive, I sank to the floor, my back against the counter. Every headlight that passed on the road made me flinch, certain that my pursuers had found me. But they never came. Perhaps the prospect of witnesses was enough to deter them. When the police finally arrived, I told them everything. They took my statement and sent out patrols to search for the men, but I knew it was unlikely they'd be found. The Black Hills were vast, and those men knew them far better than any police officer. As I sat in the back of a patrol car, being driven to the nearest town, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly my peaceful retreat had turned into a life-or-death struggle. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming just days ago, now felt oppressive and threatening. I still love nature, still feel the pull of wild places, but now I go with open eyes, aware that sometimes the most dangerous predators in the wilderness are the ones that walk on two legs. My solo camping days are behind me, but the lessons I learned in those dark hills will stay with me forever. In the end, I escaped with my life, but I left behind more than just my gear in those woods. I left behind a piece of my innocence, and gained a stark reminder of how thin the veneer of civilization truly is. The first note appeared innocently enough, pinned to a tree near my campsite. "Leave now," it read in jagged, hurried script. I laughed it off as a prank, but as the sun dipped below the Smoky Mountain peaks, that laughter died in my throat. Little did I know, those two words were the beginning of a nightmare that would haunt me long after I left these mountains behind. I'd come to the Smokies for a week of solitude and reflection. My life back in the city had become a chaotic whirlwind of deadlines and expectations, and I desperately needed to disconnect. The promise of misty mountains, babbling brooks, and starry nights drew me in like a siren's call. For the first 2 days, it was everything I'd hoped for. I hiked until my legs ached, marveling at the lush forests and breathtaking vistas. At night, I sat by my campfire, listening to the symphony of crickets and owls, feeling more at peace than I had in years. It was on the third morning that things began to feel off. I woke to find my camping gear rearranged, not dramatically, but enough to notice. My backpack, which I always left by the tent entrance, was now propped against a tree several feet away. The camping stove I'd left on a flat rock was now on the ground. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe an animal had rummaged through the site while I slept. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The movements were too deliberate, too precise. That's when I saw the note. At first I chuckled, assuming it was left by an overzealous park ranger or perhaps a grumpy local. But as the day wore on, the words began to nag at me. The handwriting was too messy for an official notice, and there was something unsettling about the urgency of the message. I decided to ignore it. I was here to relax, after all, not to let some childish prank get under my skin. I spent the day exploring a nearby creek, even managing to catch a couple of small trout for dinner. But as I sat by my fire that evening, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snapping twig made me jump. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the note had just set me on edge. Still, I turned in earlier than usual, zipping myself securely into my tent. Sleep didn't come easily. I drifted in and out of uneasy dreams, jerking awake at every sound. It was during one of these wakeful moments that I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching through the leaves outside my tent. I held my breath, straining my ears. The footsteps paused right outside the tent. Then, after a moment that felt like an eternity, they moved away. I lay there, heart pounding, until the first light of dawn began to filter through the tent fabric. When I finally worked up the courage to unzip the tent, I found my campsite in disarray. My belongings were scattered about, and there, pinned to the same tree as before, was another note. "This is your last warning. Leave or you'll regret it." Fear coiled in my stomach like a cold, heavy snake. This was no longer a prank. Someone was out there. Someone who clearly didn't want me here. I started packing up my gear with shaking hands. Rational thought warred with growing panic. Should I hike out? Call for help? But I was miles from any cell service, and the nearest ranger station was a day's hike away. As I was rolling up my sleeping bag, I heard a twig snap nearby. I whirled around, my heart in my throat. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood a man. He was tall and gaunt, with a wild beard and clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in months. But it was his eyes that caught me, cold and hard, filled with a hostility that made my blood run cold. "You're still here," he said, his voice gravelly from disuse. It wasn't a question. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm leaving. Right now. I don't want any trouble." He took a step forward, and I instinctively backed away. "Trouble," he snarled. "You brought trouble here the moment you set foot on my land." "Your land?" I stammered. "But this is a national park. It's public land." The man's face contorted with rage. "Public? There's nothing public about these mountains. My family has lived here for generations. We were here long before your government decided to draw lines on a map and call it theirs." I held up my hands in what I hoped was a placating gesture. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Like I said, I'm leaving. You'll never see me again." He was silent for a long moment, his eyes boring into me. Then, almost casually, he reached behind his back and pulled out a long, wicked-looking knife. My heart nearly stopped. "No," he said, his voice eerily calm. "I don't think you understand. You can't just leave. You've seen me now. You'll tell them about me." I shook my head frantically. I won't tell anyone, I swear, please, just let me go. But I could see in his eyes that he didn't believe me, that he had no intention of letting me leave these mountains alive. What happened next was a blur of terror and adrenaline. As he lunged forward, I threw my sleeping bag at him, momentarily tangling him up. I used that split second to run, abandoning my gear and plunging into the thick underbrush. I ran like I'd never run before, branches whipping my face and roots threatening to trip me at every step. I could hear him crashing through the woods behind me, his enraged shouts echoing off the mountains. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and that madman as possible. But he knew these woods far better than I did. No matter how fast I ran, how many twists and turns I took, I could hear him getting closer. Just as I felt my strength beginning to give out, I saw something through the trees, a structure of some kind. As I got closer, I realized it was an old fire tower. Hope surged through me. If I could reach it, maybe I could signal for help, or at least have a defensible position. I scrambled up the metal stairs, my legs burning with the effort. I could hear my pursuer at the base of the tower as I reached the small room at the top. I slammed the trapdoor shut and looked around frantically for something to barricade it with. There wasn't much in the room, just an old desk and chair and some abandoned equipment. I dragged the desk over the trapdoor just as I heard the man start to climb the stairs. Panic threatened to overwhelm me as I realized I was trapped. But then I saw it, an old radio system in the corner. With shaking hands, I turned it on, praying it still worked. To my immense relief, it crackled to life. I quickly found an emergency channel and began broadcasting a distress call, giving my location and describing my situation. The man reached the trap door, pounding on it and shouting threats. The desk shuddered with each blow, and I knew it wouldn't hold for long. Just as the desk began to slide, I heard the most beautiful sound in the world, a helicopter. Help had come. The man must have heard it too, because the pounding suddenly stopped. When the rescue team reached the tower, they found me huddled in the corner, shaken but alive. Of the man, there was no sign. He had vanished back into the wilderness he called home. In the days that followed, as I gave statements to the park rangers and police, I learned that there had been rumors for years about a hermit living in the remote parts of the Smokies. Some believed he was a fugitive, others that he was just a man who wanted to be left alone. But no one had ever been able to prove his existence until now. They never found him, despite an extensive search. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, defending his perceived territory against unwitting intruders like myself. I still love nature, still feel drawn to wild places. But now, I go with open eyes, aware that the wilderness holds secrets and dangers beyond what most of us can imagine. Those few days in the Smokies taught me a harsh lesson about the thin line between civilization and savagery, and how quickly that line can blur when we venture into the truly wild places of the world. As I sit here, safe in my city apartment, I can still hear the wind whispering through the Smoky Mountain pines. But now, that whisper carries a warning. Some parts of the wilderness don't want to be explored. Some secrets are best left undiscovered. And sometimes, the most dangerous predator in the forest is the one that walks on two legs. The moment I stepped into the Hardings' quaint cottage, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. Their smiles were warm, their hospitality effusive, but something in their eyes made my skin crawl. I should have trusted my instincts and left right then. Instead, I stayed for dinner, unknowingly setting in motion a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. I had come to this tiny village nestled in the hills for my anthropology thesis. The plan was to spend a month studying the traditional lifestyle and customs of this isolated community. It was meant to be the cornerstone of my graduate work, a deep dive into a way of life that was rapidly disappearing in our modern world. The first few days were everything I had hoped for. The villagers were friendly, if a bit reserved, and I filled notebook after notebook with observations and interviews. I stayed at a small inn on the outskirts of the village, a cozy place run by a grandmotherly woman who fussed over me like I was her long-lost grandchild. It was on my third evening that I met the Hardings. I was having dinner at the local cafe when they approached my table, introducing themselves as longtime residents eager to help with my research. Mr. Harding was a tall, lean man with sharp features and piercing blue eyes. His wife was shorter, plump, with a smile that never quite reached her eyes. "We'd love to have you over for dinner tomorrow," Mrs. Harding said, her voice syrupy sweet. "We can tell you stories about the village that go back generations." I agreed enthusiastically, thrilled at the prospect of gaining deeper insights into the community. The next evening, I made my way to their cottage on the edge of the village. It was a picturesque place, with flower boxes in the windows and smoke curling from the chimney. The dinner was delicious, a hearty meal of local specialties. The Hardings were charming hosts, regaling me with tales of village history and folklore. But as the evening wore on, I began to notice odd details. The way they would exchange glances when they thought I wasn't looking. The pointed questions about my family, my background, my plans. "So, you're here all alone?" Mr. Harding asked, refilling my wine glass. "No one back home expecting you?" I laughed nervously. "Just my thesis advisor, but he knows I'll be out of touch for a while." Something flashed in Mrs. Harding's eyes at that, something that made my stomach tighten. But I brushed it off, blaming it on too much wine and an overactive imagination. As I was leaving, they invited me to come back the next day. "We have some old photos and documents that might be useful for your research," Mr. Harding said. "Things we don't show to just anyone," I agreed, my academic curiosity overriding the unease that had been building all evening. That night, back in my room at the inn, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had missed something important. But exhaustion soon took over, and I fell into a troubled sleep. The next day, I spent the morning interviewing other villagers. To my surprise, when I mentioned the Hardings, people became evasive. One old woman even made a sign to ward off evil when I said their names. It was strange, but I chalked it up to small-town politics and rivalries. In the afternoon, I made my way back to the Hardings' cottage. This time, Mrs. Harding answered the door alone. "Oh, I'm so glad you came," she said, ushering me in. "Harold's just gone to fetch those documents we mentioned. He'll be back soon." She sat me down in the living room and brought me a cup of tea. As I sipped it, I began to feel dizzy. The room seemed to tilt and spin. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. What's happening?" I slurred, the teacup slipping from my numb fingers. Mrs. Harding's face swam into view, her expression no longer warm but coldly triumphant. "Don't fight it, dear," she said softly. "It'll be easier if you just let go." That was the last thing I remember before darkness took me. I woke up in a small, windowless room. My head was pounding, and my mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized with growing horror that I was trapped. The door was solid wood, with no handle on the inside. The walls were bare except for dozens of photographs, all of young women who looked terrified. Panic set in as I realized the full extent of my situation. I wasn't the first person the Hardings had lured in, and if I didn't find a way out, I wouldn't be the last. Days blended together in that room. The Hardings would bring me food and water, always careful to keep the door blocked when they entered. They talked about preserving the old ways and how I would help continue the lineage. Their words were kind, but their eyes were cold and fanatical. I tried reasoning with them, pleading, even threatening. Nothing worked. They were convinced that what they were doing was right, that they were chosen to maintain the purity of their bloodline. As time passed, I began to lose hope. No one knew exactly where I was. The villagers, if they suspected anything, were too afraid to act. I was truly alone. But then, On what I think was the 10th day of my captivity, I saw my chance. Mrs. Harding came in to bring my meal, but she stumbled, distracted by something Mr. Harding was saying in the hallway. For just a moment, the door was unguarded. I didn't think. I just acted. I shoved past her with strength born of desperation and ran. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit, but I didn't look back. I ran through the house and out into the night, my bare feet slapping against the cold ground. The village was dark and silent as I tore through it. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to get as far away from that house of horrors as possible. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned, and my feet were cut and bleeding, but I didn't stop. Eventually, I found myself on a road leading out of the village. In the distance, I saw headlights approaching. Desperate and terrified, I flagged down the car. It was a couple returning from a late night in the nearby town. They took one look at my wild eyes and disheveled appearance and knew something was terribly wrong. I babbled out my story as they drove me to the nearest police station in the larger town down the mountain. The officers were skeptical at first, but something in my eyes must have convinced them. They took my statement and sent out patrols to investigate. The next few days passed in a blur of police interviews and medical examinations. They found the Hardings' house empty, with evidence that they had fled in a hurry. The photographs I had seen were still there, silent testimony to years of abductions and terror. As the investigation unfolded, a horrifying picture emerged. The Hardings were part of a cult that had existed in secret for generations, believing they were preserving some ancient bloodline. They had been abducting young women for years, using the isolated nature of the village to hide their crimes. Many of the villagers, it turned out, had suspected something was wrong but were too afraid to speak out. The Hardings had wielded considerable influence in the community, their family having been prominent in the area for centuries. In the end, the Hardings were caught trying to cross the border into a neighboring country. They went to prison, and I testified at their trial, but the ordeal left deep scars, both physical and emotional. It took years of therapy before I could sleep through the night without nightmares. I never finished my thesis. The thought of returning to anthropology, of studying isolated communities, filled me with dread. Instead, I channeled my experiences into advocacy work, helping other survivors of abduction and cult abuse. Sometimes, I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling the walls of that tiny room closing in on me. But then I remind myself that I'm safe, that I escaped, that I survived. And in those moments, I feel a fierce pride in my own resilience. My experience taught me that evil can lurk behind the most benign facades, that danger can be found in the most unexpected places. But it also showed me the strength of the human spirit, the will to survive against all odds. I'll never be the same person I was before I entered that village. But in many ways, I'm stronger, more cautious, yes, but also more aware, more alive. Every day is a gift, a reminder that I beat the odds, that I reclaimed my freedom and my life. And if my story can help others, can shed light on the darkness that exists in the hidden corners of our world, then perhaps some good can come from those terrifying days. Because in the end, the greatest victory over those who sought to destroy me is to live, to thrive, and to ensure that their evil does not remain hidden in the shadows. The abandoned campsite looked like a scene from a horror movie. Torn fabric fluttered from a collapsed tent, and personal belongings were strewn across the forest floor as if their owners had vanished into thin air. As I stood there, surrounded by my wide-eyed friends, a chill ran down my spine. We had stumbled upon something we were never meant to see, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were no longer alone in these woods. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. 5 friends, 3 days of hiking and camping in one of the most beautiful national parks in the country. We had been planning this trip for months, eagerly anticipating the chance to disconnect from our busy lives and reconnect with nature and each other. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. We hiked challenging trails, marveled at breathtaking vistas, and spent our evenings around the campfire, sharing stories and dreams under a canopy of stars. It felt like we were the only people in the world, surrounded by the raw beauty of the wilderness. On the third day, we decided to venture off the main trail, eager to explore a secluded area rumored to have a hidden waterfall. The path was overgrown and barely visible in places, but our sense of adventure pushed us forward. That's when we found it, the abandoned campsite that would change everything. At first, we approached with curiosity rather than caution. Maybe someone had left in a hurry due to bad weather, we reasoned. But as we got closer, the signs of struggle became impossible to ignore. Deep grooves in the earth suggested a violent scuffle. A backpack lay open, its contents spilling out, including a smartphone with a cracked screen still displaying an unsent distress message. "Guys, I don't like this," Sarah whispered, voicing the fear we all felt. "We should go back and report this to the rangers." Mike, always the skeptic, tried to rationalize the scene. "It's probably just some prank. You know how people are, always trying to scare other campers." But the fear in his eyes betrayed his words. We all knew this was no prank. As we debated our next move, a sound from the surrounding forest froze us in place. It was a low whistle, followed by another from a different direction, then another. We were surrounded. "Run!" I shouted, and we took off back the way we had come. Panic fueled our flight through the dense underbrush. Branches whipped at our faces, and roots threatened to trip us at every step. The whistles continued, sometimes fading, sometimes growing alarmingly close. Whoever or whatever was out there seemed to be toying with us. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we burst into a small clearing. Gasping for breath, we huddled together, straining our ears for any sign of pursuit. "What the hell was that?" Jake panted, his usual bravado replaced by naked fear. Before anyone could answer, a twig snapped nearby. We whirled towards the sound, hearts pounding. From the shadows of the trees, a figure emerged. It was a man, but unlike any I'd seen before. He was tall and gaunt, with wild, matted hair and clothes that hung in tatters from his frame. His eyes, glinting in the fading light, held a feral intensity that made my blood run cold. For a moment, we all stood frozen, staring at each other in shocked silence. Then, without warning, the man let out a piercing whistle. It was answered immediately by others, much closer than before. We ran again, no longer caring about direction or stealth. Our only thought was to put as much distance between ourselves and that terrifying figure as possible. But the forest seemed to be working against us. Thorny vines tore at our clothes, and the ground became treacherously uneven. I was in the lead when it happened. The earth suddenly gave way beneath my feet, and I found myself tumbling down a steep embankment. I came to a stop at the bottom, dazed and bruised, the voices of my friends growing distant above me. As I struggled to my feet, I realized with horror that I was no longer alone. Shadowy figures moved at the edges of my vision, converging on me from all sides. I opened my mouth to scream for help, but a rough hand clamped over it, stifling my cries. "Quiet," a gravelly voice hissed in my ear. "Unless you want to die here." I was dragged deeper into the shadows, away from where I could hear my friends calling my name. My captor pulled me into a small cave hidden behind a curtain of vines. Inside, the faint glow of a dying fire illuminated several faces, all as wild and unkempt as the first man we'd seen. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out once the hand was removed from my mouth. "Please, just let me go. We didn't mean to intrude." A woman, her face lined with dirt and what looked like ritual scarification, stepped forward. "Intrude? You've done more than intrude, city dweller. You've seen what you were never meant to see." As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I began to make out more details of my surroundings. The cave walls were covered in strange symbols and crude drawings. Piles of scavenged items, everything from camping gear to more modern technologies, were stacked in corners. With a jolt, I realized some of it must have come from the abandoned campsite we'd stumbled upon. "Who are you people?" I asked, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. The woman's eyes narrowed. "We are the true children of the forest. We've lived here for generations, protecting these lands from the corruption of your world. And now, you and your friends threaten everything." Outside, I could hear the continued calls of my friends, growing more frantic by the minute. The woman gestured to one of the men. "Deal with them. Make sure they leave, but don't harm them. Yet, we need to decide what to do." As the man left, panic surged through me. "Please," I begged. "They're innocent. We all are. We didn't know." "Silence," the woman snapped. "Your ignorance doesn't absolve you. You've seen our home, our way of life. If word gets out, others will come. We'll be hunted, studied, destroyed." The gravity of the situation hit me like a physical blow. These people weren't just hermits or survivalists. They were an entire society, hidden away from the modern world, fiercely protecting their isolation. And now, we had stumbled into the middle of it. Hours passed in tense silence. I could hear muffled discussions among my captors, but couldn't make out the words. Eventually, the man who had left returned. "It's done," he reported. "I led them in circles until they found the main trail. They're gone." The woman nodded, then turned her attention back to me. "Now, we must decide your fate." What followed was a debate in a language I didn't understand. Voices were raised, arguments made, but I was helpless to contribute or even comprehend. Finally, the woman turned to me again. "We've reached a decision," she said, her voice grave. "You will stay with us, learn our ways, become one of us. It's the only way to ensure our secret remains safe." "What? No?" I protested. "I can't just disappear. People will come looking for me." The woman's expression hardened. "Then you'd better hope they don't find us. For their sake, and yours." The next days, or was it weeks? Time lost all meaning in the perpetual twilight of the forest, were a blur of fear, confusion, and gradual acceptance. I was watched constantly, taught their strange customs and primitive survival skills. Slowly, I began to understand their way of life, their deep connection to the forest that went beyond anything I'd ever experienced. But I never stopped looking for a way out. I knew my friends, my family, must be searching for me. I couldn't let them suffer, thinking I was dead. And despite the beauty and primal allure of this hidden world, it wasn't mine. I didn't belong here. My chance came during a torrential rainstorm. The cave flooded, forcing us to higher ground. In the chaos of the evacuation, I managed to slip away. I ran through the rain-soaked forest, my heart pounding with equal parts fear and hope. Behind me, I could hear shouts and those chilling whistles, but I didn't look back. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing at the base of a large tree. As I sat there, gasping for breath, a sound cut through the patter of rain on leaves. A helicopter. Search and rescue. With the last of my strength, I crawled into a clearing and waved frantically. The spotlight found me, and soon, I was being lifted to safety. The aftermath was a whirlwind of debriefings, medical checks, and reunions. I told the authorities everything, but searches of the area turned up nothing. It was as if the hidden tribe had vanished into the forest itself. Sometimes, I wonder if it was all some vivid hallucination brought on by fear and isolation. But then, I'll catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and see the faint scars from my time in the forest. Or, I'll wake up in a cold sweat, the sound of those eerie whistles echoing in my dreams. I still love nature, still feel drawn to wild places. But now I go with open eyes, aware that the wilderness holds secrets beyond our understanding. And sometimes, when I'm hiking a remote trail, I'll feel eyes watching me from the shadows. In those moments, I know that there are still places in this world where ancient ways endure, hidden just beyond the veil of our modern existence. The old cabin loomed before me, its weathered boards and sagging roof a stark contrast to the pristine wilderness surrounding it. As I approached, a sense of unease settled in my gut. I'd come to the Ozarks seeking solitude, but something about this abandoned structure whispered of secrets and hidden dangers. If only I'd listened to that inner voice, I might have avoided the nightmare that was about to unfold. I'd been hiking for days, relishing the escape from my high-stress job in the city. The Ozark Mountains had always called to me, their rugged beauty and rich folklore drawing me like a moth to flame. This solo trip was meant to be a reset, a chance to clear my head and reconnect with nature. The first few days had been blissful. I'd trekked through dense forests, marveled at hidden waterfalls, and spent nights under a canopy of stars so brilliant it took my breath away. But as I ventured deeper into the backcountry, I began to feel watched. It was subtle at first, a rustle in the underbrush that didn't sound quite right, the sensation of eyes on me when I stopped to rest. I told myself it was just my imagination, the natural unease that comes from being alone in the wilderness. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. On the fourth day, I stumbled upon the cabin. It sat in a small clearing, looking like it had been abandoned for decades. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to explore. The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open, sending a shiver down my spine. The interior was dim and musty, filled with the remnants of a life long abandoned. Dust-covered furniture, shelves lined with ancient canned goods, and tattered curtains that stirred in the breeze from the open door. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I noticed something odd. A trap door in the floor, partially hidden under a ragged rug. My heart began to race. What lay beneath? My rational mind said it was probably just a root cellar, but the atmosphere of the cabin had me on edge. I knelt down, my hand hovering over the iron ring that served as a handle. That's when I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, approaching the cabin. I froze, torn between hiding and making a run for it. Before I could decide, a shadow fell across the doorway. The man who stood there was like something out of a nightmare. Tall and gaunt, with wild, matted hair and clothes that hung in tatters from his frame. But it was his eyes that terrified me the most. Pale blue and filled with a mixture of rage and madness. "Well, well," he growled, his voice rough from disuse. "Looks like I caught myself a trespasser." I raised my hands, trying to appear non-threatening. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "I didn't know anyone lived here. I was just exploring." "Exploring," he spat. "This ain't no tourist attraction, boy. This is my home, and you ain't welcome here." He took a step forward, and I instinctively backed away. My heel caught on the edge of the trapdoor, and I stumbled, falling backwards. The last thing I saw was the man lunging towards me, then darkness as my head struck something hard. I awoke to pain and darkness. My head throbbed, and when I tried to move, I realized with growing horror that I was bound. Rough rope bit into my wrists and ankles. I was lying on a cold, damp earthen floor, the root cellar beneath the trapdoor, I realized. "Hello," I called out, my voice hoarse and trembling. "Is anyone there?" Silence answered me, broken only by the scurrying of what I prayed were just rats. How long had I been unconscious? Hours? Days? The darkness was absolute, disorienting. Time lost all meaning in that lightless pit. I drifted in and out of consciousness, my mind conjuring terrifying scenarios of what might happen to me. Would anyone even know to look for me here? I'd told my family I was going hiking, but in an area this vast, finding one missing person would be nearly impossible. I'm not sure how long I'd been there when I heard the trapdoor creak open. Light, painfully bright after the darkness flooded the cellar. I squinted up to see the man descending a rickety ladder, a lantern in one hand and a plate in the other. "Eat," he grunted, setting the plate beside me. It held a meager portion of beans and what looked like tough, stringy meat. My stomach revolted at the sight, but hunger won out. He loosened the ropes on my wrist just enough for me to eat. As I choked down the unappetizing meal, I tried to reason with him. "Please," I said between bites. "Just let me go. I won't tell anyone about this place, I swear." He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "Oh, I know you won't, because you ain't ever leaving these woods." A chill ran through me at his words. "Why?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Why are you doing this?" His eyes took on a faraway look. "This land," he said, gesturing vaguely upwards. "It's been in my family for generations. We lived here long before the government came in, calling it a park and trying to push us out. But we didn't leave. We just went deeper." He fixed me with a penetrating stare. "And now you city folk come traipsing through, thinking you can just take whatever you want. Well, I'm here to tell you, these woods take back. They take, and they keep." With that cryptic statement, he gathered up the plate and climbed back up the ladder. The trapdoor slammed shut, plunging me back into darkness. The days that followed were a nightmare of isolation, fear, and increasing desperation. The man would appear periodically with food and water, sometimes talking for hours about the old ways and how the modern world was destroying everything. Other times, he'd sit in silence, just watching me with those unnerving pale eyes. I tried everything I could think of to escape. I worked at the ropes until my wrists were raw and bleeding. I pleaded. I reasoned. I even tried to overpower him once when he got too close. But he was far stronger than his gaunt frame suggested, and that attempt earned me a beating that left me barely conscious. As time wore on, I began to lose hope. The darkness of the cellar seemed to seep into my very soul. I thought of my family, my friends, wondering if they were looking for me or if they'd given me up for dead. The man's words echoed in my mind. These woods take back, they take, and they keep. But just when I was on the verge of giving up entirely, fate intervened. A thunderstorm rolled in, more violent than any I'd ever experienced. The cellar began to flood, water seeping in through the earthen walls. The man appeared, cursing as he dragged me up the ladder. "Damn rain's gonna wash out the whole hillside," he muttered, more to himself than to me. He shoved me into a corner of the cabin, quickly tying me to a sturdy wooden post. "Don't you get any ideas," he growled. "I'll be right back." As soon as he was out the door, I began working frantically at my bonds. The ropes, damp from the flooded cellar, were slightly looser than before. I twisted and pulled, ignoring the pain as the rough fibers bit into my skin. Just as I felt the ropes beginning to give, a deafening crack split the air. The cabin shuddered, and I looked up in horror to see a massive tree falling towards us, uprooted by the storm and the saturated ground. I redoubled my efforts, desperation lending me strength. The ropes fell away just as the tree struck the cabin. Timber splintered, and the roof began to cave in. I dove for the door, feeling debris rain down around me. I burst out into the storm, rain lashing at my face. Behind me, I heard an agonized scream as the cabin collapsed entirely. For a moment, I was tempted to go back, to try and help the man who had held me captive. But survival instinct took over, and I ran. I ran through the darkness, slipping and stumbling on the muddy ground. Lightning illuminated the forest in brief, terrifying flashes. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get as far away from that place as possible. I don't know how long I ran, or how far. Eventually, I collapsed at the base of a large tree, exhaustion and weeks of captivity finally catching up with me. As consciousness faded, I thought I heard voices, saw flashlight beams cutting through the rain. But surely that was just a hallucination, a final cruel trick of my beleaguered mind. I awoke in a hospital bed, surrounded by worried faces. Search and rescue had found me, I learned, after my family reported me missing. The storm that had facilitated my escape had also led to my salvation. The rescue teams had been checking the area for storm victims when they stumbled upon me. As I recovered, I told the authorities everything. They searched the area but found no trace of the cabin or the man who had held me captive. It was as if the woods had swallowed them whole, erasing all evidence of the nightmare I'd endured. Sometimes, in the dark of night, I still hear his voice. These woods take back, they take, and they keep. And I wonder, with a shiver, what other secrets those ancient forests might be hiding. The pit was a maw of darkness, its edges lined with sharpened wooden stakes. As I peered into its depths, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made my blood run cold. A glint of white, unmistakably human bone. In that moment, I knew we had stumbled upon something far more sinister than anything we could have imagined on our weekend hiking trip. Little did I know, our discovery would plunge us into a nightmare that would test the limits of our survival instincts and our sanity. It was supposed to be a simple getaway. 4 friends, 3 days in the wilderness, miles away from the pressures of our everyday lives. Jake, our self-appointed leader, had found this secret trail online, promising breathtaking views and complete solitude. Sarah, always the cautious one, had expressed concerns about going off the beaten path, but Mark and I were too excited by the prospect of adventure to listen. The first day and a half were everything we'd hoped for. We hiked through pristine forests, marveled at hidden waterfalls, and spent the evening around a campfire, sharing stories and dreams under a canopy of stars. It felt like we were the only people in the world. It was on the second day that things took a turn. We had veered off Jake's mapped route, following what looked like a game trail in hopes of finding a good spot for photos. The forest seemed to grow denser, the light filtering through the canopy taking on an eerie, greenish tinge. An oppressive silence fell, broken only by the crunch of leaves under our boots. That's when we found it. The pit. At first, we thought it might be some kind of old hunting trap, but as we got closer, the scale of it became apparent. This was no animal snare. The pit was easily 15 feet across and so deep that the bottom was lost in shadow. "Guys, I really don't like this," Sarah whispered, voicing the fear we all felt. "We should go back." But curiosity got the better of us. Jake produced a length of rope from his pack, and before anyone could object, he had secured it to a nearby tree and was rappelling down into the pit. "Oh my God," his voice echoed up from the darkness. "You guys need to see this." One by one, we followed him down. The pit was deeper than it had looked from above, the walls lined with crude wooden scaffolding. And there, scattered across the earthen floor, were the remains. Not just bones, but personal effects. Tattered scraps of clothing, a rusted watch, even a child's toy. "What is this place?" Mark's voice was barely a whisper. Before anyone could answer, a sound from above froze us in place. Voices, gruff and angry, were approaching the pit. We doused our lights, pressing ourselves against the damp walls. "I'm telling you, I heard something," one voice said. "Could be animals got into the pit again." "Better not be," another replied. "Boss'll have our heads if we lose any more merchandise." Merchandise. The word hung in the air, its implications chilling. This wasn't some archaeological site or the dumping ground of a lone killer. This was something far more organized, far more sinister. A beam of light cut through the darkness as someone peered into the pit. We held our breath, praying the shadows would conceal us. After what felt like an eternity, the light withdrew. "Nothing there," the first voice said. "Come on, let's finish the perimeter check." We waited until their footsteps faded before daring to breathe again. "We need to get out of here," Sarah hissed. "Now." No one argued. We scrambled up the rope, our movements fueled by pure adrenaline. As Jake, the last one up, pulled himself over the edge, a shout rang out. "Hey, stop right there!" We ran, crashing through the underbrush, hearts pounding. We fled deeper into the forest. Behind us, we could hear the sounds of pursuit, angry shouts and the crack of branches. "Split up," Jake yelled. "Meet back at the campsite." It was a terrible idea, but in our panic, it seemed like the only option. I veered left, plunging into a thicket of young trees. Branches whipped at my face. Thorns tore at my clothes. But I didn't slow down. The voices behind me grew fainter, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, hunted. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in the green twilight of the dense forest. Eventually, my legs gave out, and I collapsed behind a fallen log, gasping for breath. As my panic subsided, the reality of my situation set in. I was alone, lost in an unfamiliar forest, being pursued by what I could only assume were very dangerous people. And my friends, where were they? Had they managed to escape or... I couldn't finish the thought. I had to focus on survival, on finding my way back to the campsite. But as I tried to orient myself, I realized with growing horror that I had no idea which direction I had come from. The forest looked the same in every direction, an endless sea of green. Night was falling, the forest growing darker by the minute. I knew I should find shelter, but the thought of stopping, of making myself vulnerable, was terrifying. So I kept moving, picking a direction at random and hoping it would lead me to safety. The forest at night was a different world. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every sound a potential pursuer. More than once, I froze at the snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves, certain I was about to be discovered. It was nearing dawn when I heard it. Voices again, but these were different. Familiar. Hope surged through me as I recognized Sarah's whispered tones. I moved towards the sound, trying to stay as quiet as possible. As I drew closer, I could make out more voices. Jake and Mark. They were alive. I burst into a small clearing, relief flooding through me at the sight of my friends. But that relief quickly turned to confusion, then horror. They weren't alone. A group of men, rough-looking and armed, who had stood around them. And there, in the center of it all, was Jake, talking animatedly with what appeared to be the leader. "I brought them, just like we agreed," Jake was saying. "Now, where's my money?" The betrayal hit me like a physical blow. Jake, our friend, had led us into this trap deliberately. Before I could process what was happening, strong hands grabbed me from behind. I tried to struggle, to call out to Sarah and Mark, but a cloth was pressed over my mouth. As consciousness faded, the last thing I saw was Jake's face, a mixture of guilt and resolve in his eyes. I awoke in darkness, my head pounding. As my eyes adjusted, I realized I was in some kind of cage, barely big enough to sit up in. Sarah and Mark were in similar cages nearby, both still unconscious. Over the next few days, or was it weeks, time lost all meaning in our underground prison. We learned the terrible truth. We had stumbled into the operations of a human trafficking ring, one that had been operating in these remote woods for years. Jake, deep in debt and desperate, had made a deal with them. Us, for his freedom. The days that followed were a nightmare of fear, pain, and desperate planning. We were moved frequently, never staying in one place long enough to get our bearings. But slowly, carefully, we began to look for weaknesses in their operation, for any chance of escape. Our opportunity came during a transfer. One of our captors got careless, leaving a door unlocked. In a frenzy of desperation, we managed to overpower him and flee into the night. What followed was a harrowing chase through the forest, our pursuers always seeming just one step behind. We ran until our legs gave out, then forced ourselves to keep going. Finally, delirious with exhaustion and fear, we stumbled onto a highway. A passing trucker, seeing our condition, stopped and called for help. The authorities arrived in force, and the full extent of the trafficking operation was uncovered. Jake and the others were arrested, the victims rescued, but the scars of our ordeal ran deep. Even now, years later, I can't look at a forest without feeling a chill run down my spine. The rustling of leaves in the wind sounds too much like footsteps, the shadows between trees hiding potential threats. Our weekend adventure had turned into a nightmare that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. But we survived. And in that survival, we found a strength we never knew we had. The forest may have tried to keep us, but in the end, we proved stronger than its darkest secrets. The low rumble of engines pierced the stillness of the night, jolting me awake. My heart raced as I peered out of my tent, witnessing a scene that seemed ripped from a crime thriller. 3 unmarked vans, their headlights cutting through the darkness, unloading mysterious crates in a clearing not 50 yards from my campsite. In that moment, I realized my solo camping trip had unwittingly placed me in the crosshairs of something far more dangerous than any wild animal these woods could harbor. I'd come to this remote area seeking solitude and a break from the chaos of city life. As a freelance writer perpetually on deadline, the promise of a week alone in nature, away from Wi-Fi and cell service, had been irresistible. I'd spent the first 3 days hiking, taking photos, and reveling in the peaceful isolation. But now, on this moonless night, that isolation suddenly felt far more threatening than comforting. Holding my breath, I watched as shadowy figures efficiently unloaded crate after crate. Their movements were practiced, almost mechanical. This was clearly not their first time conducting whatever illicit business I was witnessing. I knew I should look away, should pretend I'd seen nothing and go back to sleep. But a morbid curiosity kept my eyes glued to the scene. One of the men, taller than the rest and carrying himself with an air of authority, barked out orders in a language I couldn't understand. The others responded immediately, their actions becoming even more focused and purposeful. Whatever was in those crates, it was valuable enough to warrant this level of secrecy and precision. Just as I was considering my options, stay hidden or try to sneak away, disaster struck. My water bottle, precariously balanced on my backpack, toppled over. The sound of it hitting the ground seemed deafening in the tense silence of the night. The activity in the clearing ceased instantly. I saw the tall man's head snap in my direction, his eyes scanning the darkness. Panic surged through me as I realized my tiny tent offered no real concealment or protection. "Check it out," I heard him growl, gesturing towards my campsite. My mind raced. I couldn't stay put. They'd find me in seconds. But running blindly into the dark forest seemed equally suicidal. In a split-second decision, I grabbed my emergency backpack, always packed and ready, a habit that suddenly seemed prescient, slipped out the back of my tent, and dove into the underbrush. I hadn't moved a moment too soon. As I pressed myself into the damp earth, I heard the sound of my tent being roughly searched. Angry voices called out to each other, and flashlight beams swept the area. I held my breath, certain that at any moment one of those beams would find me. But luck, it seemed, was on my side. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I heard the tall man shout something. The searchers withdrew, returning to the vans. Engines roared to life, and I watched through the leaves as the vehicle sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. I should have felt relief. Instead, a new wave of fear washed over me. They knew someone had seen them. They wouldn't just leave. This remote area was their territory, and they'd search every inch of it to find the witness. I knew I couldn't stay put. My best chance was to keep moving, to try and find my way back to civilization before they found me. But in the pitch darkness, with no trail to follow, that seemed like an impossible task. Still, I had no choice. I oriented myself as best I could using the stars and began to move. Every step was a challenge. Roots seemed to reach up to trip me. Branches clawed at my face and arms. More than once, I nearly fell, only catching myself at the last moment. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I allowed myself a moment of hope. I'd made it through the night. Surely, in the daylight, I could find my way to safety. That hope was short-lived. The sound of engines, distant but growing closer, sent a chill down my spine. They were searching methodically, using the roads that crisscross this wilderness. It was only a matter of time before they found me. I pushed on, my legs burning with exhaustion, my mind clouded with fear and lack of sleep. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming just days ago, now felt oppressive and threatening. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential attacker. Midday found me stumbling across a small stream. I paused to refill my water bottle and splash some water on my face. As I straightened up, a glint of metal caught my eye. There, half hidden by moss and ferns, was an old cabin. My heart leapt. Shelter, and maybe supplies. I approached cautiously, aware that this could be a trap, but the cabin appeared long abandoned, its windows boarded up, its door hanging crookedly on rusted hinges. Inside, a thick layer of dust covered everything. It was clear no one had been here in years. As I searched the cabin for anything useful, my foot caught on a loose floorboard. I stumbled, and as I caught myself, I noticed something odd. The floorboard had shifted, revealing a small space underneath. Curious, I pried it up further. What I found made my blood run cold. The hidden compartment was filled with papers, maps, schedules, lists of names and numbers. Even with my limited knowledge, I could see this was documentation of a massive smuggling operation. I had stumbled upon their record cache. The sound of an approaching vehicle snapped me back to reality. I shoved the papers into my backpack and ran to the window. An SUV was making its way down the overgrown road towards the cabin. They had found me. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I had to think. The cabin was a dead end. There was no way out except the front door, which would lead me straight to them. Unless... I looked up. The ceiling was low, but there was a small hatch leading to what I assumed was an attic space. It was risky. If they searched thoroughly, they'd find me for sure. But it was my only chance. I scrambled up, pulling the hatch closed behind me just as I heard the SUV pull up outside. The attic was stifling, filled with dust and cobwebs. I curled into the farthest corner, trying to quiet my ragged breathing. The door creaked open. Footsteps entered, slow and deliberate. I could hear them searching, overturning furniture, opening cupboards. A voice called out, "Clear down here, boss." My heart nearly stopped. They were going to check the attic. I closed my eyes, certain that this was the end. But then, another voice. "Forget it. This place is a dead end. Let's move on." The footsteps retreated. The engine started up again. I remained frozen in place, hardly daring to breathe, until long after the sound of the SUV had faded away. As night fell again, I finally climbed down from my hiding place. I was exhausted, terrified, but alive. And I had evidence of their operation. If I could just make it back to civilization, I could bring this whole thing crashing down. The next day and a half were a blur of exhaustion, fear, and desperate hope. I pushed myself beyond what I thought I was capable of, driven by the need to survive and to expose what I had uncovered. When I finally stumbled onto a main road and flagged down a passing car, I nearly wept with relief. The elderly couple inside took one look at my battered, wild-eyed appearance and drove me straight to the police station. What followed was a whirlwind of statements, evidence processing, and arrests. The papers I had found were the key to dismantling a multi-state smuggling ring that had operated with impunity for years. As I finally returned home, days later, I found myself changed. The forest, Once a place of peace and refuge, now held a darker aspect in my mind. But I also found a strength in myself I never knew I had. My solo camping trip had turned into something I never could have imagined. But in facing that danger, in surviving against the odds, I discovered a resilience that would stay with me for the rest of my life. The wilderness had tried to keep me, but in the end, I had proven stronger than its darkest secrets. The click of my camera shutter echoed across the mountain valley, freezing forever an image I was never meant to see. In that split second, I captured more than just the breathtaking landscape of the Rockies. I documented a crime that would turn my peaceful photography expedition into a desperate fight for survival. I've always been drawn to the raw beauty of nature, and as a wildlife photographer, I've ventured into some of the most remote corners of the world. But this trip to the Rocky Mountains was special. I'd heard rumors of a rare subspecies of mountain goat in a particularly isolated area, and the prospect of capturing it on film was irresistible. For days, I'd hiked deeper into the wilderness than I'd ever gone before. The terrain was challenging, but the views were spectacular. Jagged peaks pierced the sky, their snow-capped summits gleaming in the sunlight. Alpine meadows burst with wildflowers, and crystal-clear streams tumbled down rocky slopes. It was a photographer's paradise. On the fifth day, I reached a high ridge overlooking a secluded valley. As I set up my tripod and adjusted my telephoto lens, movement in the valley below caught my eye. At first, I thought it might be the elusive goats I'd been searching for. But as I peered through my viewfinder, my excitement turned to confusion, then to horror. There, in a clearing partially hidden by trees, was a makeshift mining operation. Heavy machinery scarred the pristine landscape, and a group of men moved purposefully around the site. This was no authorized excavation. The secretive nature of the operation and its remote location made that clear. I was witnessing illegal mining in a protected wilderness area. Without thinking, I started taking photos, documenting the scene. It wasn't until I heard a shout from below that I realized my mistake. One of the men had spotted me. Panic surged through me as I saw several of them pointing in my direction. I quickly packed up my gear, my hands shaking as I tried to move as fast as possible. Just as I shouldered my backpack, I heard the unmistakable sound of an ATV engine roaring to life. I ran. The uneven terrain that had been a photographer's dream now became a nightmare obstacle course. I stumbled over rocks, slid on loose scree, and crashed through dense underbrush. The sound of the ATV grew louder, joined by others. They were coming after me, and they knew this territory far better than I did. My only advantage was that the steep, rocky slopes were difficult for the ATVs to navigate, but I knew they would find a way around, cutting me off if I didn't find somewhere to hide, and fast. As I crested a small rise, I spotted a narrow crevice in a nearby rock face. Without hesitation, I squeezed into it, pressing myself as far back as I could. The space was tight, the rough stones scraping my skin, but I didn't dare move. The ATVs roared past my hiding spot, their riders shouting to each other in a language I didn't understand. I held my breath, certain that at any moment they would discover me. But they continued on, the sound of their engines gradually fading into the distance. I waited until long after the last echoes had died away before I dared to move. As I emerged from the crevice, the full gravity of my situation hit me. I was alone in a vast wilderness, being hunted by dangerous men who wouldn't hesitate to silence a witness to their illegal activities. My planned route back to civilization was surely being watched. I had to find another way out. With shaking hands, I pulled out my map and compass. There was a ranger station marked about 20 miles to the east. It would mean crossing some of the most rugged terrain in the Rockies, but it was my only hope. I set off as the sun was setting, using the last of the daylight to put as much distance as possible between myself and the mining site. As darkness fell, the forest took on an eerie quality. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat. every sound a pursuer closing in. I walked through the night, too afraid to stop and rest. The moon provided just enough light to navigate by, but progress was agonizingly slow. More than once, I lost my footing on the treacherous terrain, each fall sending jolts of pain through my already exhausted body. Dawn found me high on an exposed ridgeline. In the early morning light, I could see for miles in every direction. The landscape was breathtaking, but I couldn't appreciate its beauty. My eyes scanned constantly for any sign of my pursuers. It was mid-morning when I heard it, the distant but unmistakable thrum of a helicopter. At first, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe it was search and rescue, coming to find me. But as the sound grew closer, I realized with sinking dread that it wasn't a rescue chopper. This was a sleek, black aircraft, moving in a deliberate search pattern. I dove for cover under a stunted pine, praying its branches would conceal me from aerial view. The helicopter passed overhead, so close I could feel the downdraft from its rotors. It circled the area twice before moving on, but I knew it would be back. They were searching methodically, and it was only a matter of time before they found me. Desperation lent me strength as I pushed on. I rationed my meager supplies, knowing I had to make them last. The water from icy mountain streams quenched my thirst, but did little to ease the gnawing hunger in my stomach. As the day wore on, exhaustion began to take its toll. My steps became unsteady, my thinking foggy. More than once, I caught myself walking in circles, my tired mind unable to maintain a straight course, but the fear of capture drove me forward. It was late afternoon when disaster struck. As I was picking my way down a steep, rocky slope, my foot slipped. I fell hard, tumbling down the incline in a shower of loose stones. Pain exploded in my ankle as I came to a stop, and I knew immediately it was badly sprained, if not broken. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I couldn't walk, couldn't run. I was a sitting duck for my pursuers. As if to emphasize my predicament, I heard the helicopter returning, its sound growing louder by the second. In desperation, I crawled under an overhanging rock, pulling branches and debris over myself for camouflage. I lay there, hardly daring to breathe, as the helicopter circled overhead. The pain in my ankle was excruciating, but I didn't dare move to examine it. Hours passed. The helicopter came and went several times, but I remained hidden. As night fell again, I realized I had to move. Injury or not, staying in one place was too dangerous. I fashioned a crude splint for my ankle using branches and strips torn from my shirt. Every movement was agony, but I gritted my teeth and pressed on. I moved slowly, painfully, using my tripod as a makeshift crutch. The next day passed in a haze of pain and fear. I was running on pure adrenaline, pushing my body far beyond its limits. But as the sun began to set, I saw something that made my heart leap. A thin column of smoke rising in the distance. The ranger station. New energy flooded through me. I was close, so close to safety. But as I limped toward my salvation, a sound behind me made my blood run cold. Voices. My pursuers had found my trail. The final half-mile to the ranger station was the most terrifying of my life. I could hear them getting closer, their shouts carrying clearly in the mountain air. My injured ankle screamed in protest with every step, but I pushed through the pain, driven by sheer desperation. I burst out of the tree line into the clearing around the ranger station, screaming for help. The door flew open, a startled-looking ranger emerging with his hand on his sidearm. Behind me, I heard my pursuers crash out of the woods, then stop short at the sight of the ranger. What followed was a blur of questions, medical treatment, and police statements. The evidence I had captured led to a major investigation, uncovering a network of illegal mining operations throughout the Rockies. As I finally left the mountains, my body battered but my spirit unbroken, I knew I would never see the wilderness the same way again. The raw beauty that had drawn me in now held a darker edge, a reminder of the dangers that can lurk in the most pristine places. But I also discovered a strength in myself I never knew I possessed. The ordeal had pushed me to my absolute limits, and I had survived. As I looked back at those majestic peaks, I felt a mix of fear, respect, and a deep, unshakable awe. The mountains had nearly killed me, but they had also revealed the true depths of my resilience. And that, I realized, was the most valuable discovery of all. The first punch caught me off guard, a meaty fist connecting with my jaw and sending me sprawling onto the dusty street. As I tasted blood, I realized with sickening clarity that this quaint little town in the Adirondacks wasn't the idyllic hiking destination I'd imagined. It was a trap, and I had walked right into it. I'd always been an avid hiker, seeking out remote trails and off-the-beaten-path destinations. When I stumbled across an online forum post about a picturesque town nestled deep in the Adirondack Mountains, it seemed like the perfect getaway. The post raved about the town's untouched beauty, its friendly locals, and the pristine hiking trails surrounding it. It was exactly what I needed after months of grinding away at my desk job in the city. The journey to reach the town was an adventure in itself. The winding mountain roads became progressively narrower and less maintained as I drove deeper into the wilderness. My GPS lost signal hours ago, leaving me to navigate by the crude hand-drawn map I'd copied from the forum post. As I rounded a final bend, the town came into view. It was like stepping back in time. Weathered wooden buildings lined the main street, their paint peeling and faded. A few old pickup trucks were parked haphazardly along the road, but there wasn't a soul in sight. I parked my car and stepped out, stretching my legs after the long drive. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine. For a moment, I stood there breathing it in, feeling the tension of city life start to melt away. That's when I noticed him, a burly man in a flannel shirt, watching me from the porch of what looked like a general store. His gaze was intense and unfriendly. I raised a hand in greeting, trying to shake off the sudden unease that gripped me. "Afternoon," I called out. "Beautiful town you have here." He didn't respond, just continued to stare. Deciding to ignore the awkward encounter, I grabbed my backpack from the car and started towards what I assumed was the town's only inn. I didn't make it 3 steps before I heard his gruff voice behind me. "We don't like strangers here." I turned, forcing a smile. "I'm just passing through, looking to do some hiking. I'll be gone in a few days." That's when he threw the punch that started it all. As I lay on the ground, dazed and tasting blood, more men emerged from the surrounding buildings. They formed a loose circle around me, their faces a uniform mask of hostility. "You shouldn't have come here," one of them said, his voice low and threatening. "This ain't a place for tourists." I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding. "Look, there's been a misunderstanding. I'll leave right now, no harm done." I turned towards my car, but 2 of the men had already positioned themselves between me and my only means of escape. "Oh, you'll leave all right," the first man said, cracking his knuckles. "But not before we teach you a lesson about trespassing." What followed was a nightmare of fists and boots. I fought back as best I could, but I was hopelessly outnumbered. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, I heard the distinctive sound of a shotgun being cocked. "That's enough, boys," a new voice called out. The beating stopped, and I looked up to see an older man holding a shotgun, his weathered face set in a grim expression. "Get him up." Rough hands hauled me to my feet. The older man, clearly some kind of authority figure, looked me up and down. "You've got 2 choices, stranger. You can turn around and drive out of here right now, or you can spend the night in our jail while we decide what to do with you." My whole body ached, and I could feel blood trickling from a cut above my eye. But the thought of being locked up in this hostile town terrified me even more than the beating. "I'll leave," I managed to croak out. The old man nodded. "Smart choice. But know this, if you ever come back, if you ever tell anyone about this place, we'll know. And next time, we won't be so gentle." They marched me to my car, watching as I fumbled with the keys. As I started the engine, The old man leaned in through the window. "One more thing," he said, his voice low. "That map you used to find us, destroy it, for your own good." I didn't need to be told twice. I peeled out of there, gravel spraying as I accelerated down the mountain road. In my rearview mirror, I could see the men watching until I rounded a bend, and the town disappeared from view. My mind raced as I drove, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Why were they so hostile to outsiders? What were they hiding? Part of me wanted to go to the police, to report the assault, but a deeper, more primal part of me knew that would be a mistake. These people had made it clear they had ways of knowing things, and I didn't doubt their threats. As the adrenaline wore off, the pain from my injuries set in. I needed medical attention, but I was afraid to stop in any of the small towns I passed. What if they were connected to the place I'd just fled? It wasn't until I reached the outskirts of Albany, hours later, that I finally felt safe enough to seek help. The emergency room staff were concerned, asking questions about my injuries that I deflected with a story about a hiking accident. They patched me up, but the deeper wounds, the fear, the confusion, the sense of violation, those would take much longer to heal. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the experience. I scoured the internet for any information about the town, but it was like it didn't exist. The forum where I'd found the original post had been taken down. The hand-drawn map, which I'd left in my car, had vanished. I became paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced that at any moment those men from the town would show up to silence me permanently. I couldn't focus at work, couldn't sleep at night. The bruises faded, but the mental scars remained raw. Weeks turned into months. Slowly, the intensity of the fear began to fade, replaced by a gnawing curiosity. What was that town? Why were they so determined to remain hidden? The questions consumed me. Against my better judgment, I began to dig deeper. I pored over old maps of the Adirondacks, trying to pinpoint the town's location. I reached out to hiking groups, carefully probing for any information about off-the-grid communities in the area. Most of my inquiries led nowhere, but occasionally I'd catch a whisper, a hint that maybe I wasn't crazy, that there really was something out there. It was during one of these late-night research sessions that I heard a noise outside my apartment. A car door slamming, footsteps on the stairs. My heart raced as I remembered the old man's warning. "If you ever tell anyone about this place, we'll know." I fled that night, throwing some clothes and my laptop into a bag and driving until I ran out of gas. I've been on the move ever since, never staying in one place for too long, always looking over my shoulder. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it would have been better to have spent that night in their jail, to have learned the truth about that town and its secrets. But then I remember the cold fury in their eyes, the casual violence with which they greeted a stranger, and I know I made the right choice. I still hike, still seek out remote trails and hidden vistas. But now I do it with a wary eye, always alert for signs that I might be stumbling into another trap. The wilderness, once a source of peace and renewal, now holds a darker edge in my mind. And sometimes, when the wind whispers through the trees just right, I swear I can hear their voices. A grim reminder that some secrets are meant to stay buried in the mountains, and some towns don't want to be found. The experience changed me, made me question everything I thought I knew about the world. There are places out there, hidden in plain sight, that operate by their own rules. And sometimes, the most dangerous thing you can do is to accidentally discover them. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened in that town, or why they were so determined to remain isolated. But I do know this. The next time I plan a hiking trip, I'll stick to the well-traveled paths. Because sometimes, the road less taken leads to places you might not come back from. The glint of metal in the moonlight was my first warning that this was no ordinary camping trip. As I squinted into the darkness, my blood ran cold at the sight of the gun barrel pointed directly at my face. In that moment, I realized our peaceful family getaway in the Redwoods had just become a fight for survival against a group of men whose intentions were anything but friendly. It was supposed to be a perfect weekend. My wife, Sarah, and I had been planning this camping trip with our two kids, Emma, 10, and Jack, 8, for months. We both had high-stress jobs in the city, and the idea of unplugging for a few days in the majestic redwood forests of Northern California seemed like the perfect way to reconnect as a family. The first day had been idyllic. We'd hiked through groves of ancient trees, their massive trunks stretching impossibly high into the sky. The kids had marveled at banana slugs and collected pine cones bigger than their heads. As night fell, we'd roasted marshmallows over the campfire, sharing stories and gazing up at stars brighter than any we could see back home. It was well past midnight when I was jolted awake by the sound of engines. Loud, rumbling engines that had no place in this secluded campground. I unzipped the tent flap and peered out, my eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. 3 pickup trucks had pulled into the clearing, their headlights cutting harsh swaths through the misty air. As I watched, a group of men climbed out, rough-looking characters who moved with a sense of purpose that sent a chill down my spine. I ducked back into the tent, my mind racing. "Sarah," I whispered urgently, shaking her awake. "We need to go. Now." She blinked at me groggily, confusion turning to fear as she registered the tension in my voice. "What's going on?" "There are men outside," I said, already moving to wake the kids. "Something's not right. We need to leave." But before we could even begin to gather our things, a harsh voice cut through the night. "Come on out, folks. We know you're in there." My heart pounding, I exchanged a terrified glance with Sarah. There was no way out. Slowly, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, my hands raised. 5 men stood before us, backlit by the truck's headlights. Their leader, a tall man with a wild beard, stepped forward. The moonlight glinted off the gun in his hand. The same gun now pointed directly at me. Well, he drawled, a mirthless grin spreading across his face. "Looks like we've got ourselves some city folk enjoying our woods." Sarah emerged from the tent behind me, pulling Emma and Jack close. I could feel them trembling, and it took every ounce of willpower not to show my own fear. "Please," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We don't want any trouble. We're just camping with our kids. Take whatever you want and we'll leave." The man's grin widened, but his eyes remained cold. "Oh, I don't think so. See, these here woods, they're ours, and we don't take kindly to outsiders." One of the other men spoke up, his voice thick with malice. "Maybe we ought to teach them a lesson, Jed. Show them what happens to folks who don't respect our territory." Jed considered this for a moment, his eyes never leaving mine. "Now that's not a bad idea, Clyde. But first, let's see what kind of supplies our city friends brought us." They ransacked our campsite, helping themselves to our food and gear. I stood there helplessly, acutely aware of the gun still trained on us. Sarah hugged the kids close, murmuring reassurances even as tears streamed down her face. As they finished looting our supplies, Jed turned back to us. "All right, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna come with us for a little camping trip of our own, and if you behave, maybe we'll let you go when we're done." The implications of his words sent a wave of terror through me. I knew we couldn't let them take us. Whatever they had planned, it wouldn't end well for us. In that moment, as I looked at my terrified family, something snapped inside me. A primal, protective instinct took over. I had to get us out of this no matter the cost. "Okay," I said, forcing a note of defeat into my voice. "Just, please don't hurt my family." Jed smirked, clearly enjoying his power over us. "That's up to you, city boy. Now move." As they herded us towards the trucks, I squeezed Sarah's hand, trying to convey a silent message. She met my eyes, and I saw understanding flash across her face. We'd been together long enough to communicate without words. Just as we reached the vehicles, I stumbled, falling to my knees. "Sorry," I mumbled. Just give me a second." As Jed stepped closer, annoyed at the delay, I exploded into action. I drove my shoulder into his midsection, sending us both crashing to the ground. The gun went off, the shot going wide, but the sound galvanized everyone into motion. "Run!" I shouted to Sarah and the kids, grappling with Jed for control of the weapon. Sarah didn't hesitate. She scooped up Jack and grabbed Emma's hand, sprinting for the cover of the trees. The other men, momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, were slow to react. I managed to wrench the gun from Jed's grasp and scrambled to my feet. Without thinking, I fired 2 shots into the air. The loud reports echoed through the forest, startling the men into inaction for a crucial few seconds. I took off after my family, my lungs burning as I ran faster than I ever had in my life. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit, but the dense underbrush and the darkness worked in our favor, making it difficult for them to follow. We ran for what felt like hours, the sounds of our pursuers sometimes fading, sometimes growing alarmingly close. The kids were exhausted, and I found myself carrying Jack while Sarah supported a stumbling Emma. Just when I thought we couldn't go on, we broke through the tree line onto a road. Headlights approached, and I felt a moment of panic. Was it them? But as the vehicle drew closer, I saw it was a park ranger's truck. The ranger, a middle-aged woman, took in our disheveled, terrified appearance with wide eyes. "What on earth happened to you folks?" Between gasping breaths, we managed to explain the situation. She immediately radioed for backup, then ushered us into her vehicle. As we drove away, lights flashing, I held my family close. We were safe, but the ordeal had left deep scars. The peaceful forest that had promised renewal now held only terror and the memory of that nightmarish encounter. In the days that followed, as we gave statements to the police and tried to process what had happened, I found myself grappling with a mix of emotions: relief at our escape, certainly, but also a deep-seated anger at the men who had shattered our sense of safety, and a gnawing fear that never quite went away. The authorities eventually caught most of the group, but Jed and one other managed to evade capture. Knowing they were still out there somewhere made it hard to feel truly safe, even back in the city. It took months of therapy and support for all of us to start healing. The kids had nightmares, and Sarah and I found ourselves jumping at every unexpected sound. But slowly, we began to reclaim our lives. One day, about a year after the incident, Emma asked if we could go camping again. My initial reaction was fear, but as I looked at the hopeful faces of my family, I realized something important. Those men had taken enough from us, our sense of security, our innocence about the world. I couldn't let them take our love for nature too. So we went camping again, this time in a busy, well-patrolled campground. It wasn't the secluded wilderness experience we'd once sought, but as I watched my kids laugh and play under the trees, I felt a knot inside me begin to loosen. The Redwoods had been the site of our greatest terror, but they were also teaching us our greatest lesson, that with love, support, and courage, we could overcome even the darkest of experiences. The forest that had once been a place of fear was becoming, once again, a place of healing and renewal. As I sit here now, years later, I can look back on that night with a sense of perspective. Yes, it was terrifying. Yes, it changed us. But it also showed us the strength we had as a family, the depth of our love for each other, and our capacity to heal and grow. The redwoods still stand, ancient and indifferent to the dramas that play out beneath their branches, and we still visit them, older now, wiser, but no longer afraid. Because we learned that the most important thing isn't the dangers we might face, but the strength we find in facing them together. The first sip of water tasted off, a subtle wrongness that I initially dismissed as trail fatigue. It wasn't until the dizziness hit, my vision blurring at the edges, that I realized with horrifying clarity, someone had poisoned my water supply. In that moment, as nausea surged through me, I knew my solitary camping trip in the national park had just become a desperate fight for survival. I'd come to these woods seeking peace, a chance to clear my head after months of grueling work and personal setbacks. The promise of pristine wilderness, far from cell signals and the constant ping of notifications, had been irresistible. Now, as I stumbled to my knees, that isolation became my greatest threat. The first day had been everything I'd hoped for. I'd hiked miles into the backcountry, setting up camp near a crystal-clear stream. The air was crisp with the scent of pine, and the only sounds were the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. As night fell, I'd sat by my small campfire, feeling the tension of the past months slowly melting away. It was mid-morning on the second day when I first noticed something was wrong. I'd been out exploring, taking photos of the landscape, when I returned to find my campsite different. Nothing major, just small things out of place. My sleeping bag was slightly unzipped, my cooking gear rearranged. At first I thought maybe an animal had wandered through, but there were no tracks, no signs of foraging. An uneasy feeling settled in my gut, but I pushed it aside. I was miles from anywhere, in a rarely visited part of the park. It had to be my imagination playing tricks on me. As the day wore on, the feeling of being watched intensified. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the solitude was getting to me. But part of me knew something was very, very wrong. It was late afternoon when I took that fateful drink. I'd been rationing my water, planning to refill my bottles at the stream in the morning. The water tasted slightly bitter, but I was thirsty enough that I didn't think much of it at first. Within minutes, the world began to spin. I collapsed onto the forest floor, my stomach churning, my limbs feeling like lead. As darkness crept into the edges of my vision, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure emerging from the trees. Panic surged through me, momentarily overriding the effects of whatever I'd been drugged with. With every ounce of strength I could muster, I forced myself to my feet and ran. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. Behind me, I could hear pursuit, heavy footsteps and the crack of breaking branches. My vision swam, and more than once I nearly fell, but terror kept me upright and moving. I had no plan, no destination in mind. My only thought was to get away, to find help, or a place to hide until the drug wore off. But with each passing minute, I could feel my strength ebbing. Whatever I'd been given was powerful, and I knew I couldn't outrun its effects forever. Just as my legs were about to give out, I saw it. A small cave entrance, half hidden behind a curtain of vines. With the last of my energy, I dove inside, crawling as far back as I could before collapsing. The cave was dark and damp, the air thick with the musty scent of decay. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw that it extended further back, narrowing into a tight passage. Part of me wanted to keep going, to put as much distance between myself and my pursuer as possible. But my body had other ideas. The drug was taking full effect now, and I could barely move. I don't know how long I lay there, drifting in and out of consciousness. Time lost all meaning in the darkness of the cave. Sometimes I thought I heard voices outside, but I couldn't be sure if they were real or just fever dreams brought on by the poison. When I finally came to, weak and disoriented but alive, sunlight was filtering through the cave entrance. How many hours had passed? A day? More? My mouth was painfully dry, my stomach empty and aching. Cautiously, I crawled to the cave entrance and peered out. The forest seemed peaceful, no sign of my mysterious attacker. But I knew I couldn't trust appearances. Whoever had poisoned me was still out there, probably searching for me. I took stock of my situation. I had no water. My bottles were back at the campsite, and I didn't dare drink from them anyway. No food, no supplies beyond what was in my pockets, and I was lost, having run blindly into unfamiliar territory in my drugged state. But I was alive, and that meant I had a chance. I just had to find my way back to civilization before dehydration, starvation, or my unknown assailant caught up with me. Moving as quietly as I could, I left the safety of the cave. Every sense was on high alert, scanning for any sign of danger. I picked a direction that I hoped would lead me to lower ground, reasoning that it might eventually lead to a river or stream. The going was slow. My body was weak from the poison and lack of food, and every sound made me freeze, certain I was about to be discovered. More than once, I had to duck for cover as I heard voices in the distance. Whether they belonged to my attacker or innocent hikers, I couldn't risk finding out. As the day wore on, thirst became my most pressing concern. My tongue felt swollen in my mouth, and my head pounded with every step. I knew that without water, I wouldn't last much longer. Just as despair was starting to set in, I heard it, the faint sound of running water. New energy flooded through me, and I pushed forward with renewed determination. The sound grew louder, and finally, I broke through the trees to find a small, swift-running stream. I wanted nothing more than to plunge my face into the cool water and drink my fill. But the memory of that bitter taste, of the disorientation and fear that followed, held me back. Instead, I cupped my hands and brought them to my nose, sniffing carefully. The water seemed clean, with no unusual odor. Taking a deep breath, I allowed myself a small sip. I held it in my mouth, rolling it around, searching for any hint of that bitter taste. Finding none, I swallowed, then waited tensely for several minutes. When no ill effects appeared, I drank deeply, feeling life flow back into my parched body. With my most immediate need addressed, I turned my attention to finding food and, more importantly, a way out of this nightmare. I decided to follow the stream, hoping it would lead to a larger river and eventually to civilization. As I walked, I foraged what I could: wild berries, edible plants I recognized from wilderness survival books I'd read. It wasn't much, but it gave me the energy to keep moving. The day passed, then another. I lost track of time, focused solely on putting one foot in front of the other. My clothes were torn, my body covered in scratches and bruises, but I was alive and I was moving, and that was all that mattered. On what I think was the fourth day since my escape, I heard a sound that made my heart leap: the distant whop, whop, whop of helicopter blades. I ran towards the sound, waving my arms frantically and shouting at the top of my lungs. The helicopter passed overhead once, then circled back. I saw a figure lean out, spotting me. Minutes later, I was being winched up, away from the forest that had nearly claimed my life. The aftermath was a blur of hospital rooms, police interviews, and worried family members. The authorities searched the area where I'd been camping but found no trace of my attacker. My poisoned water bottles had vanished, leaving no evidence of the attempt on my life. In the months that followed, as I tried to piece my life back together, I grappled with the question that haunted me. Why? Why had someone tried to kill me? Was I a random target, or had I been specifically chosen? The not knowing was almost worse than the ordeal itself. Slowly, I began to heal, both physically and mentally. But the experience left its mark. I still love nature, still feel drawn to wild places. But now I go with open eyes, aware that the greatest dangers in the wilderness aren't always the ones with claws and fangs. Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom taste of bitter water on my tongue. In those moments, I remind myself that I survived, that whatever doesn't kill us makes us stronger, and that sometimes the most important survival skill is the will to live, to fight against the darkness and find our way back to the light. The wilderness tried to keep me, tried to make me another mysterious disappearance in the vast expanse of the national park. But I made it out, and in doing so, I discovered a strength within myself that I never knew existed, a strength that would carry me through whatever challenges life might throw at me next.